Chapter 861, Marauder. As soon as Lumion exited his shadow creature state, he let out a grunt. Two beams of white light shot from his nostrils, flying towards Harrison, who had no time to dodge. Almost simultaneously, Lumion sensed a dense aura of death emanating from Harrison. His spirit abruptly contracted, transforming into a tiny golden millet-like particle, hiding in the deepest void of his body, unreachable. The two beams of white light hit Harrison's body, but it was like striking a piece of decayed wood or a lifeless corpse, producing no effect. Harrison turned swiftly towards Lumion, and his contracted spirit expanded instantly, filling his body once more. With this change, a root wrapped in white cloth swiftly formed in Harrison's right palm. He swung this semi-illusory root at Lumion. The white cloth strips on the root fluttered gently, stirring up cries that were either mournful or wailing. They drilled into Lumion's ears, causing him to falter just as he was about to change his position, unable to dodge in time. Smack! The root wrapped in white cloth struck Lumion's body. His skin quickly turned pale, and a sense of death deepened rapidly. Crack! Lumion's body cracked like a mirror, shattering into dull fragments that fell to the ground. Immediately after, he reappeared at the side of the slope, shaking the mirror that held Franca. Franca understood his intention, immediately exiting the mirror with a burning white candle and landing not far from him. Lumion, with his other hand, reached into the traveler's bag, took out the black tear accessory, and tossed it to Franca. Here, there was no worry about the mystical plague attached to the black tear, spreading, and the Demoness of affliction could withstand the corresponding mystical pathogens for longer. Lumion even suspected that, due to the special nature of the Samaritan woman's spring, the mystical pathogens created by the black tear would only survive for a limited time before perishing. As for what to do during that time, Lumion had already considered it after. Throwing out the black tear accessory, he quickly reached into the traveler's bag again, grasping the hilt of the Sword of Courage. He intended to have the sword share half the damage and effects with him. Lumion wasn't overly concerned about the excess courage issue. With Franca around, she would guide and correct the warrior's choices in a more subtle way that the warrior would accept, like occupying a better position, making the warrior throw the sword to her for brief use, and then not catching it when it was thrown back, preventing both from being affected by the courage. As Franca put it, with an external brain, they could be bolder in using the Sword of Courage. Of course, this could only effectively reduce the influence of courage, not completely avoid it. Harrison didn't just stand by and watch Lumion and Franca prepare. He threw the root wrapped in white cloth towards them. The root rapidly became illusory in mid-air, disintegrating into intertwined pale and greenish light, merging into the darkness. Immediately, several translucent, eerie pale white hands emerged from the ground, beneath Lumion and Franca, cold and sinister, grasping at their ankles and calves. These seemed to induce some kind of paralysis. At the same time, Harrison's mouth moved, chanting an incantation in a strange language. With a whoosh, blazing white flames ignited beside Lumion's feet, bringing high temperatures to counter the chill, cold, and paralysis created by the pale white hands. Franca, with the black tear accessory wrapped around her wrist, silently let the eerie, quiet black flames of the Demoness flow like water, engulfing the transparent hands trying to affect her, setting them ablaze. Lumion finally grasped the Sword of Courage, instantly becoming fearless. He drew the iron black straight sword and slashed forward. A huge fireball, blazing white with a hint of blue, formed and shot straight at Harrison, whose black hair was only a thin layer. Harrison, seeing this, did not move. He quickly finished the last two sentences of the incantation and pointed his right hand towards the Samaritan woman's spring. Franca, just breaking free from the pale white hands, finally deciphered what the enemy was chanting. One sentence was, "Steal the secrets of heaven," and the other was unclear at the beginning, ending with, "Swift as a decree, be driven." Below, at the Samaritan woman's spring, the pale white water began to bubble, reflecting a figure of a woman serene as the night but rotting and oozing pus. The figure silently gazed at the outside world without any movement, but in front of Harrison, a similar yet more illusory and flickering figure appeared. As Lumion's fireball cleaved out from the Sword of Courage approached this figure, it gradually dimmed, quickly becoming illusory, and mostly vanished. The remaining bit exploded on the spot, forcing Harrison back 2 steps. Seeing this, Lumion didn't hesitate to activate the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right palm. Want to compete? Fine. Let's see who can exert more influence on the Samaritan woman's spring. Nothing to fear. Splash! The pale white water retreated into the dark, bottomless spring, and a sense of wild frenzy instantly descended. At that moment, whether it was Harrison, Lumion, or Franca, they all felt a shock to their minds and bodies wanting to submit, temporarily losing their ability to think, their minds blank. The cold, rotting sensation in Lumion's right palm emerged, suppressing the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. The frenzied, violent feeling from the spring quickly receded. Lumion was the first to regain his thoughts. He raised the iron-black sword of courage and rushed to Harrison, slashing at his head. Bang! Amidst the sound of an explosion and scattered flames, Harrison's body reverted to a sinister, deathly paper figurine. The paper figurine lightly adhered to the blade of the sword of courage, torn to pieces by the violent shockwaves and set ablaze by the white-blue flames. Multiple similar paper figurines appeared around Lumion, all exuding a sinister, pale, deathly aura, with facial features painted in a horrifying and maliciously humorous manner. The next second, black flames flew from Franca, landing on these paper figurines, burning the spirituality and mysticism that sustained them. In the blink of an eye, these sinister paper figurines fell in a series of wailing cries, turning to ashes. Harrison has fled. Franca judged quickly after a glance. Lumion, holding the sword of courage, sprinted up the slope, chasing to the edge of the grey fog. The fog swayed gently, seemingly indicating that the enemy had just escaped. Lumion was about to pursue when Franca's voice reached his ears. That switch, sealed artifacts, mine is almost at its limit. Lumion, undeterred by the Black Tear's negative effects, immediately threw the sword of courage over. As soon as the iron-black straight sword left his hand, rationality and clarity reclaimed his mind. Almost forgot that Franca can't leave the grey fog. If I go out alone, even if I catch up with Harrison without an external brain and a pre-planned strategy, the sword of courage would be my biggest problem. Franca, though eager to catch Harrison, remained rational enough to quickly analyze the situation and make an accurate judgment. Once Lumion caught the Black Tear, he immediately placed it back in its isolated space within the traveler's bag, then, with Franca's help, stored the sword of courage as well. He then pulled Franca through the grey fog, returning to the slope leading to the ancient burial chamber. As Lumion used his hunter tracking abilities to search for Harrison, Franca employed divination methods for clues. But after leaving the large burial chamber housing the Samaritan woman's spring, the visitor from Resurrection Island completely disappeared and managed to thwart their divination. They stopped at the Crismona Night Pillar on the 3rd level, exchanging glances. Franca's lake blue eyes revealed undisguised disappointment and regret. She sighed. If I had known, I would have called Jenna to ambush him outside the chamber. Lumion comforted Franca. Given Harrison's displayed strength, we should be glad Jenna wasn't outside alone. She could have been discovered, attacked, and might not have lasted until we left the Samaritan woman's spring. That's true. Definiza rementis. Franca sighed deeply. Holding the white candle, she glanced around and translated the 2 lines of incantation for Lumion. As Lumion lit a new candle, he pondered aloud. Steal the secrets of heaven. He tried to steal my traveler's bag. Did he sense valuable items and thus saw through my concealment? It seems Harrison is more like a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, yet he clearly uses powers of the death pathway, and quite powerful ones at that. The Marauders we've encountered before, even at Sequence 5 Dreamstealer, didn't show such capabilities, and Harrison obviously lacks godhood, a boost from the Celestial Worthy's mark? Franca thoughtfully said. After the Demoness of Black told me the Primordial, one can modify the abilities of different sequences in the Demoness pathway to some extent. I wrote to Madame Judgment about it. She said, it's not only true gods who can do such things, certain kings of angels can too. Ammon, for instance, once altered the mystical knowledge and some abilities acquired in different sequences of the Marauder pathway. Is Harrison exhibiting the original, full version? That might be a reason, but I think some of his actions just now have surpassed Sequence 5. Even a full version. Dreamstealer shouldn't manage that. The Resurrection Island's method of utilizing power and its manifestation differ significantly from the paths of the divine. Lumion pondered aloud. Chapter 862, Help. Holding the white candle, Franca thought for a while but couldn't figure out the situation. She walked towards the area outside the Crismona Night Pillar, saying solemnly, "No matter if it's because Resurrection Island has a special way of utilizing and manifesting power, or if Harrison is a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, using the secrets of heaven to wield the Death Pathway's power, or if he belongs to the Death Pathway and uses the Celestial Worthy's mark or boons to display stealing abilities, we can't underestimate him. We need to report this immediately." Lumion walked beside Franca, nodding. "If I don't use sealed artifacts, I'm not confident I can beat him. At the very least, I'm not sure I can capture or kill him, and he might also possess a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Fortunately, we encountered him today. If it were another time when I was alone, a chance meeting would be much more dangerous." Franca sighed and changed the subject. "Does this mean the followers of the Celestial Worthy are truly involved in Project Vortex? What benefit could they gain? The descent of an evil god?" Lumion speculated based on his knowledge and intelligence. "Or bringing about the apocalypse earlier?" Franca's expression flickered in the dim candlelight, and she could only let out a long sigh. Lumion moved forward, kicking away a silent, bony hand that reached out. He exclaimed with excitement, "This is undoubtedly a very big vortex. We can't just rely on the major arcana cardholders for help. We need to quickly improve our own strength to avoid being swept up and rendered powerless." "Exactly," Franca agreed. Lumion continued to look straight ahead, his voice unwavering. "You need to digest the affliction potion as soon as possible, and I need to quickly bring Ludwig fully into the team." Franca was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Lumion's profile. She hesitated for a moment, then asked carefully, "Are you saying this out of guilt?" "There's no need, we can think of other ways." "Guilt is part of it, but it's not the main reason." Lumion continued forward, without much change in expression. Franca frowned slightly, looking at Lumion, and raised a question she had before, meeting Harrison. "Why did you suddenly come to find me today and be so proactive? I thought I would have to endure our awkward relationship until I couldn't take it anymore and had to seek you out." Lumion chuckled. "If I told you Jenna asked me to find you, would you believe it?" Franca suddenly felt a bit stifled, not even sure why she felt this way, or if it was, for multiple reasons. She muttered. She asked, "And you just came?" Lumion smiled as if talking about something ordinary. "If I absolutely don't want to do something, sans the influence of mystical powers, there's only one person in this world who can force me to do it." Franca knew who Lumion was referring to and understood what he meant. The blockage in her heart eased a lot, but recalling certain things made her expression quite complicated. There was anger, bitterness, and a bit of joy. She clenched her right fist, the one not holding the white candle, and punched Lumion's shoulder with considerable force. "You brat, you gave it away." Lumion took the punch stoically, as if he had anticipated it. They walked in silence for a while. Franca, having adjusted her mood, curiously asked, "Actually, I wanted to ask earlier, Jenna had already found you and expressed her thoughts, and you said the best response was to delay until you became an iron-blooded knight. But in that situation, how could you delay? There was no way to delay anymore." Lumion glanced at Franca. "Find Anthony. Did you forget we have a psychiatrist in our team?" Franca chuckled awkwardly. "How can you discuss such matters with a psychiatrist teammate you meet every day? It's too awkward. Jenna and I definitely can't talk to Anthony about this." Lumion ignored Franca's excuse and continued, "With the help of a psychiatrist or even a hypnotist's abilities, the issue could be delayed for a while. But fundamentally, this is an emotional problem, not a psychological or mental issue. Using a psychiatrist can delay it, but it can't be postponed forever. It will eventually erupt, so it's better to resolve it sooner." Franca tersely responded. After a few more steps, she looked at the darkness ahead and said in a calm but slightly joyful tone, "Do you know why I only punched you once?" "No," Lumion replied frankly. Franca smiled, feeling quite gratified. Previously, you always gave me a feeling that goals, power, and close relationships were important, but you didn't care much about yourself, as if you didn't matter. This time, I originally thought you made all these decisions in that same mindset, but when you said you weren't entirely passive and had your own thoughts, even if just a bit, I was very happy. Lumion did not respond but did not refute her either. In Trier, Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, in an underground room, Anthony met with the Knight of Swords. The minor arcana cardholder still wore a white shirt and black vest, his brown hair slightly disheveled, and his eyes looked quite repressed. At this moment the Knight of Swords sat at a long table, with several playing cards covering different chairs. After glancing at what seemed like the aftermath of a card game, Anthony, who had met the Knight of Swords in the Raklev region of the southern continent, politely greeted him. The Knight of Swords responded briefly. After Anthony found a chair without cards in front of it and sat down, he spoke in a low voice. I need your help with two things. One is to provide psychological treatment for a while to help stabilize my mental state. No problem. Anthony nodded gently. He knew that Madame Justice and Madame Susie were not in Trier recently. It seemed they had left because there were traces of a dragon on the West Midsacher coast, and a member of the Tamara family's judgment branch in the Lowen Kingdom had surfaced and expressed a desire to cooperate. Both ladies had been away for some time and wouldn't return soon. Among the minor arcana card holders in Trier, only he could provide psychological treatment to the Knight of Swords. Maintaining his repressed state, the Knight of Swords continued. The second thing is that we discovered some members of the Indulgence faction seem to have brought a significant item to Trier. There are traces of a demigod among them. We have confirmed where these Indulgence faction members are staying, but without knowing what the item is, or if there are other powerful individuals hidden, we don't want to launch a rash attack. It's best not to involve the authorities in this. If the item is useful to us but falls into official hands, it would be quite troublesome. Every 2 or 3 days, a servant from their villa comes out to buy supplies. Of course, there's likely an Indulgence faction member watching secretly, whose strength and level are uncertain. We will handle distracting the Indulgence faction member watching the servant. You will find an opportunity to hypnotize the servant, ask 2 or 3 questions, and then hypnotize him to forget being questioned. The questioning time is short and the risk is high. We can't guarantee your absolute safety, only that your safety will be our top priority. You can refuse, but if you agree, we will give you sufficient or exceptionally special compensation. Exceptionally special? Anthony asked, slightly puzzled. The Knight of Swords, Marek, took a shiny Lowen gold pound from his pocket and said in a low voice, I believe you recognize it. Anthony immediately remembered the lucky coin Jenna and Ludwig had obtained. After a moment's thought, he decided, all right, I will hypnotize the servant and handle the questioning, but you need to design the questions. I don't know what concerns you. Deal. The Knight of Swords showed a slight smile, but his eyes remained repressed. Anthony looked at him and said, should we start the first psychological treatment now? Okay. The Knight of Swords nodded gently. Anthony smiled peacefully. First, I must clarify that a psychiatrist is not omnipotent. Sometimes, I can only help you find the right path. Other times, I can only provide some emotional relief, allowing you to view troubling matters more normally. Just as restraint is for crucial moments of release, if you never release, I can only help delay it for a while. Eventually, it will be uncontrollable. 2 days later, in a bustling market, Anthony spotted his target, a man with evident southern continent ancestry. Pretending to select fresh meat, he slowly approached the target. According to the plan, the Knight of Swords and his team would now start, distracting the Indulgence faction member watching the servant. If they failed, they would use Wraith Possession to inform him that today's mission was urgently cancelled. Soon, Anthony reached the target's side. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he bent down to pick up a louis d'or from the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he asked the servant beside him, Sir, did you drop this? The servant looked over blankly, the gold coin's shine making him squint. At the same time, Anthony's eyes subtly turned vertical, tinged with a light gold hue. The servant, completely focused on the gold coin, swallowed and said, "Yes, it's mine." Thus Anthony completed the hypnosis. He handed the coin to the servant and asked casually, "What are they doing in the villa, never coming out?" The servant hesitated, then replied, "They're in an orgy, all together. They're making babies, making babies." Chapter 863, Dancing with the Devil. Making babies? Anthony suddenly had a strong sense of foreboding. He immediately abandoned the second question preset by the Knight of Swords and straightforwardly asked, "Who is making babies?" The servant replied, his confusion tinged with fear. "Everyone is. The women are giving birth, and so are the men. Men are giving birth too." Anthony felt a shiver run down his spine and nearly used placate himself. He took another gold coin from his pocket and smiled at the servant. "Did you forget you dropped another louis d'or?" The servant thought the louis d'or's shine had entered the other man's eyes. He assumed the man was trying to bribe him and hastily nodded. Yes, I forgot." As he spoke, the servant's thoughts became fuzzy, as if he heard something but also didn't. When he came to his senses, he had forgotten what had just happened, and the louis d'or in his hand was gone. In an alley 2 streets away from the market, Anthony saw Marek, the Knight of Swords, reflected in a puddle left by last night's sudden rain. Before the Knight of Swords could speak, Anthony quickly relayed the information he had gathered, and then said, "The Indulgence faction only indulges desires, not making babies. That's not their hallmark, right?" The repression in the Knight of Swords' eyes had lessened slightly. He said gravely, "Followers of the primordial moon within the Indulgence faction do occasionally, but not to the extent where even men give birth." Anthony said in a serious tone, "Based on the behavior of those Indulgence faction members, they're bringing a significant item to trial, the brewing of Project Vortex, and the fact that its leaders are brokers who worship an evil god. I suspect that the Mother Desire worshipped by the Indulgence faction and the Great Mother worshipped by the Night Stalkers have started collaborating on something which is a crucial part of Project Vortex." Since the Knight of Swords had come to Trier, he naturally knew about Project Vortex from his Major Arcana card holder. He replied in a low voice, "Your suspicion is alarming. I will immediately report this to Marm Hermit and the higher-ups of our faction. If necessary, we will take decisive action." Anthony nodded. "It would be best to inform the authorities as well. In Trier, no one is better suited to handle this than them. I need to return to my companions and warn them to be on guard against the coming vortex." With that, Anthony was about to leave the alley. "My companion will take you to find the 7 of Wands. It will be faster this way," the Knight of Swords called out to Anthony. "We will give you the promised reward once the situation stabilizes." The minor arcana card holder quickly vanished from the puddle's surface. He was eager to write to his major arcana card holder, the Hermit. In the Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, apartment 702, on 9 Rue Orosai, Franca and Jenna were squeezed together on the sofa, comparing the low and gold pounds in their hands. "I can feel they are somewhat special, but I don't know what makes them special," Franca said happily. She then looked up at Lumion, who had taken her spot. "Mr. Starr's reward is this. Ha, now you're the only one without one." Lumion found it amusing and remarked, "Did you forget about Anthony? And Lugano doesn't have one either." Jenna glanced at Franca, who was leaning on her, and said thoughtfully, "When I first got the lucky coin, I thought it was a gift. But after you and Ludwig got yours, I began to suspect they might be symbols or tokens. We might all experience something together in the future. Lumion is special in many ways. He will get involved sooner or later, and he will get a coin eventually. At least he doesn't have one now," Franca said, showing off her lucky coin. After discussing this for a while, Franca put away her lucky coin and asked Lumion about the serious matter. "How is Ludwig's training going?" "He follows my orders well now. The next step is to go through some experiences together to build rapport with you all," Lumion thought for a moment. "I'll design tasks accordingly. With a small team, it should take 2 or 3 weeks to achieve this. I'll probably finish digesting the affliction potion before your advancement. The main issue now is convincing the Demoness of Black that I can digest it so quickly." In the past few days, Franca's progress in digesting the affliction potion had advanced significantly, and she estimated she needed only about a week more. Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying, "My pleasure portion is fully digested. I just need a couple of days to prepare for the ritual to become a Demoness of affliction." "Sasin?" Franca exclaimed in surprise. Jenna looked at Franca with a complex expression, but did not answer. Franca was stunned for a moment, then said, "Oh." She understood why, which made her feelings even more complicated with a mix of bitterness, sadness, joy, and smugness. "I have given Jenna the potion ingredients and the remaining iced lemon fish fillet," Lumion added. "Okay." Franca quickly adjusted her mindset. Feeling Jenna leaning against her, smelling her fragrance, and looking at Lumion, who had taken her spot and was mimicking her sitting posture, Franca suddenly felt that the past couple of days had been quite enjoyable and reassuring. Except for occasional pain and sadness, everything was great. Lumion was even expressing his importance to her more actively, though not much. Since her transmigration, it was the first time Franca had felt this way. Well, let's just say I've built a harem, except... Franca sighed inwardly. She hoped these times would last longer, and that the Vortex and the apocalypse would never come. At that moment, Lumion turned his head and looked towards the side door of the living room. Anthony's figure quickly took shape there. "I have important information," Anthony said directly. Lumion stood up from the armchair and gestured for Anthony to continue. Anthony quickly relayed the information he had gathered from the servant and his own speculations. During this, Jenna and Franca, the two demonesses, both had a premonition of danger from their spirituality. Lumion said without hesitation, "I'll inform Madam Magician immediately, then meet up with Ludwig and Lugano and move to a new safe house. We'll wait for instructions from the major arcana card holders." Above the endless grey fog, in an ancient and majestic palace, on either side of a mottled bronze table, figures shrouded in grey fog quickly formed. There were 8 of them. The seats at the head and foot of the table were empty. Miss Justice stood up, looked around and said, "This is an emergency meeting with Mr. Fool's permission." Madam Magician did not waste time. Once Miss Justice sat down, she immediately asked Mr. Starr across from her, "Was it your idea or hint from the Church of Emini to send the 2 of Cups to fetch water from the Samaritan woman's spring?" Mr. Starr sat upright this time. "It was a revelation I received in a dream." "A dream? Is the Evanite goddess reminding us to pay attention to Harrison?" "Yes, she should know that Harrison has entered and exited the Samaritan woman's spring several times and mastered the pattern." Madam Magician did not ask further and turned to Ma'am Hermit on her side. "Has Queen Mystic conveyed any information?" Ma'am Hermit shook her head, then said, after recalling, "She hasn't contacted me for a while. I tried to reach her a couple of days ago but received no response." As she spoke, Ma'am Hermit suddenly paused, foreseeing a scene. Then she saw the gaze of Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Moon, Mr. Sun and Madam Judgment all fall on her, their expressions solemn and their eyes full of undisguised vigilance. Tossed high into the air by a storm, then slammed back into the vortex of the sea, the Dawn struggled to maintain its balance like a toy thrown into the ocean. There was not a single sailor on its deck. The sails and ropes moved on their own, as if controlled by invisible hands. After a long time, the storm finally subsided and the Dawn, the flagship of Queen Mystic, soon stabilized. Ahead, an island covered in dark green, nearly black, giant trees slowly emerged, under the blue sky and white clouds. Wearing a floral shirt and a brown captain's coat, Queen Mystic Bernadette stepped out of the cabin and walked to the bow. Her blue eyes were as deep as the ocean, her straight eyebrows extended gracefully, and her naturally flowing chestnut hair reached her waist. She wore pants and boots for ease of movement. Empty-handed Queen Mystic gazed at the island, her eyes darkening, her face expressionless. As the island drew nearer, another person emerged from the cabin. This person was also a woman, with black hair and brown eyes, a pretty face, and the typical appearance of a Loinese. She wore a dark robe with many pockets and different flowers embroidered on it, a favorite outfit of ancient merchants, Overseer Perle. This evil god worshipper and initiator of Project Vortex appeared on Queen, Mystic's ship. Pearl walked to the bow and stood beside Bernadette, also gazing at the island, a clear smile on her face. Chapter 864, Center of the Vortex. Quartier 14. Within the botanical garden, there stood a wooden cabin belonging to the caretaker. Lumion had prepared this safe house before heading to Marauder. He hadn't rented it. Instead, he used money to persuade the garden caretaker to vacate the place whenever needed and to pretend he still lived there. Franca glanced at the lush trees surrounding them, then turned her gaze back to Ludwig, who was sitting at a small wooden table, munching on a donut. She asked, with a playful smile, "How about I give you some homework?" Ludwig looked up quickly, eyeing Franca warily and instinctively scooting back. Franca laughed immediately, muttering to herself, "I fear an angel's pain, and my affliction potion has digested a bit more." "Why are you bullying a child?" Jenna asked, amused by the scene. "What child?" Franca explained with a grin. "Yo!" I had suspected that making Ludwig experience the pain of studying and doing homework might help me digest the potion, but I didn't try it for fear of ruining Lumion's training and making Ludwig want to run away from home. Now, with the vortex possibly approaching, I need to digest as much as I can. Besides, it's not like Ludwig will bond with us that quickly anyway. Ludwig's brown eyes clearly conveyed one message as he looked at Franca. "You, Demoness." Jenna thought carefully and realized Franca's reasoning made sense. Once Lumion completed his advancement and she herself reached the stage of the Demoness of Affliction, this could be one of the ways to digest the potion. Ludwig's gaze flicked between Franca and Jenna before he spoke in a determined tone. "I will do my best to build rapport with you all." "Not bad." Lumion clapped his hands, then said to Franca and Jenna, "Ah, you two had the potential to be conspirers. Now Ludwig doesn't mind teaming up with you. I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Franca looked around, sensing that Lugano and Anthony's gazes seemed to say, "Look, you've driven the kid to this point." Lumion tossed a chocolate coin to Ludwig and asked thoughtfully, "After eating that chef's stomach, you should have recalled quite a bit of knowledge, right?" Ludwig quickly unwrapped the chocolate and answered honestly, "Yes, this training is quite effective." Franca was a little surprised and looked at Lumion with admiration. Lumion pulled up a chair and asked in a coaxing tone, "Do you know anything about the broker pathway? What do they mean by vortex?" Busy with training Ludwig and giving him tasks, Lumion had nearly overlooked that Ludwig was an angel from beyond the barrier and might know something about the broker pathway. After learning about Project Vortex, Lumion had asked Ludwig a similar question before going to Marauder, but Ludwig had shaken his head saying he had no recollection. Now, he had recovered some memories and was much more obedient. Chewing on the chocolate, Ludwig fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he said uncertainly, "It seems to involve more complex transactions, with multiple traders, not just one-on-one deals." As he spoke, Ludwig took a stack of bread slices from the side and laid them out on the table, representing different traders. He then pointed to the bread slices and said, "Transactions can occur between any of these groups, or there can be three-way, four-way, or even more parties involved. Connecting the corresponding lines creates a web or a vortex involving many people." Lumion understood Ludwig's meaning and pondered, "It seems the transaction between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Great Mother is just one part of the vortex. So where is the center of the vortex?" In the Square District, outside a villa where several members of the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction lived, Angoulême de Frangois and a group of purifiers had arrived nearby. For this mission, he had borrowed a sealed artifact from the Inquisition in the Market District, his preferred Grade 1 sealed artifact, the Sword of the Sun, which was now embedded in the spine of a grey-white humanoid mechanical creation. Angoulême looked up at the sky, where white clouds floated and the sun wasn't too intense. He glanced around and said, "Squad A, enter with me. Squad B, ambush underground. Squad C, go to the back door." After instructing his team, he spread his arms slightly and said, "St. Vive and St. Plessis are watching us. We will surely be victorious. Praise the sun." Praise the sun. Every purifier responded. Once the squads were in position, Angoulême, wearing a brown wool coat, moved from stillness to motion and charged towards the villa, with the grey-white humanoid mechanical creation following closely. For this mission, which might involve a demigod from the Rose school of thought, Angoulême was not too worried. The Archbishop of Trier, Saint Plessis, and the guardian angel of Trier, Saint Vive, were not just watching but were also nearby, ready to purify the evil. The main goal was to force the bloody members of the Rose school of thought out of hiding. If necessary, they could destroy the entire villa, purifying both the Beyonders and the ordinary people who worshipped evil gods together. Although Angoulême believed that some of the ordinary people might still have a chance to be saved, some might not be deeply devoted to the Mother Tree of Desire. Their rescue depended on ensuring the safety of his team. As the captain, his primary responsibility was to his subordinates. Angoulême was the first to rush through the garden and reach the front door of the villa. Just then, he saw a white, thin mist rising inside, twisting and turning to form faces of agony that seemed almost real on the glass windows and walls. Angoulême stopped and prepared to summon light of holiness to purify the mist. Suddenly, deep within the thin white mist, in a room on the second floor of the villa, crimson moonlight began to glow. It quickly outlined a stiff, sluggish, twisted, and blurry figure. For some reason, upon seeing the crimson figure, Angoulême and his team felt a sense of awe at an ultimate beauty. They gazed obsessively at the crimson figure slowly approaching the window, completely forgetting their mission. They heard the cries of babies in their ears. Along with the cries came a sinister, genderless voice. "You're just in time." In the depths of a primitive island, where the trees suddenly disappeared, relying on the help of someone to circumvent her father's ban. Queen Mystic, Bernadette once again saw the black mausoleum built into the hollowed-out mountain. Most of the mausoleum was part of the mountain itself, with some artificial traces. There were no weeds or vines on its surface. It stood over 100 meters tall, majestic and grand. This was where Bernadette's father, the former emperor of the Intis Empire, Roselle Gustave, who had created an era, lay in eternal rest. Engraved on the mausoleum's surface were the civil code established and promulgated by Roselle, along with his new social customs and inventions. In his later years, Roselle had forcefully switched from the mystery prior pathway to the lawyer pathway, attempting to become the Black Emperor of Sequence Zero, but had perished during the apotheosis ritual. This was an intentional outcome because he had suffered severe, hidden corruption after visiting the moon in his later years. He considered using the Black Emperor's characteristics of eternal tombs and undying order to escape the corruption. However, after his death, the Beyonder characteristics belonging to the mystery, prior and savant pathways would completely separate, and if he were to be resurrected, only the pure Black Emperor characteristics would be summoned back to his body, preventing him from becoming a half-mad entity like the Blood Emperor of the Fourth Epoch who had forcibly switched pathways. Unfortunately, despite completing the Black Emperor ritual and gaining the rank of a true god, Roselle found that the hidden corruption could not be escaped even in death. It kept regenerating. Thus Roselle, neither fully dead nor truly alive, sealed himself to prevent being completely altered by the corruption. Bernadette had visited this Black Emperor mausoleum once before, using the abilities of a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and Mr. Fool's help to further seal and protect her father. She came today to use the method of multiple corruptions entangling each other to achieve balance, hoping to free her father from his current state and revive him. Afterward, she could wait for Mr. Fool to awaken and perform the best seal on the corruption. This way, even if it wasn't Mr. Fool who awakened, but rather the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, her father could barely maintain himself through his own balance. For this, she was willing to push some grey transactions. She had also prepared, extensively based on her foresight to prevent the situation from deteriorating. This time, Bernadette encountered no obstacles or attacks like before, and smoothly reached her father's mausoleum. This confirmed one of the traders the broker Pearly had roped in, and this trade might involve more than two parties. "You can now perform the ritual to let the desired corruption enter the mausoleum," Overseer Pearl said with a smile to Queen Mystic Bernadette. "But I need the magic wishing lamp as a medium." "005, the magic wishing lamp," Bernadette replied calmly. "That wasn't part of the deal." Pearl sighed with a smile. It would make the ritual simpler and more effective. But it's okay. The trade you facilitated to bring me here has pleased my master, and I have received a new boon. I can try to complete the ritual on my own with the corresponding items. As she spoke, Pearlie spread her arms, her body gradually turning into white mist. The mist expanded, slowly rotating to form a vortex. Chapter 865, The Traders. As clusters of grey-white crystals were enveloped by the mist and disintegrated, blending into it, Pearlie's white mist expanded rapidly into a gigantic peculiar vortex. Within the vortex, the overseer's face flickered in and out of view, sometimes distorted, sometimes normal. She looked up at the sky, her voice becoming ethereal, and spoke using the words of order. Bernadette offers a location of Roselle's mausoleum on the primitive island, the place for the vortex ritual, and some materials in exchange for a grey trade. She requests that the great uncertain mist bestow a blessing upon Roselle, bringing balance to the corruption within him. As soon as Pearlie finished speaking, a light appeared within the white vortex. Within the light was a deep, dark void, at the center of which was a solid, massive planet, shrouded in layers of ever-changing white mist. Suddenly, a wisp of white mist that could envelop the planet detached itself and moved towards the edge of the light, as if encountering an invisible barrier. That wisp of white mist spread out, becoming intangible, and then, using the power of the ritual, a medium containing the truth, and the cracks in the invisible barrier, it penetrated magically, merging with the white mist that Pearlie had become, landing on her sometimes grim, sometimes smiling, blurred face. The two fused into one. Then a large part of the white mist that Pearlie had transformed into separated and flowed like a river towards the black mausoleum built into the hollowed-out mountain, seeping inside continuously. Queen Mystic Bernadette turned her back on the mausoleum. Her chestnut hair suddenly parted, and a pair of cold, merciless, transparent eyes grew at the back of her head. Other facial features slowly formed around these eyes, blurring together. It seemed like another her was emerging. Through this, Bernadette glimpsed several scenes inside the black mausoleum, confirming that her father Roselle was being enveloped by the white mist. The mist slowly eroded Roselle's body, beginning to distort the constantly regenerating corruption, slowing it down. Likewise, it distorted the force that rapidly killed the new corruption. Due to the difference in quantity between the white mist corruption and the original corruption, it would take some time to maintain the ritual to achieve true balance. At this moment, the mid-morning sun in the blue sky with white clouds suddenly blazed intensely, as if sensing the dangerous grey trade happening on this primitive island. With the white mist strengthened by the wisp from the light, Pearl's face became more blurred and abstract, the corresponding mist expanding to completely envelop the treeless area, though it did not approach Bernadette or the black mausoleum. One by one, points of light appeared within the mist. Pearlie's distorted face turned to one of these points of light, and in an even more ethereal and elusive voice said, "The great supernova dominator agrees to intervene fully, suppressing the barrier so that all true gods in the astral world cannot interfere with the matters inside the barrier." Before Pearlie could finish speaking, a blinding light suddenly emerged within the point of light she was gazing at, bright enough to devour all darkness and blind an angel. With this change, the sky was illuminated as if a flashbang had been thrown into a dark room. Even Pearlie, protected by the ritual, had to close her eyes. Neither she nor Queen Mystic Bernadette could see the high sky becoming void, with a transparent barrier full of cracks deep within the void. Within that void there was a drawn sun, a gigantic entity shrouded in dense darkness, a terrifying figure surrounded by a storm of lightning, a pair of brass-colored eyes opening within the cracks, a corner filled with wheat, flowers, and springs, and a faint glow presenting vague scenes of civilization. A massive, heavy, and profound fireball crashed heavily onto the invisible barrier with many cracks, exploding with a dazzling light that illuminated the void completely, making the abstract patterns seem nearly transparent. This didn't cause widespread earthquakes within the barrier, it merely temporarily blinded people. In the white mist, Pearlie's face, with closed eyes, continued speaking with the words of order. What he needs in return is for the seal on the ship beneath Port Santa to be broken. As soon as Pearlie finished speaking, one of the points of light grew slightly, showing a scene of the deep blue sea. Finally, the bright light penetrating the barrier became less dazzling, and Pearl opened her eyes, looking at the deep blue sea within the point of light. In an ethereal voice, she said, "Topsy, the School of Deliciousness, is willing to pay this price." As Pearlie spoke, a terrifying vortex suddenly formed in the deep blue sea. A monster emerged from the vortex, towering dozens or hundreds of meters high, with a lower body resembling a giant snake covered in shark-like skin with hidden evil patterns. The upper body split into 9 necks, each with a different head, some resembling snakes, some like giant sharks, some with wet black wolf heads, some possibly of legendary dragons. The most bizarre central head appeared human, but had only a mouth left, with teeth sharp enough to crush anything. This head lunged at the invisible force sealing the sea, biting it furiously, while the other heads either devoured the fish in the sea, spewed venom at the seal, or tried to use their abilities to affect the seal. "What he needs is..." Pearla's voice reached Queen Mystic Bernadette's ears, through the white mist, "for the angel of the great primordial hunger to return." Outside the white mist, Bernadette had conjured an ancient-style spear. This spear had appeared in ancient times and was stained with the blood of a great being, covered in dark red spots and stains, seemingly capable of harming true gods. Mystical reenactment, Spear of Longinus. Bernadette hurled the spear, emitting a destructive aura into the white mist, not targeting Pearlie, but the point of light that had grown larger. She intended to stop the subsequent grey trades, preventing the vortex from spinning further and causing real harm. After all, she had achieved her goal, and maintaining it for a while longer would suffice. The spear of Longinus pierced the white mist, hitting the point of light showing the deep blue sea. However, it didn't dim or extinguish the point of light, as if it had struck a phantom. As the ancient spear dissipated, Pearla's exaggeratedly smiling face turned towards Bernadette. "The vortex has formed. Unless you kill me, it won't stop. And if I die now, Roselle won't achieve true balance, and the broken, fragile balance won't be restored." Bernadette froze. Pearl then looked at another point of light, and in an ethereal voice said, "Offering help to Topsy of the School of Deliciousness is Mr. Higdon of the Order of All Extinction." The point of light Pearl was gazing at grew slightly, revealing a luxurious room. In the room, an elderly man with neatly combed graying hair sat quietly on an antique armchair. He wore a crisp white shirt and black suit with a grey bow tie, his handsome but stern face showing intermittent festering and oozing from exposed skin, with maggots crawling out occasionally. His deep, magnetic voice reached the white mist and Pearl's face. "But I don't know where the target is in Trier." Pearl's twisted smile widened, her gaze shifting to another point of light at an angle above. That point of light grew, revealing a dimly lit room with closed doors and windows. Sunlight streamed in through the glass windows, illuminating countless dust particles floating in the air. Below the dust was an old wooden loom with a black-haired woman sitting beside it, her hair reaching her waist. The woman had an ethereal demeanor and delicate features, but kept her eyes shut, constantly pulling out her hair and weaving it into the threads on the loom. Tears of pus-laden blood streamed from her eyes, her left arm severed and fallen to the ground, her skirt covering her empty legs, with a graceful female statue standing behind her. The statue, originally faceless, gradually grew features, resembling the woman's. The hair threads on the loom shimmered with faint light, containing a wealth of information. Seemingly hearing Overseer Pearl's question, the woman brushed her fingers over several black hair threads on the loom. The threads she touched lit up, revealing the corresponding information. The Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought brought the shadow of the beauty goddess to Trier, trying to get as close as possible to Fourth Epoch Trier. They did it covertly, avoiding detection by Trier's demigods. The Temperance faction of the Church of the Fool discovered the Indulgence faction's movements and the presence of an important item early, but hesitated to act immediately. They waited for the right moment to complete their investigation, missing the opportunity. Lumion Lee and Ludwig moved to a safe house in District 14's Botanical Garden in Trier. If he knew how immense this vortex would be, he would have regretted not teleporting directly to the new city of Silver with his companions. But how could he have known? These intertwined destinies formed a foreseeable future. Overseer Pearlie's ethereal voice echoed in the room. The founder of the Dream Seekers, Fate's attendant Aloise, is responsible for weaving the entire matter, ensuring it progresses smoothly without alerting higher beings. She will also provide the locations of 2 angels. As Pearlie spoke, the woman named Heloise plucked a strand of destiny thread, representing Lumion and Ludwig moving to the new safe house. A bit of light jumped out, splitting into 3 fragments that entered the white mist, transformed by Pearl and flew in different directions. Chapter 866, The Painting. In Trier within the botanical garden, inside the wooden house, Lumion and the others were blinded by the sudden bright light from the sky, unable to open their eyes for a full minute. Ludwig was the first to recover. He ran to the window and looked out at the plants, as if searching for something. Lumion was the second to recover. He frowned and said to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, "Is this the start of the Vortex? It's quite a commotion. I wonder if it will affect us." Franca said just as a strong sense of danger washed over her. In such matters, Demonesses always had keen intuition. Almost simultaneously, Jenna exclaimed, "It will definitely affect us. I have a feeling we can't stay here any longer." Lumion paused for a moment, then quickly whispered, "Tell me, Boris, you didn't warn me, because what's about to happen is something you want to see." As he spoke, Lumion signaled to Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Lugano to come closer. They each grabbed his arm, shoulder, and vest. The only one who lacked the tacit understanding was Ludwig. Lumion looked at the young boy and said sternly, "Do you want to be punished with homework? Get over here." Ludwig's face showed fear, and he instinctively turned his body. But the next second, he reluctantly looked back out the window. He didn't know what he was waiting for. He just felt he should stay here, waiting, for something very important. Lumion urged again. Ludwig's expression changed, and he finally couldn't resist the authority of his godfather and his fear of schoolwork and exams. He ran over to Lumion, grabbing his black vest. Still lacking tacit understanding, the ritual can't be considered complete. Lumion sighed inwardly and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He needed to teleport this large group to the new city of Silver, to the headquarters of the Church of the Fool. Lumion saw layers of dense colors and countless transparent, strange figures, along with the 7 pure, bright lights always far overhead. He was about to travel through the familiar spirit world to the coordinates representing the new city of Silver when his body suddenly felt heavy, pulling him away from this fantastical, mysterious, mad, and illusory world. Lumion found himself and the others back in a wooden house within the botanical garden, in the same state as when Ludwig had just grabbed his vest. With his extensive experience, Lumion's eyes narrowed, and he warned his companions, Franca and Jenna. Circle Inhabitant. Outside Emperor Rosel's mausoleum on the primitive island, in the area in front of the tomb shrouded in thin white mist. The 3 pieces of information that flew out from the point of light where Fate's attendant Heloise was located landed on 3 different points of light. One was where Higden of the Order of All Extinction was, another seemed to be inside a tunnel under Trier, where a figure holding a carbide lamp, dressed in a black robe and looking different from those from the northern and southern continents, was the visitor from Easter Island named Harrison. The 3rd point of light first showed darkness, then outlined a figure. This figure was in his 50s, with a thick head of hair with a hint of white, and clear, deep lake blue eyes. He was a man with neatly trimmed facial hair, and his features were well defined. Even at his age, he could be considered handsome. Voisin Sanson, circle inhabitant of the Sinners, Voisin Sanson, the father of Roche Louis Sanson, the original identity of Aurore, a follower of Inevitability, Voisin Sanson. As soon as Voisin Sanson, dressed in a black suit, received the information about Lumion Ludwig and the other's location, he disappeared into the darkness of the expanding point of light. Higden of the Order of All Extinction also quickly left his room, no longer participating in this real-time, complex trade without physical distance. Overseer Pearlie showed no surprise at this. With her ethereal voice, she announced the progress of the trade. Voisin Sanson of the Sinners has obtained crucial information about the recovery of the Inevitability Angel. The corresponding price will be paid by the Great Circle of Inevitability. Mr. Higden of the Order of All Extinction has begun his actions. The reward will be given after he completes the recovery of the Angel of Primordial Hunger and provides some assistance to Voisin Sanson, paid by Loki of April Fools. As Pearlie's words spread, and with the invocation of those honorific names, the area around the white mist grew increasingly dim and uncertain, shadows rising as if a terrifying will was about to descend. Normally, Pearlie shouldn't have known or spoken of information regarding great beings, as it would bring extremely terrible and severe consequences. After all, after convincing the grey-leaning Queen Mystic Bernadette with previous events, she had only received a new blessing through a substantial sacrifice, becoming a true Vortex weaver, but not yet reaching the rank of an angel. However, she was currently under the protection of the Vortex ritual and had just accepted a wisp of mist transmitted by her faith's truth, the uncertain mist, allowing her to remain unaffected. Her understanding of those great beings came from that wisp of mist, previously only contacting corresponding secret organizations and underground cults to reach relatively certain agreements. At this moment, Bernadette disintegrated herself into strands of information, surging towards Pearlie's face within the grey mist in a vast torrent. She hoped to influence the other party in this way, preventing the subsequent trades from progressing, but without destroying the current ritual. Pearlie's face, composed of mist, suddenly dispersed, disappearing from Bernadette's perception. The vast torrent of information surged forward, seemingly lost in the white mist, unable to find the true location of the target. Soon, the torrent of information separated from the white mist and reformed Bernadette's body. Pearlie's face then reappeared in different parts of the white mist, sometimes smiling, sometimes cursing, sometimes pretending to be friendly, sometimes babbling. These faces converged inward, once again forming Pearlie's sometimes distorted, sometimes normal blurred face within the depths of the white mist. Pearlie continued speaking with the words of order. Harrison from Easter Island has received information about Lumion Lee's location. After the Vortex ritual ends, he will use the special mirror world to visit Fourth Epoch Trier, paying a special item of the Fate pathway as a reward. This is the item Fate's attendant, Madame Heloise, wishes to obtain. Come in. As Pearlie announced the new trade, a half-body figure that was nearly transparent and quite ethereal grew from Bernadette's back. This figure looked identical to Bernadette, even in clothing. She held a pale mask with only holes for the eyes, shining with a metallic luster, and quickly put it on. Pale Death. Another Grade 0 sealed artifact owned by Bernadette. Pale Death. She intended to use this to control Pearlie. At that moment, Bernadette's vision blurred suddenly, and the surrounding environment and distances became exceptionally chaotic. She was passively shifted in position, hearing an unusually familiar deep voice in her ear. Bernadette. Outside the Black Emperor's mausoleum, within the increasingly dense and varied white mist, in an underground location somewhere in Trier, within his corresponding point of light, Harrison took out an item. It was a thumb-sized, colorful bead with a glass-like texture, exuding a calming aura. Harrison then threw the bead into the surrounding white mist. Under Overseer Pearlie's gaze, the bead passed through Harrison's corresponding point of light, through the dense white mist, and into the point of light where Dreamseeker founder Eloise was. The delicate woman weaving fate caught the colorful glass-like bead with her remaining right hand. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly saw a scene. A bald man in a yellow robe with a strange cape sat cross-legged on a bed, a halo of pure light behind his head. Deep within the halo seemed to lead to the unknown, hiding many things. Eloise put down the bead, pulled out another strand of hair, and completed the last bit of her task. It was a blessing from fate. Project Vortex will be successfully completed. Eloise's black hair carried this message, woven into the previous threads. With a swish, a large piece of skin on the right half of Eloise's face was torn off by an invisible force, revealing the bloody, wriggling flesh beneath. She had not yet become an angel and could not normally weave such far-reaching fate. She could only forcefully complete it with the goddess's statue, but each weave brought severe damage. Her eyes had gone blind in the process, and her feet, legs, left arm and fingers had also been broken. Of course, as long as she did not die on the spot, she could obtain special medicine for treatment through transactions with brokers. Overseer Pearlie's face in the white mist turned her gaze to another point of light. This point of light showed a scene of an altar inside an ancient castle, surrounded by intact but lifeless bodies, their flesh and bones made into brushes and paints. A man with long hair, empty eyes, and a frenzied expression had completed the preliminary preparations at the center of the altar. It was a nearly finished, eerie oil painting, just 2 strokes away from completion. The painting depicted an endless, dark, starry sky with blood-red circles on the left, resembling a special tunnel or a creature's mouth. On the right, numerous silver, white, and black flickered from bone powder, just short of forming a ring. Overseer Pearlie's voice resonated. The string believer, Mr. Sage of the Fantasy Association, has sacrificed many bestowed and followers, and is about to complete a magnificent and outstanding painting. Next, we will witness the unveiling of that painting. Mr. Sage's reward will be personally given by the great uncertain mist at the end of the Vortex ritual, which is also what the great being he believes in wants to see. Chapter 867, Exerting Influence. The man known as Mr. Sage used a brush made of bone and hair, dipped it into the paint made from flesh and blood, and painstakingly applied it to the depths of the blood-red circles. Pearlie's ethereal voice sounded once again. This is an outstanding painting representing the endless cosmos. Once completed, it will allow 2 great beings to transmit a bit of their power into the barrier. Although this cannot be used for targeted attacks or corruption, it can exert more universal influence according to predetermined rules. Before Pearlie could finish speaking, Mr. Sage, with his long hair and vacant eyes, finally pressed the human hair and bone brush onto the predetermined spot. His right side suddenly melted like a candle, with flesh flowing towards the brush, racing into the depths of the blood-red circles. LT seemed as though it really connected to the endless cosmos, where no matter how much flesh accumulated, it eventually vanished. Mr. Sage, left with only half a body and half a head, still had not died. He caught the falling brush with his left hand. On the oil painting, a pin-sized dot appeared in the depths of the blood-red circles. It was dark, as if a sound was emanating from it. Pearlie's face in the white mist announced the results of the trade with the words of order. The great inextinguishable ravings has transmitted the first philosophy, allowing the immortal voice to penetrate the barrier in small amounts. These will be received by all who can hear unknown and mystical voices. The higher the sequence, the greater the impact. And some faithful followers of the first philosophy will, after the Vortex ritual is truly over, approach the remnants of the Knowledge Moor and Fourth Epoch Trier with the help of the Mirror People Trier at the real residence of Professor and Associate Professor, just recovering from the sudden burst of brilliant light and barely able to see their surroundings. Professor and Associate Professor were worried about the current anomalies. They discuss whether to take the children to the small sacrificial square in the underground catacombs, their expressions changing. Instinctively they raised their hands to cover their ears, but their facial muscles still twisted, and the veins on their temples bulged and throbbed. They heard an indescribable strange sound, causing both physical and mental anguish. In their pain, Professor and Associate Professor exchanged glances, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. This wasn't the voice of the hidden sage. This was an unprecedented situation for Professor and Associate Professor. Although they occasionally discovered some mysterious sounds while researching warlock spells and exploring certain special scenarios, aside from the indoctrination by the hidden sage, they had never encountered such unannounced sounds. Moreover, even without carefully distinguishing the content of the sounds, they suffered severe effects. Fortunately, compared to the indoctrination of the hidden sage, this seemed more bearable and did not push them to the brink of losing control. Most beyonders of the mystery prior pathway, upon hearing these mysterious, terrifying sounds, witnessed a phantom light composed of complex information, writhing madly like a shedding giant snake in an unknown place. In the basement of the house where the psychic magazine was located, Mr. K, wearing a black robe and hood, suddenly stood up from the red-bagged chair. The veins on the back of his exposed hands had turned black, writhing like insects. "No! No!" Mr. K muttered in pain. "It's not the Lord's voice." He suddenly shouted, pulling off his hood and sticking his fingers into his ears. Mr. K's face had completely twisted, making his original appearance unrecognizable. He continually muttered in a voice filled with more mental agony than physical pain. "It's not the Lord's voice? It's not the Lord's voice?" Amidst the grating sound, Mr. K used both hands to tear off his ears, the ripped flesh grotesque and terrifying. It wasn't enough. Mr. K forcefully inserted his fingers into his ear canals, puncturing his eardrums and clogging his ear passages. Yet he still heard the sound. He prostrated, lying on the ground, and tearfully repented to his Lord. As he repented, he vomited clumps of blood-stained organs. Similar to Mr. K, some angels, saints, and oracles of the Aurora Order also suffered intense and painful effects, making it difficult to follow the Lord's commands to stop something. In the forsaken land of the gods, a majestic mountain range was surrounded by strange light, with dense darkness at its core. At the edge of the light, various twisted shadows continued to form, rushing madly like moths into the darkness at the center. The darkness occasionally split open, revealing a gaze from behind the veil. On the bloody altar in the ancient castle, Mr. Sage pressed the human hair and bone brush into a pile of silver-black bone powder made from some unknown substance. The painter, now only half a body and half a head, twisted the brush forcefully, then raised it, aiming it at the last unfinished part of the endless cosmos. Oil. Painting. As the brush fell, Mr. Sage's remaining half body and half head also began to melt, like a candle. Soon, the brush, carrying the painter, completed the silver-black ring. Almost simultaneously, the ring became ethereal, as if scratched, and seemed to merge into the air. 3 faint figures appeared on the silver-black ring, constantly changing positions, as if eternally chasing each other. The endless cosmos. Oil painting was completed, but Mr. Sage would never see this work. Overseer Pearl's voice sounded once more. The great circle of inevitability is gazed upon this. All external forces attempting to interfere with Project Vortex will inevitably fail, except for the participants themselves. Above the blue sea, in the sky where the strong light had driven away the white clouds, Madam Magician, dressed in a women's shirt and brown ankle-length skirt, appeared with Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit. The latter not only wore her usual glasses, but also had layers of dazzling starlight covering her ears. When the mysterious, terrifying, and unknown sound appeared earlier, Madam Magician had sealed Ma'am Hermit's listening abilities in both the literal and mystical senses. Although this could not completely isolate the sound's influence, it significantly reduced its effect, allowing Ma'am Hermit to perform basic actions and warlock spells. Gazing at the blue sea below, Madam Magician frowned slightly and said, "I clearly pinpointed the island where the Emperor slumbers. This is the 3rd failure, a failed wandering. Inevitable failure." Only Miss Justice, wearing a white dress with golden patterns, could hear the magician's voice. Miss Justice was about to relay the question to Ma'am Hermit through mental communication, when the hermit, dressed in a patterned purple robe, foresaw a certain scene. Enduring the pain, the hermit used fairy tale magic to create a brightly colored, somewhat unrealistic ball of yarn in her palm. Ma'am Hermit threw the yarn forward, watching it roll into the void, leaving only a thread in the air to guide the direction. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal yarn rolled back from the void to Ma'am Hermit's feet. In Trier, the villa where several members of the Rose School were hiding, was enveloped in holy and pure light, forming a slowly shaping golden sun. There was no shadow or darkness here. Angoulême de François and his team were awakened by St. Viev's attack on the villa. They immediately received St. Plessy's order to evacuate the area. But before they could turn around, they were nearly blinded by the brilliant light, exploding from above, their bodies and minds in shock. When the light subsided, they recovered and ran frantically towards the street, away from the villa. Angoulême was most grateful that the surrounding residents had already been evacuated. After running for a while, his vision blurred, and his thoughts became hazy. He found himself and his team back where they had been standing, affecting St. Viev's performance. In Trier, high above the city, Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Star, and Mr. Moon's figures quickly appeared. "We can't find 7 of Wands and 2 of Cups, or rather, we can't reach the safe house they're hiding in," said Mr. Hanged Man, dressed as a captain and riding a storm. He quickly understood the situation and spoke to Mr. Star, wearing a white shirt, black coat, and red gloves, and Mr. Moon dressed in a tailcoat. Mr. Moon, with his handsome face, crimson eyes, and large bat wings gently flapping behind him, did not respond. He turned his head, looking towards a place in the plaza district where bright light had erupted, and murmured in confusion. "The ancestor summoning," Mr. Starr with an elderly voice said, "is the influence of the power of inevitability." "Yes," said the Madam Judgment in knight's training clothes, emerging from the void. "I sense the calls of 2 of Cups and 7 of Cups, but I can't descend to them," Mr. Starr continued in his elderly voice. "There are only 2 ways to solve this problem. One is to find the medium, allowing the power of inevitability to seep through and destroy it. The other is to discover flaws in the operation of inevitability's power and use them to escape the predicament. Of course, this all assumes that the being named inevitability is only exerting a slight influence through a medium and has not descended into our world." "Find the medium," Madam Judgment murmured, then said, "I'll ask Will for help." As she spoke, a diamond on her gemstone bracelet lit up with pure light. At the same time, worms made of intertwined transparent and opaque segments, seemingly ringed, crawled out of Mr. Starr's eye sockets, ears, and nostrils. Chapter 868, Confrontation. High above Trier, an ancient, mottled, gigantic shadow emerged. It resembled a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 segments. Each segment was either grey-white or dark green, intermixed yet distinct, each marked with different symbols. Clang. The ethereal chime seemed to traverse through ages, making all of Trier appear frozen in time. In this brief stasis, transparent and opaque worms with 12 rings crawled, frantically, burrowing into various places, seeking patterns to deceive and escape, the influence of fate. Lumion and the others were also momentarily immobilized by the ancient-sounding chime. Not long ago, upon hearing Lumion mention the term circle inhabitant, Franca and Jenna both took out a tarot card from the traveler's bag. The tarot card depicted an angel sounding a trumpet to guide the departed. Major Arcana card, Judgment. Next, the 2 Demonesses softly chanted in Hermes, "Rain, Judgment." They felt Madam Judgment's response, but it was faint, unable to establish a true connection. The 2 Demonesses instantly understood that this botanical garden or the surrounding area of the cabin was under more severe restrictions, not just the influence of the circle inhabitants' abilities. While they sought Madam Judgment's descent, Lumion, Anthony, and Lugano watched as their cabin rapidly decayed and collapsed, like a long-buried tree trunk, disintegrating into the soil. Boom! A blazing white fireball shot upward, blasting apart the collapsing ceiling, preventing the rotting wood from touching anyone present. As the cabin decayed and collapsed, Lumion saw 2 figures appear several dozen meters ahead. One figure was slender, of medium height, wearing a crisp white shirt and black suit, with a grey bow tie. His features were sharp and pronounced. Although he appeared elderly, it was clear he had been quite handsome in his youth. His hair was now graying but meticulously groomed, and his face bore brown age spots that seemed ready to fester and ooze. The other figure was also dressed formally, in his 50s, with thick blonde hair, flecked with white, eyes as clear as a lake, and a meticulously trimmed beard. Despite his age, he was still strikingly handsome. Seeing the latter figure, Lumion, though prepared, still forced a hoarse voice from his throat. "Voice in Sansong." This was the leader of the Sinners organization, the father of Aurore's original body, a follower of fate who had brought tragedy to Aurore. "Sanson, leave those 2 Demonesses to me," the man with the age spots said, his eyes brightening at the sight of Franca and Jenna, addressing circle inhabitant Voisin Sanson. It wasn't just a lust for beauty, but a deep-seated attraction from more profound factors. Voisin Sanson gazed at Lumion, chuckling lightly as he responded to his collaborator. "No problem, Higden." Lumion suppressed his urge to rush forward for revenge, quickly instructing, "Ludwig, you handle the blonde one." Last time, Lumion had relied on the residual aura of the Blood Emperor to intimidate Voisin Sanson, causing the circle inhabitant's effect in the painting world to shatter, allowing him to escape. This time the residual aura of the Blood Emperor was sealed by the underworld Taoist, and having suffered once, Voisin Sanson would surely be on guard. So Lumion hoped that Ludwig, with his angelic body and rank, could forcibly break the Circle inhabitants' influence through brute strength and rank suppression. LF they didn't break free from the Circle inhabitant no matter how much effort he, Franca, Jenna and the others put in, they would be reset to the current moment, achieving nothing. Ludwig hesitated, as if saying to Lumion, "Me? Fight that powerful old man? I'm just child." On the one hand, Ludwig hadn't expected to be part of a battle, and on the other, he felt he shouldn't fight, believing it best to cooperate with the two elders in front of him, and let them take him away. Vaguely, Lumion heard the chime again, his thoughts briefly blurred. Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and the opposing Voisin Sanson and Higdon all had similar feelings. Quickly regaining his composure, Lumion swiftly took out Black Tear from the traveller's bag and tossed it to Franca. From Higdon's tone and attitude toward Voisin Sanson, Lumion believed he must be a saint, a true demigod. Thus, Franca could only rely on Black Tear to hold off the opponent long enough to break the Circle inhabitants' effect. Tossing Black Tear to Franca, Lumion urged Ludwig again. "Go! I'll prepare a grand feast for you later." Ludwig hesitated, but his feet remained firmly planted. At this moment, Voisin Sanson and Higdon, lacking angelic rank, seemed sluggish, under some strange influence, not attacking swiftly. Lumion's voice grew imposing, roaring. "Do you want to be sent back to the Church of Knowledge?" Ludwig, startled, turned immediately towards Voisin Sanson. "Don't you enjoy your current life?" Lumion added, based on his understanding of Ludwig. Ludwig pursed his lips, then stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, sprinting towards Voisin Sanson. Lumion signaled Franca and Jenna, who had just shaken off the sluggishness. He meant for Franca to engage Higdon, stalling him, with Jenna assisting Franca, but avoiding direct combat. Franca and Jenna nodded solemnly. Franca wrapped the Black Tear accessory around her wrist, her figure swiftly, disappearing. Jenna also vanished from sight. Without hesitation, Lumion retrieved the Devil's Whisper's bone ring and slipped it onto his right middle finger. His body instantly ignited with blue-purple flames, exuding a strong sulfuric scent, and malice surged forth. He was grateful that he had vented most of his pent-up desires and emotions during this period, feeling much better than when he used the Hisoka relic in Morora. He then grasped the hilt of the Sword of Courage and drew it from the traveller's bag. Courage filled Lumion's body as he stared at Voisin Sanson, who sought to control Ludwig's insignificant fate, transforming into a long spear of blazing white-blue flame and hurled it forward. "Revenge, revenge, I won't back down." Before using the Sword of Courage, Lumion had devised a strategy. Franca and Jenna would stall Higdon, while he and Ludwig launched a strong assault on Voisin Sanson, attempting to break the Circle inhabitants' influence. Anthony would support both sides and act as an external brain. As for Lugano, he wouldn't participate in the battle, instead finding opportunities to provide healing. Inside the dim, Black Emperor mausoleum, dark walls surrounded a central black platform. Atop the platform was a giant chair that appeared to be made of black iron, engraved with complex, twisted patterns. The top of the chair back extended into the shape of a crown. A massive black shadow sat on the heavy chair, its facial features gradually becoming clear: blue eyes, a high nose, thin lips and well-groomed mustache. The shadow's body also became clearer, seemingly clad in black armor and a luxurious cloak. Rosel Gustav, the Intis emperor who named an era after himself. He was constantly being reborn and dying, but both processes were distorted and slowed, allowing him to awaken and partially manifest. Seeing Roselle like this, Bernadette's eyes welled up, and she cried out in both pain and joy, "Dad!" Roselle's eyes turned blood red, and his face cracked open to reveal glowing red slits. But these vanished after another round of death and rebirth. Regardless of whether he was dying or being reborn, both processes slowed even further. Roselle looked at his eldest daughter and sighed. "Didn't I tell you never to come back?" Bernadette, her expression resolute, replied, "Dad, I want to save you." I don't dare gamble on whether the one who wakes up is Mr. Fool or the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. At the very least, I want to ensure you can stay conscious and stable without their help." Queen Mystic paused, her voice heavy, before adding, "Moreover, I can't predict when the apocalypse will come or what the outcome will be. I don't want to wait any longer." Roselle sighed with a hint of relief. "Silly child. Who helped you bypass my restrictions and return here?" It was that individual. Bernadette didn't hide anything from her father. Adam, the current, true creator? Roselle wasn't surprised at all. Bernadette nodded lightly. Roselle sneered, then looked at Bernadette with a complicated expression. "You chose to collaborate with the believers of the uncertain mist? Do you know how dangerous that is?" Bernadette was silent for a moment, then said, "It's exploitation. The forces capable of balancing your corruption are all outside the barrier. Among them, only the power of the uncertain mist can relatively easily penetrate the barrier and transmit some of it inside. I've also made some preparations to prevent the Vortex from progressing further. I deliberately didn't respond to Cataly's letter so she would participate in the Tarot Club. When she's above the grey fog, she will quickly become aware, and with the strength of the Tarot Club and its connections, once the problem is identified, they can respond effectively. I've also predicted some of Pearl's trade partners, discovered the movements of the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought, and arranged for my subordinates to leak it to the Temperance faction. I've also foreseen the outcome of this matter, and the situation hasn't deteriorated. That individual also hinted at the same." Roselle shook his head, his tone slightly grave as he said to Bernadette in a teaching manner, "Perhaps the situation hasn't deteriorated because many people have sacrificed themselves. To Adam, this might be necessary. But what about you?" Chapter 869, The Final Lesson, Trier inside the Botanical Garden. Higdon from the Order of All Extinction saw the two demonesses disappear. He immediately raised his right hand and scratched at the dark brown-age spots on his face. The spots instantly festered, releasing maggots similar to those that crawl through corpses, oozing a greenish-yellow pus. The disgusting pus evaporated upon contact with the air, dispersing without a trace. Jenna had just circled to Higdon's side, ready to assist Franca in launching an attack. Suddenly she felt a wave of lethargy as if stricken by a sickness called laziness. It felt as if her desires were wilting, showing signs of decay, and as if parts of her brain were beginning to malfunction. Following her instinct, Jenna immediately used her mirror substitution, not waiting for the problem to worsen, and trigger it passively. The sound of two simultaneous cracks echoed. Franca, who had been sneaking up on Higdon under the cover of invisibility to release the Black Tear Plague, reacted the same way. Their figures first materialized and then quickly transformed into mirrors. During this process, as Franca and Jenna's mirror substitutes were still forming, their internal organs sprouted noticeable tumors, autonomously drawing nutrients. Blood vessels around the heart and within the brain rapidly became fragile. If the Demonesses used pathogens to control diseases, then Higdon's pathway seemed to represent the pathogens themselves, the very essence of disease. If Franca and Jenna hadn't actively triggered their mirror substitution, it would have been much more difficult to deal with the actual tissue changes in their bodies. They would need to perform a ritual, praying to the primordial Demoness, or a corresponding angel to transfer the disease to a designated mirror, or one would need to stick to the target while the other left the area, allowing Lugano to perform surgery combined with the doctor's abilities for treatment. Meanwhile, the disease had not yet spread. Voisin Sanson, with his blonde hair, flecked with white, had already found several manipulable fragments within Ludwig's mercury-like river of fate. As long as he didn't touch the most critical parts of the angel's fate, he needn't fear backlash or losing control on the spot. Similarly, his godhood allowed him to observe most of Ludwig's fate without peering into fragments containing dangerous scenes or knowledge. Midway through his dash, Ludwig opened his mouth and extended his hand, intending to strip away the circle inhabitant's power from his target. At this moment, Voisin Sanson, who had already raised his arm, gently pressed down, magnifying a specific tributary of fate from a distance. Thud! Ludwig, the little boy, tripped over a protruding stone and fell flat on his face. Simultaneously manipulating fate, Voisin Sanson directed his gaze towards Lumion, who had transformed into a blazing white-blue flame spear. His eyes glowed, instantly emitting two ghostly green beams. This was a newly contracted ability Voisin Sanson had recently acquired. The main issue with the Inevitability Pathway's contractee was that the strength of contracted abilities could not surpass the contracted creature's potential. This meant that early-stage contracted abilities were hard to enhance unless the initial contract was with a demigod-level creature, constrained only by one's own spirit and flesh from utilizing the ability to its fullest. This could potentially enhance the contracted ability with each sequence advancement. Below Sequence 4, without the qualitative factor of godhood, even Sequence 7 or 8 level contracted abilities could participate in Sequence 5 level battles and play significant roles. However, at Sequence 4, facing opponents of the same level, most of these abilities would struggle to be effective, necessitating new suitable contracted creatures. The ghostly green beam struck the blazing white-blue flame spear directly, giving Lumion no time to dodge, yet the spear contained no trace of Lumion. As the fiery spear rapidly withered and extinguished, only scattered flames remained within. As the figures of the two demonesses reappeared within the cabin's ruins, Lumion, wielding the Sword of Courage, materialized behind Voisin Sanson. Teleport. After the obsessed hand regained a complete body, Lumion's spirit world traversal ability had significantly enhanced. At this moment a translucent figure climbed out from Voisin Sanson's back. The figure resembled Voisin Sanson but was colder and more indifferent. This was another ability Voisin Sanson had contracted after becoming a circle, inhabitant belonging to the domain of death. He had always guarded against Lumion's teleportation sneak attacks from behind. Although this would likely trigger the circle inhabitant's effect, he still had to guard against the unexpected. Moreover, it could be used as a trap. As the cold, indifferent Voisin Sanson spectre rushed towards him, Lumion's thoughts began to sink, his body cooling. The blazing white-blue flames on the Sword of Courage gradually dimmed. On the primitive island housing the Black Emperor mausoleum, within the thick white fog, Perla's ever-changing face cast its gaze on 3 light points. The next phase was the most crucial part of Project Vortex. As Perla's face shifted, 2 of the 3 light points suddenly expanded. One revealed a villa shrouded in white fog, permeated with a blood-red figure yet enveloped in divine light. The other was hazy, as if a figure hung suspended in mid-air, wrapped in yellowing bandages, pierced entirely by countless brownish branches, with thorns and rosebushes entwined. Though constantly intertwining, the roses and thorns continuously wilted and fell. The suspended figure's belly occasionally swelled and deflated, as if new life was stirring within. Beside the figure stood a massive tree covered in black tar-like substance. Its limbs, serving as branches, sprouted eerie, terrifying hands, with countless bloodshot black and white eyes rolling over its surface. Another light point had already expanded, revealing a member of the School of Deliciousness, Topsy, devouring an invisible seal over the ocean. Inside the dim Black Emperor mausoleum, hearing her father's question, Bernadette remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I will do my best to prevent it." Roselle looked at his eldest daughter and smiled with a sigh. "Everyone makes mistakes. In my youth, no, even until I was trapped here, afraid to resurrect, I kept making mistakes, doing many wrong things, some even bad. Only when I resided in this mausoleum, occasionally gaining some peace and clarity, did I finally reflect seriously on my past life, realizing some of my choices caused a lot of unnecessary harm. Of course, I also did many right things, many good things." Seeing Bernadette's expression turn gloomy yet stubborn, Roselle affectionately raised his right hand, pressing down. "Don't blame yourself too much. I'm actually very happy and relieved about your choices and actions. Seeing my little princess willing to defy her long-held principle of do as you wish but do no harm, willing to risk falling into the abyss to save her old father, makes me genuinely happy and relieved. It shows I didn't love you in vain, though my family life wasn't such a failure." The increasingly clear figure stood up from the massive black iron chair. He descended the platform, walking to Bernadette, opening his arms. Bernadette, momentarily dazed, felt like a child again, instinctively throwing herself into her father's embrace, feeling that familiar yet no longer warm broad chest. After a brief hug, Roselle stroked Bernadette's chestnut hair, then walked past her, heading towards the mausoleum's entrance, his figure growing larger. "Dad?" Bernadette turned, calling out instinctively. Roselle turned his head, smiling. The Vortex ritual has already begun. Due to the unique characteristics of the uncertain mist's pathway, it'll be hard to stop the subsequent transactions from proceeding. Even if you want to kill that woman, it's unlikely to be accomplished. But it doesn't matter, Dad will handle it. Bernadette suddenly understood her father's intention. She took a step forward, trying to catch up, but found the distance between them unbridgeable. Meanwhile, she urgently shouted, "Dad, your corruption isn't balanced yet. If the Vortex ritual is disrupted, you won't be able to return to your previous state." Roselle stopped at the mausoleum's entrance, smiling at his anxious, panicked, and pained daughter. Raising his arm, he said with spirited enthusiasm, "I was an emperor for many years, stood at the pinnacle of human power. I faced true gods, fought angels, had followers willing to die for me. I brought the light of civilization to that era. Even after a century of death, countless people still recite my name. I slept with many beautiful women and controlled countless destinies. Even after my downfall, no longer an emperor, my daughter is still willing to sacrifice everything to save me, to revive me. What regrets could I possibly have in this life?" Bernadette heard the finality in her father's tone, her eyes reddening, her voice choking. "Dad." She used every ability to close the distance, but it was as insurmountable as the separation of heaven and earth. Roselle's nearly clear face showed a gentle smile. "Bernadette, do you remember when you were little and Dad often gave you lessons?" Tears welled up in Bernadette's eyes, her vision blurring. "I remember. You taught me words, filled my mind with knowledge, told me many, many fairy tales." Queen Mystic's face was streaked with glistening tears. Roselle nodded in satisfaction. "I remember too," he continued with a slight smile. Today, Dad will give you one last lesson." Roselle's expression grew solemn as he looked at Bernadette and declared, "A true gentleman knows what to do and what not to do." With that, Roselle turned away, no longer looking at Bernadette. The Black Emperor Mausoleum's doors swung open instantly. The outside light shone in, illuminating Roselle's giant figure, his black armor, and luxurious cloak, bright and radiant. Chapter 870, Hidden Trap. As soon as Franca's figure materialized within the cabin's ruins, she saw Lumion, behind Vazan Sanson, turning pale. His eyes gradually became hollow, and only the sword of courage prevented him from turning into a corpse or triggering his mirror substitution. Voisin Sanson, despite having his back to Lumion, raised his left hand, and an indescribable radiance quickly gathered within his fist. Franca knew she couldn't passively wait for the mirror substitution to trigger. Perhaps Voisin Sanson's impending attack could bypass the connection between the substitute and the original, rendering it ineffective. At their current distance, neither she, Jenna, nor Anthony could awaken Lumion or stop Voisin Sanson in time. Even if they could, the threat from Higdon was even more imminent and closing in fast. At this moment, Ludwig was the closest to Lumion and Voisin Sanson. He had just gotten up, but still had 20 to 30 meters to cover before reaching them. In a flash, Franca took a mirror out of her traveler's bag and instantly vanished. Relying on Black Tear, she appeared in the mirror world, traversing a dark, void-like tunnel into the distance. Meanwhile, Jenna watched as Franca's mirror fell to the ground, her attention shifting to Higdon, who was now only a few steps away. His face, mostly rotting and oozing pus, had reached her. She felt that all the Demoness spider threads she had released had withered and decayed, losing their effectiveness. At this moment, everyone except Ludwig experienced a moment of disorientation. When Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony regained clarity, they found themselves back inside the cabin intact and uncollapsed. Franca felt a surge of joy seeing this. Her retreat in the face of battle wasn't to escape, but to trigger the circle, inhabitants' effect, resetting the battle, and freeing Lumion from Voisin Sanson's secret power and Jenna from Higdon's grip. Enemy abilities could be used to their advantage. Finding the trigger point, reverting an adverse situation instantly, meant any dangerous or fatal scenario could be retried. Of course, this was only if they had time to trigger it. Never thought you could use the enemy's abilities like this. Jenna, momentarily stunned by this realization, saw the cabin decaying and collapsing again, revealing Voisin Sanson and Higdon approaching from a distance. Lumion wasn't surprised. He had actively triggered the circle inhabitant effect, back in Cordu village, seeking a reset. He quickly reached into the traveler's bag, retrieving the black tier forehead accessory and tossing it to Franca. Franca shouted, "Stole!" She had a plan for the current predicament: delay until circumstances changed. Since they couldn't break Voisin Sanson's circle inhabitant in a short time, they could use it fully. If things went wrong, they could restart, delaying until the authorities in Trier noticed the anomaly or the Tarot Club's Major Arcana card holders found a solution and approached. As long as the evil gods hadn't fully invaded this world, and the apocalypse hadn't arrived prematurely, delaying would surely bring assistance to cleanse the heretics. After all, this was the capital of Intis, Trier. Franca thought this, and acted accordingly. She caught the black tier forehead accessory, and threw her ice talisman to Jenna. This way, 3 people in the group could try to leave the area in different ways to trigger the circle inhabitant effect, without worrying about Voisin Sanson and Higdon, each locking onto one of them, thus greatly increasing their margin for error. When Franca suggested this, Lumion was about to retrieve the Sword of Courage, and Ludwig was already instinctively charging towards Voisin Sanson. Lumion noticed that Voisin Sanson's expression remained unchanged, despite Franca discovering the weakness of the circle inhabitant and planning to delay until the end of the Project Vortex. He suddenly had a thought. Combining his understanding of the inevitability pathway, he formed an initial judgment: Voisin Sanson couldn't allow the circle inhabitant to loop infinitely. He likely set a predetermined end for it. Each reset would push everyone closer to that conclusion until it became unavoidable. From the fact that they could retain their memories after the reset, it was clear that the inevitability power attached to the circle inhabitant effect wasn't strong. This endpoint wasn't far away. Lumion immediately reminded Franca, "Only one more time." In the inevitability pathway, the number 3 was sacred, with strong mystical symbolism. It represented the past, present, and future, and pointed to the beginning, process, and end. Additionally, the initial number of abilities gained by a contractee fluctuates around 3. Lumion suspected that after 3 activations of the circle inhabitant effect, the 4th reset would lead them directly to the predetermined end, with no way to reverse it. In other words, 3 times was the limit, and the 4th would bring the final result. They had already triggered the circle inhabitant effect twice. Franca didn't understand why Lumion was denying her proposal, why he said they could only use the circle inhabitant effect one more time. But she knew Lumion understood the inevitability pathway better than she did. He was the expert in this area, so she should heed his advice. Thud. As Ludwig fell again, Higdon, whose age spots had not yet festered, slowly raised his arms. He clearly remembered the battle from the last loop and chose a different approach this time. Higdon's aura suddenly weakened, as if he was on the brink of death but not quite there yet. The age spots on his face festered, and his body emitted a strong smell of decay. He was quickly covered in a thick, disgusting greenish-yellow pus. Higdon then vanished, seemingly disintegrating into countless pathogens. Seeing this, Lumion gripped the Sword of Courage, and blazing white-blue flames ignited around him. The flames quickly spread, circling Franca, Jenna, and the others, protecting them, in the center. Meanwhile, Anthony, who had been observing, solemnly reminded his companions. Higdon feels very similar to the "Winter is Coming" revolver. Winter is coming? Franca and Jenna both tensed. They remembered very clearly that the Winter is Coming revolver had 2 very powerful abilities, certain death and sure hit. The former meant that if hit, even a saint-level Beyonder would be critically injured and gradually die, while those below demigod level would die instantly, unless they had a substitute. The latter meant that unless they used a substitute before the attack or had a special ability, they would be inevitably hit, and the substitute would fail. If Higdon was indeed as Anthony described and similar to Winter is Coming, the 2 Demonesses had to be wary of the sure hit ability. After all, their physical strength was certainly not comparable to a hunter of the same sequence. If the substitute failed, even if the attack wasn't certain death, it would severely injure them. Protected by the white-blue flames, Franca raised her guard and came up with a new plan. She glanced at Lumion, who was ready to charge at Voisin Sanson, and quickly told Anthony, "Walk with him, certain death." Franca meant that, with Lumion and Ludwig distracting Voisin Sanson, they should find an opportunity to use the certain death ability of Winter is coming on, the Inevitability believer, to see if it could kill him outright, or if the certain death effect would be reset by the Circle Inhabitant ability. As soon as Voisin Sanson died, the Circle Inhabitant effect would naturally be nullified, removing any hidden dangers. Just as Franca finished speaking, behind her, a greenish-yellow glow quickly condensed within the white-blue flames, forming Higdon covered in thick, disgusting liquid. The old man was ignited, but he still lashed out at Franca with his arm like a whip. Sure hit. As Franca's spirituality warning triggered, she immediately used her mirror substitution. Smack. Her body transformed into a mirror, struck by Higdon's thick arm, quickly darkening and shattering, falling to the ground with no trace of light, as if buried in soil for 100 years. As Lumion prepared to charge at Voisin Sanson, he suddenly pulled back and swung the Sword of Courage at Higdon. Courage could be strategic too. Lumion wasn't afraid of Higdon, he was just concerned that the enemy would flee too quickly, leaving no time to hit his body, so he feigned an attack on Voisin Sanson. Boom. As Ludwig fell again, Higdon's arm, unable to escape, was severed by the explosive and sharp sword. The thick greenish-yellow liquid covering his body was engulfed by the blazing white-blue flames. Smack. The severed arm fell to the ground, wriggling and growing rapidly, turning into another Higdon. Now there were two Higdons. The flames covering them quickly dimmed, decayed, and extinguished. The two Higdons pounced on Franca and Jenna. Meanwhile, Voisin Sanson, who had planned to magnify a tributary of Franca's, fate to make her substitution fail, suddenly felt a ripple of destiny. He instantly had an epiphany. No more delays. Time is running out. Voisin Sanson frowned. He didn't want to do what came next. It would be extremely painful. Let it be an accumulation for the sufferer stage. Voisin Sanson raised his right hand, pressing it to his temple, gathering an indescribable radiance. As the source of the Circle Inhabitant effect, he couldn't trigger a reset by leaving the area. That would mean truly leaving. He had to kill himself. Seeing this, Franca and the others felt a strong sense of foreboding. At that moment, the radiance in Voisin Sanson's hand strangely dissipated, as if twisted out of its composition. Similarly, the two Higdons missed their targets, and Lumion's Sword of Courage struck nothing. The sky darkened, and a majestic voice echoed in everyone's ears. "People of Intis, your Emperor has returned." Chapter 871, the critical part. Deep within the primitive island amid the pervasive white mist, Pearlie's twisted face saw the gates of the Black Emperor Mausoleum swing open. A giant figure clad in black armor and a magnificent cloak emerged with majesty, with a torrent of white mist flowing between Pearlie and the figure, Roselle Gustave. Pearlie's face instinctively tensed, causing the mist that formed her body to collapse inward slightly. Roselle didn't spare a glance at the Vortex Weaver. He floated step by step into the air, reaching the edge of an abstract and ethereal strange world like a rising mountain. During this process, the sky dimmed and the remaining clouds twisted as if something had begun to come alive. Roselle gazed into the distance, raised his arms, and in a grand voice he proclaimed, "People of Intis, your Emperor has returned." Suddenly the clouds above were pushed together by an invisible force, swirling downwards to form another terrifying vortex. The center of this vortex was Roselle Gustave. Meanwhile, across Intis, those who still followed the order Roselle had established heard the voice of the returning Emperor. Most were bewildered, questioning their ears after the recent burst of intense light, while a few turned pale, unable to believe their suspicions. To the eastern reaches of the sky, a beam of light flared up, trembling wildly, as if striving to cross the vast distance and reach Roselle's embrace, causing various distortions. Behind this beam, 3 more beams appeared, as if pushed by an invisible force, forced to advance prematurely. In different parts of the world, some people found themselves back home despite having just left, Others saw their bright cathedrals turn dark and silent, and some were habitually drinking milk, but didn't notice they were using their nostrils, suffering no harm. Long-abandoned compulsory education schools strangely lit up, as if filled with students quietly attending classes. Using his worms of time to search for a flaw in Inevitability's watch, Palais found an exploitable point, but the worms of time he sent out disobeyed his commands. Madam Magician, who was wandering again with Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice, found herself away from the target location, instead of the sea, and in front of her appeared Madam Judgment and the little boy Will Auseptin holding her hand. The light dots within the white mist remained largely unaffected, only dimming slightly. Pearl, the Vortex weaver, was first startled, then showed a joyous expression. She hadn't expected Roselle to step forward, forcibly reviving himself before the ceremony's end to reclaim the Black Emperor's divine throne. Such an outcome was beyond her wildest dreams, and she hadn't even considered having Helors, the fate's attendant, weave it, but this was undoubtedly a good thing for her and the great entity she worshipped, the uncertain mist. The rewards this time will be immense. Pearl had just formed this thought, when the uncertain mist she was linked to through the ritual conveyed an emotion, tightening their connection and thickening the swirling mist. Pearl sharply turned her gaze towards the villa in Trier, towards the twisted blood, shadow emerging from the sacred glow and white mist. In a drifting voice she spoke. The payment for the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought is the shadow of the beauty goddess, a sealed artifact derived from the sequence 1 beyond a characteristic of the moon pathway. The one willing to offer a price for it is Madam Hart of the Night Stalkers. As Pearl's words of order echoed, another light dot rapidly expanded. This light dot revealed a secret chamber, where a vague female statue stood in the center, the walls covered with childlike figures with bird-clawed limbs, and the floor piled with expressionless humans. At that moment, a figure stood before the statue, her belly swollen, face full and beautiful, with emerald eyes sparkling like gems, and brown hair neatly tied up, wearing a simple and loose white robe, a pregnant woman. The lady who nurtured a deity, the twisted blood shadow from the villa in Trier, using the white mist, pierced through the corresponding light dot and appeared beside Pearlie, then moved towards the light dot where Madam Hart was. It walked slowly, influenced and twisted by Roselle's resurrection. "Madam, you may begin." Pearl couldn't change the situation of the shadow of the beauty goddess, and could only ask Madam Hart of the Night Stalkers to provide the price in advance. Hart nodded gently, turned to face the statue in the chamber, and chanted incantations in a low, indistinct voice. As the incantation neared its end, the childlike figures on the walls became illusory, transforming into beams of light that entered the statue's belly. The dazed humans on the floor exploded one by one, returning as flesh and blood to the Great Mother. The female statue gradually took on a crimson glow, transforming into a humanoid crimson moon. Madam Hart then turned and made a cradling motion towards Emperor Roselle in the air. She called out in ancient Jotun, "Come back, child of the mother." Blood-red moonlight seeped from Roselle's body, leaving him and heading towards the light dot where the female deity statue stood. These were the pollutants that forced Roselle to seek godhood and death, but failed to free himself from. Now, they were all drawn out, no longer affecting Roselle, no longer attempting to corrupt him. Roselle's century-old problem was thus effortlessly solved, but his current state required the corruption of the uncertain mist to balance the corruption of the Great Mother. Removing either would break the balance. In the blink of an eye, Roselle was filled with white mist, twisting the speed of passing and the distance between 2 points, gradually eroding the Emperor to completely corrupt him. Inside the Black Emperor mausoleum, Bernadette saw this, and no longer calm, like outside the mausoleum, anxiously shouted, "Adam, where is your promise?" Roselle remained unaffected by his state change, as if it was within his expectations. He continued to spread his arms, awaiting the return of the Black Emperor's uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics. These were traits unique to the Black Emperor's true deity. Once revived, regardless of who held the uniqueness and the 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, they would forcibly return, merging with him without the need for extra rituals or potions. Crimson moonlight rose from various parts of the primitive island, coalescing with the pollutants drawn from Roselle into a miniature crimson moon-like object. Pearlie's ethereal voice rang out in time. Madame Hart requested the Great Mother to reclaim the corruption from Roselle Gustave. This corruption will be exchanged for the shadow of the beauty goddess and given to the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Madame Hart caught the miniature crimson moon trying to return to the mother's embrace and pushed it out of her light dot. The miniature crimson moon entered the white mist created by Pearlie, slowly flying towards another light dot. This wasn't the light dot the shadow of the beauty goddess emerged from, but one, guarded by a peculiar giant tree with a vague figure hanging above it. The Vortex weaver, Pearlie, suppressed her excitement and once again scrutinized the scene of Topsy of the School of Deliciousness destroying the seal in the sea. In the next second, wisps of thin grey fog seeped from the seabed, cooperating with the hydra like Topsy. Trier Botanical Garden. Hearing the Emperor's return across space, Franca's lake blue eyes widened in astonishment and confusion, with a hint of uncontrollable joy. At the same time, her spiritual intuition told her that the order here had been distorted, including the circle inhabitant effect, and wherever there was a distortion, it meant they could escape without triggering the circle inhabitant effect. Where is the distortion? Franca had just this thought when she saw Jenna take out a mirror and quickly perform a magic mirror divination. Jenna had a similar intuition. Meanwhile, the two Higdons, ignoring the unusual surroundings, madly attacked Lumion, who wielded the Sword of Courage, unable to focus on the two Demonesses. Likewise, before Voisin Sanson stood only Ludwig, still short-legged and short-statured, unable to reach him to interfere. The circle inhabitant made a quick decision, pressing his temple, letting the gathered strange light pierce through his head. In excruciating pain unbearable even for an ascetic, he was instantly near death. The circle inhabitant effect triggered once more. Lumion and Anthony's thoughts blurred, and they found themselves back in the intact cabin before taking out the Sword of Courage and Black Tear Forehead accessory. Franca and Jenna couldn't complete their magic mirror divination in time. Lumion instinctively took out the Black Tear Forehead accessory, intending to throw it to Franca, but upon grasping it, he sensed the mirror world, particularly the special one, feeling the summons of 001 from Marauder. Is it possible to sense this way? Not before. The earlier anomaly distorted the order here and the circle inhabitant effect, causing this change, meaning they could escape through the mirror world without triggering the circle inhabitant. Lumion instantly judged. He acted before Voisin Sanson could commit suicide again and bring the inevitable end, shouting to Franca and the others, "Grab hold of me." Time was tight, he couldn't explain and hoped his teammates would trust him. Despite their doubts, Franca and the others, including Ludwig, grabbed Lumion's body again. In the next second, Lumion used the Black Tear Forehead accessory and the cabin's window to enter the void dark mirror world, randomly choosing a tunnel to traverse. As expected, they didn't trigger the circle inhabitant effect this time. As joy surged in Lugano's heart, everything blurred in a topsy-turvy manner, and they found themselves in an almost completely dark world, facing Harrison from Resurrection Island. Around Harrison were 4 lit candles and 4 servings of staple food, including 2 loaves of bread, phanepotter noodles and rice, all moldy. Harrison looked at Lumion with a slight smile. "The Celestial Worthies Oracle states you carry the key part of this matter. Capturing you will eliminate any surprises." As Harrison spoke, Voisin Sanson and Higdon appeared in the darkness beside him. Voisin Sanson also looked at Lumion, smiling. "Didn't you know I escaped from 4th Epoch Trier through the special mirror world?" Chapter 872, Courage. Lumion didn't waste time engaging with Harrison, Voisin Sanson and the others. This confirmed that the mirror people were deeply involved in Project Vortex, and this was indeed the special mirror world, though its specific layer was unknown. Lumion immediately activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He needed to transport Franca and the others away from this area before Voisin Sanson could use his circle inhabitant ability. This time, his destination was Marauder, the city of exiles, since they had already entered the special mirror world and the worst case scenario had occurred. There was no need to hold back. They could attempt to navigate the hidden dangers here and reach Marauder. If they didn't take risks, facing Voisin Sanson and Higdon, two demigods, plus the strange and special abilities of Harrison, Lumion doubted they had any chance of survival. All of them dying was only a matter of time. It was better to take a gamble and see if they could get through the dangers of the special mirror world and reach Marauder. In Marauder, Lumion was the proxy of 001. He could borrow significant power, enough to counter a Sequence 4 demigod. If necessary, he could even temporarily exert the strength of Sequence 3. With the cooperation of Franca, Jenna, and the others, and the help of Maurora's Archbishop and hundreds of thousands of residents, they might repel or even kill Voisin Sanson and Higdon. More importantly, 001 repelled the approach of demigods above Sequence 5, likely causing terrifying mutations. The first targets would inevitably be those two saints. Lumion used his spirit world traversal ability obtained from the abscessed hand, leveraging his special connection with 001. Holding on to Jenna, Anthony, and the others who hadn't let go, he disappeared from the spot, transporting to some deep part of the special mirror world. Suddenly, he felt the world rejecting him, as if an invisible barrier had appeared ahead. He was forced out of the spirit world traversal state, and several figures simultaneously materialized in a gloomy dark town ruin. The path to Marauder was blocked. It seemed the higher powers within the mirror people did this. Their control over the special mirror world was clearly superior to the Black Tier. Lumion thought for a moment, seeing that Voisin Sanson and the others hadn't caught up yet. He immediately tossed the Black Tier forehead accessory to Franca, speaking calmly. You lead them through the mirrors, constantly shifting locations. Wait for a change in the outside world. There has already been a distortion of order. There will surely be similar anomalies soon. When that happens, seize the opportunity to use the mirrors to return to the surface back to Trier. What about you? Jenna blurted out. Lumion chuckled. Of course, I'll stay and play with them. If I go with you, they'll definitely chase us relentlessly, giving you no chance to escape the special mirror world. Wouldn't that mean no one could find reinforcements? Jenna's eyes reddened, and she was about to say something when Lumion sternly interrupted. Have you forgotten your brother? Jenna's mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Lumion nodded and smiled again. You need to find Madam Magician and Madam Judgment for me, and provide accurate coordinates. Also, you should be able to distract one demigod. He didn't hold back, smiling at Jenna, Franca, and Anthony. If I die, remember to avenge me. Jenna's vision blurred with tears. She bit her lip, nodded with difficulty, and squeezed out a word from her throat. Okay. She would avenge Lumion just as she avenged her mother. Lumion turned to Franca, his expression calm. Everything else is up to you. Franca's eyes shimmered, her voice hoarse. Okay. Lumion put on the Devil's Whisper's bone ring again and continued speaking to Franca, Jenna, and the others. You are not the main target, not even secondary. While shifting locations through the mirrors, if Higdon catches up, leave Ludwig somewhere along the way. Let him hide on his own, which should buy you more time. Do you have any objections? He asked Ludwig. Ludwig shook his head, feeling this was something he had hoped for. He made one request. Can you give me more food? With his body burning with blue-purple sulfur flames, Lumion tossed some chocolate and cookies over, then spoke to Anthony. If Higdon keeps chasing, you can separate from the group. Seeing Anthony about to refuse, Lumion smiled. Someone has to stay alive to avenge us. The one who lives suffers the most. I believe you understand that. Anthony cast a placate spell on himself. Okay. Lumion didn't say more and urged them. Go quickly. Franca threw the Black Tier back to Lumion. The Ice Talisman is enough if we're just shifting locations through mirrors. The Black Tier can leverage the power of the special mirror world and should help you last longer. The Demoness of Affliction's voice choked, feeling the potion digesting rapidly. Lumion didn't refuse and quickly wrapped the Black Tier around his left wrist. Franca immediately took out the ice crystal-like amulet from the traveler's bag. Without hesitation, she gritted her teeth. Hold on to me. Jenna looked at Lumion with watery eyes and grabbed Franca's arm. Lugano eagerly moved to Franca's back. With a flash of icy light, they disappeared, leaving a falling mirror. Lumion turned his gaze to the three approaching figures. The enemies were closing in. Looking at Voisin Sanson, Higdon, and Harrison with the black tear on his left wrist and the devil's whispers on his right hand, Lumion drew the sword of courage from the traveler's bag. The blue-purple sulfur flames on him immediately turned a bright white with a tinge of green. His back slightly arched, his eyes deepened in color, locking onto the blonde-haired Voisin Sanson, a clear smile on his face. He uttered from his throat, "Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Madam Magician, unexpectedly reunited with Madam Judgment and Will, Exerting due to the distortion effect, straightforwardly asked the little boy, "Can you lead us to the medium through which the power of inevitability is seeping?" Will Exerting, chubby-faced and dressed in a child's suit, showed a troubled expression. "Given the current situation, anyone not involved in Project Vortex will be influenced by the power of inevitability, leading to inevitable failure. If I use that die, I might still be able to help you find the target, but it will drain all my accumulated luck. When I get home, I might see Ouroboros waiting for me. Do you have any special items that can save my luck or replace the die? I think you should." Hearing the Archangel of Fate say, "Should." The Magician, Justice, and Hermit began to examine their possessions, the latter understanding Will's words through Miss Justice's mental communication. Suddenly, Ma'am Hermit remembered something and produced an iron cigar case from somewhere. "This was given to me by Queen Mystic. She said she foresaw that this item would provide critical help in the future." Madam Magician glanced at it and murmured, "It carries the aura of Mr. Fool." Hearing this, Miss Justice made many connections. She sought confirmation. Did the celestial worthy send subordinates to participate in Project Vortex? Yes. Madam Magician vaguely understood what Miss Justice meant. Receiving confirmation, Miss Justice smiled. The celestial worthy participating in Project Vortex means Mr. Fool is involved too, doesn't it? So, she looked at the iron cigar case in Ma'am Hermit's hand, her voice synchronously echoing in the mind of the Major Arcana card holder. Ma'am Hermit immediately handed the item to Will. Will smiled broadly. "It will do." The boy then addressed Madam Magician and Miss Justice. "I'll lead the way." Though leading, Will closed his eyes. Starlight sprinkled down as Madam Magician led everyone present, following Will's intuition to begin wandering. Deep within the primitive island amid the pervasive white mist, Vortex Weaver Pearl occasionally glanced at the slowly approaching shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moonlight corruption, sometimes at the loosening seal in the waters near Port Santa under coordinated efforts, and sometimes upward at the towering figure of Roselle Gustav in mid-air. The four beams of light on the horizon, one after another, drew closer. Perla anticipated that Roselle would perfectly resurrect and return as the Black Emperor. In that case, the great uncertain mist would reclaim one of his possessions and have a sequence zero true deity as a puppet. According to Pearlie's original plan, the end of the Vortex ritual and the completion of the transaction between the Night Stalkers and the Rose School of Thought would allow the great uncertain mist to thoroughly corrupt Roselle Gustav. Only then could the deceased Black Emperor be driven to resurrect. At that time, with all transactions concluded and no other forces providing assistance, the resurrection of the Black Emperor would face numerous obstructions, necessitating another vortex. But now, Roselle Gustav had walked out of the Black Emperor's mausoleum himself, choosing to resurrect before the vortex ritual ended. In midair, the first beam finally landed on Roselle, who was in the strange and abstract world, followed by the other three. An indescribable light suddenly burst forth. Chapter 873, The Predestined Battle. In the special mirror world, seeing that only Lumion was ahead, Higdon immediately looked towards Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson took off a ring that looked like it was made of glass and tossed it to the demigod of the Order of All Extinction. Harrison, standing to the side, spoke in somewhat awkward Intisian. "This world will guide you." At this moment, Lumion, engulfed in blazing white-blue flames, charged forward with the sword of courage in hand. After catching the glass-like ring, Higdon immediately activated it. In this almost completely dark town ruin, as if covered by something from above, various mirror-like objects suddenly lit up. Higden's figure was then enveloped in a transparent light and thrown into one of the mirrors, chasing after Ludwig and the others. Lumion had only taken a few steps before he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Behind Voisin Sanson, a ball of blazing white-blue flame quickly appeared, expanding rapidly and forming into a burning figure wielding a giant flaming sword. The circle inhabitant was not surprised. A semi-transparent figure resembling him, but colder and more indifferent, emerged from behind him. This was Voisin Sanson's new contract ability, Death Summon. The blazing white-blue figure quickly dimmed as the semi-transparent upper body approached, extinguishing the flames one by one. However, Lumion himself was not within this figure. At Voisin Sanson's feet, the shadows cast by the flames came to life eerily, transforming into a sticky black liquid that seemed to condense from the darkest desires and emotions of the human heart, surging upwards. It first wrapped around Voisin Sanson's legs, then quickly spread to his torso. Desire Incarnation. Lumion's previous attack from behind was merely a distraction for Voisin Sanson. The real killing move was the Desire Incarnation from the Devil's Whisper's bone ring. This allowed the various chaotic corruptions and seals within him to play a significant role in battle. So when he teleported behind Voisin Sanson, he used the flaming figure he had created as a cover, turned into a shadow creature, and slipped into the shadows, under the target's feet, activating the Devil's Whisper's bone ring from Hisoka. As for the other enemy present, the courageous Lumion did not pay him any mind. Before drawing the Sword of Courage, he had already planned his battle strategy. With Ludwig, Frenke and the others should be able to divert Higden. Lumion only needed to deal with Voisin Sanson and Harrison. Though Harrison was not a demigod and lacked godhood, his abilities were strange and varied, making it just as difficult to kill him quickly as to severely injure Voisin Sanson. Thus, the primary target had to be the circle inhabitant Voisin Sanson. Lumion would rely on the quicker and more frequently usable Spirit World Traversal to constantly flash around, avoiding being caught by Harrison, who might steal his items or crucial abilities. During this process, the mystical plague from the Black Tear forehead accessory would naturally spread, covering the area. Lumion believed it would be highly effective against Harrison's paper figurine substitutes. Harrison might use the paper figurine substitutes to avoid the occult diseases, but as long as he stayed on the battlefield, he would continue to be infected. The paper figurine substitutes would eventually be exhausted, and over time, the damage rate would increase dramatically. Just as the sticky black liquid covered Voisin Sanson, his body suddenly became blurry. Lumion's mind fogged momentarily, and by the time he cleared up, Voisin Sanson had already put several meters between them, showing no signs of the Desire Incarnation's terrifying corruption affecting him. This was another application of the Circle Inhabitant's ability. This time, Voisin Sanson hadn't included the entire town ruin in the Circle Inhabitant effect, only treating his own body. Just like Lumion resetting his physical and spiritual state every morning at 6 o'clock, Voisin Sanson's trigger was set to near death or when suffering a fatal attack. The Desire Incarnation attack had triggered the Circle Inhabitant effect, allowing Voisin Sanson to recover and use the brief moment of Lumion's distraction to create distance. Otherwise, he would have continued to be engulfed by the sticky black liquid. Next, a ghostly green light condensed in Voisin Sanson's eyes and shot towards the recovering black liquid. Lumion didn't have time to teleport and could only swiftly animate his shadow, swapping places with it. As soon as the beam appeared, it hit the shadow, causing it to disintegrate instantly, with no room for struggle. Almost simultaneously, Voisin Sanson extended his right hand. His eyes were dyed with a silver-black hue, reflecting a silently flowing mercury river. This was the River of Fate, belonging to Lumion, Voisin Sanson, the Circle Inhabitant, intended to exchange a segment of Lumion's fate. After dodging the green beam, Lumion fearlessly teleported to Voisin Sanson's side once more. Trying fate exchange? No problem. As long as I knock you into a reset, your attempt will fail. Lumion raised the iron-black straight sword blazing with white-blue flames and slashed heavily at Voisin Sanson. Cull. At that moment Harrison finally found an opportunity. He reached out his right hand and lightly grabbed, stealing this attack. Blazing white-blue flames appeared on his body, and a giant flaming sword formed in his hand. Bang! From over 10 meters away, Harrison slashed the flaming giant sword at Lumion, producing a fierce explosion. Lumion, undaunted, turned to face the roaring flames and swung the sword of courage once more. Another cull, rumble. The white-blue flames and the terrifying shockwave clashed, the violent windstorm wreaking havoc in the ruins, lifting stones and igniting wood. Harrison was engulfed by the returning flaming windstorm, his body quickly degenerating into a sinister paper figurine with drawn features. This paper figurine's surface was marked with red and yellow rust, which quickly burned to ash in the white-blue flames. As Harrison's figure reappeared at the edge of the storm, Lumion, with his enhanced physique from 001 and the Sword of Courage absorbing damage, did not retreat a single step and locked onto Voisin Sanson again. His eyes turned iron-black, searching for the weak point on Voisin Sanson. He raised the Sword of Courage once more, conjuring several white-blue fire ravens behind him. At this moment, thanks to Harrison's delay, Voisin Sanson completed all the prerequisites for the fate exchange. Soon he would just wait for the time to pass and welcome the final outcome. If Lumion hadn't possessed a false angel rank, Voisin Sanson could have started the exchange directly after choosing the desired segment from the River of Destiny, without taking extra time. Bang! Lumion slashed the Sword of Courage down on Voisin Sanson's head, and the white-blue fire ravens circled, covering the surrounding area. You can use the Circle Inhabitant ability to restore your state, but I can target you with area attacks and delayed assaults right after you recover. A few more resets, and you will reach your inevitable end. Boom! Voisin Sanson's body blurred again, causing Lumion's thoughts to become hazy. Using the Circle Inhabitant effect, Voisin Sanson recovered from the damage caused by the Sword of Courage. However, the white-blue fire ravens continued to follow their predetermined paths, landing in different spots. Suddenly, Voisin Sanson's figure vanished from the spot. As the crows exploded one after another, the Circle Inhabitant's figure reappeared, about 40 meters away. You may be able to teleport, but I also have teleportation from my contract. Lumion's figure quickly appeared beside Voisin Sanson, relentlessly pursuing him. His eyes turned silver-black, reflecting Voisin Sanson's mercurial river of fate. He extended his left hand, pushing the illusory river of destiny towards the tributary, where Voisin Sanson couldn't escape the subsequent attacks, while slashing with the Sword of Courage, creating more white-blue fireballs. Had he found the right choice, Lumion would have used Compelling Fate to directly disrupt Voisin Sanson's Circle Inhabitant effect. Rumble. Lumion's spirituality was drained by the continuous attacks, forcing him to urgently release the accumulated spirituality. Voisin Sanson was hit by the Sword of Courage, and, after recovering, couldn't teleport away in time, suffering from the barrage of white-blue fireballs. The Circle Inhabitant effect triggered for the 4th time. Voisin Sanson recovered and teleported to another location. However, the fate exchange did not stop, as only Voisin Sanson's body and spirituality were included in the Circle Inhabitant effect, not his fate or actions. This was similar to Lumion's daily reset at 6 o'clock, which didn't undo previous actions or invalidate their results. Lumion relentlessly pursued Voisin Sanson, blinking to his side again. Voisin Sanson no longer chose to resist head-on. He used his contracted teleportation ability to change his position. On the other side, Harrison had reverted to a thin, sinister paper figurine, sensing an impending infection. Lumion continued chasing Voisin Sanson and overtook him with the time gap between teleportation and speed, finding 2 more opportunities to attack. However, Voisin Sanson either used special abilities to neutralize the attacks or triggered the Circle Inhabitant effect. Voisin Sanson's Circle Inhabitant seemed far from reaching its predetermined conclusion. Even with the Sword of Courage, Lumion felt a certain level of despair knowing that the fate exchange would lead to a very bad outcome, having opportunities to attack the enemy, but unable to stop the exchange and change the impending result. This might be the meaning of inevitability. Perhaps a fate appropriator needed a circle inhabitant to unleash its true horror. Despair was fleeting. Courage once again took hold of Lumion. Chapter 874 Unsealing. After a while, Voisin Sanson stopped passively waiting for the fate exchange to complete, and began actively using various strange abilities, suppressing Lumion's attacks. On the other side, Harrison increasingly relied on his paper figurine substitutes to avoid the mystical plague spreading through the ruins of the town. He had little time left to interfere with Lumion, and kept trying to remove the densely packed mythical pathogens in the air with various methods he could think of, but to little avail. Lumion felt the fate exchange nearing completion. Although he wasn't afraid, he decided to take a gamble. Mimicking the beyonders of a warrior, he unleashed a hurricane of light, holding the sword of courage upside down and stabbing it forcefully into the ground. With him and the sword of courage at the center, blazing white-blue fireballs spread layer upon layer, covering the ruins of the town. Rumble, explosions erupted one after another, destroying the already crumbling ancient buildings and igniting every corner of the ruins. Harrison used his paper figurine substitute again. As he was always on the edge of the town ruins, his figure reappeared in the dark tunnel they had pursued through earlier. Voisin Sanson, who was closer to Lumion, was inevitably affected. His attempt to teleport was interrupted by the violent shockwave. His body caught fire again, but the injuries were not fatal. With the resilience of an ascetic, he only instinctively twisted his face in pain. Seizing this opportunity, Lumion teleported in front of Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson's eyes immediately filled with ghostly green light. Almost simultaneously, Lumion, anticipating Voisin Sanson's habit and method of using the terrifying beam, half-turned the sword of courage, holding it horizontally in front of his chest. The ghostly green beam, upon completion, shot towards Lumion at unavoidable speed, striking the sword of courage. The blazing white-blue flames on its iron-black blade were instantly extinguished, and its metallic luster dimmed significantly. Successfully blocking Voisin Sanson's beam, Lumion released his left hand, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. He sensed that Voisin Sanson's current circle inhabitant cycle was nearing its end. Perhaps 2 or 3 more triggers would lead to the inevitable conclusion, possibly even death. At this moment Lumion's hair stood on end, his mind nearly blank. The negative effects of the black Tier 4 head accessory manifested. If not for the sword of courage sharing the burden, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by pleasure, rather than just briefly dazed. Taking advantage of this moment of distraction, Voisin Sanson teleported away from the emptied ruins but did not extend the distance beyond the fate exchange limit. Lumion quickly regained his senses and prepared to pursue Voisin Sanson. Suddenly his thoughts slowed, becoming sluggish as if he had been rapidly frozen. His body became rigid, and even moving a finger was extremely difficult. The fate exchange had completed. Clang! The sword of courage fell to the ground, as Lumion no longer had the strength to hold it. Lumion slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, his expression blank, leaning against a pile of rubble. No longer controlled by courage, he instinctively tried to activate the blood, Emperor's residual mark on his right palm, hoping the rampant frenzy might help him break free from his current state, but he couldn't manage it. His ability to think coherently was rapidly slipping away. This was the outcome Voisin Sanson had wanted from the fate exchange. Voisin Sanson smiled, teleporting back to Lumion and whispered, "If not for your false angel rank, the fate exchange would have been completed long ago. You probably don't know that the maximum limit for the circle inhabitant cycles is 9. You're still several cycles short of dealing real damage to me. You're not truly a demigod. There's a fundamental difference between you and someone with godhood." As Voisin Sanson spoke, he pulled out an incomplete ritual sheepskin, just large, enough to cover a head, intending to turn Lumion into a sheep and completely control him. In the next second, Lumion felt the stiffness in his body and the sluggishness of his thoughts easing, their effects seemingly distorted. Opportunity. Lumion immediately tried to activate the black mark on his right shoulder, hoping to teleport out of the special mirror world. Voisin Sanson's face changed, then he activated a contract mark, shouting in a deep voice, "Lumion Lee." As Lumion's figure was still fading away, his mind buzzed, his head spinning, making it difficult to maintain the teleportation effect. Voisin Sanson then placed the sheepskin over Lumien's head, chanting in Hermes. Sheep? A flash of dark light transformed Lumien into a greyish-white sheep. Most of his abilities were sealed, and the earliest state of sluggish thoughts and stiff body returned, preventing him from using the black tier forehead accessory or the Devil's Whispers bone ring. Seeing this, Voisin Sanson felt the weakness and spirituality exhaustion in his own body, but believed he could endure the mystical plague for a while longer, waiting for the circle inhabitant effect to passively activate. A sinister paper figurine with drawn features entered the still-burning ruins from the tunnel, its surface accumulating rust at a visible rate. It looked at Lumien and spoke in Harrison's voice. Your companions don't seem to have escaped either. As he spoke, the paper figurine made a gesture, and the edges of the dark world, illuminated by the flames, began to turn transparent, revealing the states of Franca, and the others not through Harrison's magic, but through the mirror people watching in the shadows. In the mirror-like scene, Franca led the others, except Ludwig, trying to traverse out of the special mirror world. Above them, a figure in a black dress and gold crown appeared. Surrounded by white mist, a light seemed to emanate from in front of her. She glanced down, causing Franca and the others to fall back into the area they had just left, unable to escape the special mirror world. Higdon, having split into two and covered in green-yellow slime, blocked Franca and the others' escape route in the scene. After using it 3 more times, Franca's ice talisman only had 1 mirror traversal left. She did not attempt to flee again. She pulled out a set of silver-white full-body armor from the traveler's bag and placed it in front of herself. Anthony also drew the Winter is Coming revolver. In another scene, another Higdon was searching for Ludwig. Seeing this, the increasingly ragged paper figurine of Harrison spoke to Lumien, with a laugh. Your companions will likely all die before you. Their mirror substitutes aren't as numerous as my paper figurines. You still have time to mourn them. Actually, you've done quite well. If it weren't for me and Higdon, your team might have been able to escape or even win against Voisin Sanson on their own. With double control over him, Lumien had almost no ability to think deeply, leaving only his emotions to resonate. His heart was ablaze with anger, indignation, and hatred, filling the sheep's eyes with bloodshot rage. Voisin Sanson turned to Harrison's paper figurine and asked, Can I kill him now to bring back Lord Termaborus? Harrison's paper figurine shook its head slowly. The celestial worthy's revelation is to imprison. Voisin Sanson thought for a moment and said, Indeed, killing this trash might trigger unforeseen changes due to the high-level powers within him, potentially affecting the entire Project Vortex. Can I attempt to unseal his chest and bring back Lord Termaborus? Harrison's paper figurine paused for 2 seconds and said, Yes. This did not violate the celestial worthy's revelation. Voisin Sanson smiled and said, I'll need you to use that celestial worthy's boon for the final part. Otherwise, I'd have to bring Lumien Lee to the brink of death to unseal him, which is too risky. The method to unseal Lumien Lee's the Fool Seal wasn't devised by Voisin Sanson himself, but given through a ritual by the Great Circle of Inevitability. Okay? Harrison agreed. Voisin Sanson immediately took out a black metal box and opened it. Inside were thumb-sized mercury beads, their surfaces tinged with black and inscribed with complex fear-inducing patterns and symbols. Voisin Sanson's voice became low and his words eerily ethereal. The black-tinged mercury beads floated up, spinning rapidly in mid-air, forming a continuous river. With barely any coherent thoughts, Lumien heard Voisin Sanson and Harrison's conversation and saw the scene unfold but felt no despair or regret. At this point, despair and regret were meaningless. Lumien was only filled with anger, indignation, and hatred. The sheep's eyes bulged with fury. Son of a sow. Within 10 to 20 seconds, Voisin Sanson completed his chant, sending the silver-black river towards Lumien's chest. In the tunnel, Harrison had lit 4 candles and placed 4 pieces of bread in front of each, reciting incantations while taking special footsteps and gestures. Lumien quickly fell into a dark state, his thoughts gradually clearing, but before he could form any other thoughts, his chest grew hot, the familiar heat rapidly dissipating, turning cold. In an instant, silver-black light beams burst from his body, weaving together in front of him to form a figure. Chapter 875, Response. Madam Magician and the other major arcana card holders were again affected by the distortion of order, abruptly emerging from their starry roaming state and floating in midair. What met their eyes was an unusually bloody altar and countless mutilated corpses. On the altar there was also an oil painting depicting a strange cosmos. Ma'am Hermit, whose hearing was sealed, had a twisted expression and whispered, with difficulty, "It's here, it's that painting." She felt the terrifying voice influencing her growing louder, originating from that oil painting. "It really works." The magician cast her gaze towards the boy, Exerting, who was holding the iron cigar case. It was unclear whether the praise was for the item imbued with Mr. Fool's aura, or the luck she had always envied. The boy Will shrugged and said, "I didn't expect it to be this effective either." As he spoke, Ma'am Hermit forced an ancient spear stained with mottled blood into existence, sending it with destructive intent towards the painting. But the spear of Longinus, born of fairy tale magic, disintegrated into points of light before it could reach the altar. In Madam Magician's eyes, brilliant starlight shone. Around the altar, faint glows outlined a pair of dreamlike doors, attempting to transfer the painting along with the altar outside the barrier, into the deep, dark cosmos. However, the starlight doors remained motionless, unable to open. Those who are not participants in the Vortex ritual cannot affect the painting, Miss Justice said, eyeing the iron cigar case in Will's hand, eager to take it and use it as a medium to showcase her physical strength and see if she could damage the painting. Madam Judgment took the lead, receiving the iron cigar case from Will and holding it in her hand, making it part of her fist. Immediately, the major arcana card holder shouted in ancient Hermes, "Execution," and, accompanied by this command, Judgment swung her right fist, the iron cigar case, gripped in her hand. Bang! The altar dented slightly, but the painting showed no obvious signs of damage. "There's some effect, but not much," Madam Magician accurately assessed. She took the iron cigar case and tried various abilities herself, but could only cause minor damage to the painting, unable to shake its core effect, as they were not participants in the Vortex ritual, and could only influence it through the medium, the iron cigar case, which lacked destructive power. Watching the painting still affecting her, and many high-level individuals, Ma'am Hermit could not help but feel anxious. Deep in the primitive island, in the dense white mist before the Black Emperor, mausoleum, as the four beams of light merged into Roselle's body in midair, Pearlie's face was suddenly stretched wide, presenting a comical yet terrifying appearance. The blood-red figure and the miniature crimson moon in the mist retreated strangely, as if going in the wrong direction. From the light point where the shadow of the beauty goddess emerged, the white mist, which had been nearly purified by the holy pillar, filled again. Saint Vierve in midair, and the purifiers outside the villa, including Angoulême, felt an impending collapse of the current order. The lightless domain instantly twisted, with some darkness seeping in, forming a shadowed side. Discovering the presence of the shadow of the beauty goddess, Mr. Moon was about to turn into crimson moonlight and illuminate the white mist, but found himself rushing into the sky. The worms of time split by Pallies, just deciding to return, assess the situation, and unite in deception, got lost in life's path. Mr. Hanged Man, riding the gale, suddenly plummeted, nearly losing his flying ability and falling to the ground. As distortion phenomena appeared to varying degrees worldwide at the core of the Vortex ritual, Pearl struggled to raise her head and look up. At the edge of the abstract fantastical world, Roselle's figure, clad in black armor, and a luxurious cape, grew larger and clearer, with a crown set with dark gems, forming swiftly atop his head. The surrounding white mist mostly invaded his body, distorting his face, with his eyes a deep blue, almost black, a slow expanding mist. The Black Emperor had revived in the astral world. Roselle lowered his head slightly, gazing down, focusing on the white mist before his mausoleum, the torrent connecting him and the mist, and the face of Pearlie in the depths of the mist, exuding majesty and depth. The next moment the Black Emperor raised his right hand, forming a fist, and gently twisted his wrist. Distortion. He forcefully completed a distortion using his authority, the Black Emperor pathway, the special connection with the uncertain mist, and the corruption deeply eroding his body and soul, relying on the invisible barrier blocking the outer deities. Pearl, deep in the white mist, briefly lost focus, then discovered in shock that the great uncertain mist was no longer closely connected with her through the Vortex ritual but had shifted to the Black Emperor. Her object of faith, her ritual foundation, had all been distorted to Emperor Roselle. After her initial confusion, Pearl quickly felt a surge of fear and despair. Not only her but all the uncertain mist believers across the continents also saw a thin white mist before their eyes, with a majestic, indistinct figure standing within. That figure, wearing a crown and black armor, quietly looked down at them. The Black Emperor's first act upon revival was to temporarily take over all faith, directed at the uncertain mist. Of course, this also exposed him more directly to the outer deity outside the barrier. Another wisp of white mist separated from the surface of a planet, reaching the site of an intense divine battle, using the special environment and its symbolism to penetrate the barrier again, falling upon Emperor Roselle at the edge of the astral world, like a fishing line finally controlling its target. Roselle's expression became increasingly distorted. He continued to gaze at Pearl and the uncertain mist believers worldwide, speaking in a majestic voice. The broker can unite the outer deities and has acted, posing a great threat, a crime beyond pardon. As he spoke, the Black Emperor's outstretched right hand opened, as if to grasp something. After declaring the crime, his right hand clenched abruptly. Bang, bang, bang. On the northern and southern continents, the uncertain mist, believers exploded into blood mist. This was not the ability of the judgment domain but the control granted by the boon system, the control of an evil god over his followers. Temporarily distorting the uncertain mist faith, Black Emperor Roselle used this to purge the evil god's followers, making them feel the wrath of a god, aiming to eliminate them all. A single broker might not be dangerous, but their ability to weave all dangers together made them the greatest threat. No. Despite her desperate resistance, Pearl exploded uncontrollably within the white mist. Her face split into different parts like the nose, eyes, mouth, and ears, scattered into the white mist, staining it with a noticeable blood color. Yet the Vortex ritual had not ceased. The shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon continued to approach their target light point, even faster than before. Silently, the exploded uncertain mist believers, in blood mist form, crossed the void, merging into the vortex mist that Pearl had become. This accelerated the advance of the shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon, sustaining the ongoing transaction, as if other forces were maintaining the ritual. A characteristic of the vortex was that all participants contributed power to maintain the ritual until their part of the transaction was complete. Thus, once the vortex was formed, destroying it would become increasingly difficult. Roselle glanced at the white mist connecting him and the outside barrier, his expression of pain growing more apparent. He shouted loudly, "Adam, where are you? The uncertain mist has made a heavy bet. If you don't reveal your cards, we're all doomed." Seeing no change around, Roselle paused and continued to roar angrily. "Adam, are you really waiting for a chance to devour the eternal blazing sun and others?" Just after Roselle's low roar, a distant yet gentle voice echoed in his mind. "I'm here." In the special mirror world, Voisin Sanson watched expectantly and reverently as silver-black light beams shot from the grey-white sheep that Lumion had become, waiting for Lord Termiboros to be completely freed. The beams wove together in front of him, quickly forming a figure. The figure was slightly hunched, wearing a black classical robe and a pointed hat, of the same color, with a thin face, slightly curly black hair, a broad forehead, and pitch-black eyes. Just as Lumion was about to activate the Blood Emperor's residual aura to try and escape the sheep state, he froze upon seeing this figure. Whoa! Voisin, Sanson, and Harrison's bodies trembled, also becoming stunned. The figure slowly straightened, not even glancing at Voisin, Sanson, and Harrison, but turned to look at Lumion. Without any warning, the sheet's wool covering Lumion's body fell off, shrinking back to its original head covering size. Lumion remained in shock and bewilderment. The figure took out a monocle made of crystal and leisurely placed it over his right eye, revealing a slight smile at Lumion. "You can call me Amon, or—" The figure's voice grew majestic and layered, the smile on his face more evident. Demiboros. Chapter 876, The Patient. Lumion knew that the figure before him was Ammon. Although Ammon's appearance differed somewhat from Manette and the other Ammons, the monocle over his right eye and his overall demeanor and aura unmistakably confirmed his identity. But why was Ammon here? And why did he call himself Termiboros? Lumion clearly saw those silver and black beams of light emerging from within himself, from the shattered seal of Mr. Fool. How did they transform into Ammon? This was why Lumion had frozen in place earlier. Could it be that during their previous encounters, Ammon had secretly bypassed Mr. Fool's seal, hidden inside him, and replaced Termiboros? If so, what had Mr. Fool's seal actually been for? Despite his shock and confusion, Lumion suppressed these emotions because he had more urgent matters to attend to. He stood up, ready to pick up the Sword of Courage, and use the mirror traversal ability of the Black Tier to reach Franca, Jenna, and the others, to help them fight. Higdon. Meanwhile, Voisin, Sanson, and Harrison stood frozen like statues. Ammon, who claimed to be Termiboros, raised his hand to stop Lumion. He glanced at the transparent boundary showing the battle between Franca, the others, and Higdon, and smiled, saying, "I've fixed their fate for the next 10 minutes. They won't die. You still have some time. As for what happens after 10 minutes, that's up to your choices." Lumion refocused on Ammon, removing the Black Tier forehead accessory and tucking it into the separate space within his traveler's bag to prevent any further negative effects. In a low voice he asked, "What choices?" Without waiting for Ammon's response, he couldn't help but ask another question. "When did you become Termiboros?" As he spoke, Lumion temporarily put away the Devil's Whisper's bone ring. Ammon's lips curled slightly. "A long, long time ago. By the time you first learned that name, Termiboros was already me." At this, the former King of Angels' smile took on a hint of mockery. "In that dream in Cordu village, the warlocks symbolized the power of inevitability. The warlock's death and burial in the tomb symbolized the loss of the true owner of that power, the real Termiboros. The owl guarding the tomb and the warlock's body symbolized an outsider seeking this power. The other you, accompanying the owl, symbolized the inherent depravity within everyone." Pallas couldn't even decipher this, yet he calls himself a cryptologist? Just because I'd changed my symbolic form, he couldn't recognize me? Has he already begun aging prematurely at such a young age? Lumion didn't know who Pallas was, but he understood the implications of Ammon's explanation. The first time he had heard about depravity was from a secret suppliant. That knowledge came with the potion. The second time was in the honorific name of the true creator worshipped by the Aurora Order, and Ammon had a very close relationship with that individual. This meant the true creator's influence on the Cordu incident was much deeper than Lumion had imagined. It wasn't just a matter of sending a few lizard-like elves to nudge events along. Rage that even an ascetic couldn't suppress burned within Lumion. He squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. "Was the Cordu disaster the plan formulated by you two?" Ammon pinched his right eye's monocle, not directly answering Lumion's question. He pulled a piece of paper from the void and read it in the tone of a report. "Patient, Lumion Lee, male, claims to be born on September 26, 1340, a native of Cordu in Riston Province, Inti Republic. Diagnosis: strong self-destructive tendencies, loss of ability to respond to others' emotions." Cause analysis: experiences as a street urchin made the patient distrustful of his surroundings, developing habits of self-neglect to survive, abandoning certain societal morals. Auralee's care, sympathy, love, supervision, and interdependent life helped the patient initially heal from that phase, re-establishing social connections and gradually becoming a normal person. The disaster at Cordu village and Oro's death shattered the patient's rebuilt life, bringing more severe pain and despair, making him afraid to desire or respond to others' emotions, fearing loss again, thus fostering strong self-destructive tendencies. First phase, treatment plan. Step 1. Emphasize the possibility of Aurora Lee's resurrection to give the patient motivation to live. Step 2. Arrange for the patient to stay at the Auberge du Coq d'Oreille in the Trier Market District, where many people at the bottom of society can effectively evoke the patient's empathy. Step 3. Force the patient to form connections with Celia Bello and others through events, preparing to rebuild social connections. Step 4. Use the undercover mission in the Iron and Blood Cross Order to make the patient meet Franca Roland. Franca Roland's background is similar to Aurore's, and her cheerful personality can effectively lower the psychological walls the patient has built, making her the most important candidate for re-establishing social connections. Step 5. Coordinate with the Tarot Club's Justice and Susie for treatment, reasonably allowing certain events to happen to aid in improving psychological conditions. Early stage. Use the patient's sympathy for the unemployed. Charlie and the street girls. Ethan's allow his help to yield positive results, giving him positive feedback. Mid-stage. Ensure the patient encounters Celia Bello after setbacks, receiving companionship and comfort, and using the self-indulgent yet unintentional behavior he chooses to relieve accumulated emotions. Late stage. Bring inevitable events forward at the most appropriate time, with some events potentially occurring before mid-stage treatment. These include 1. Susanna Matisse targeting Charlie again, having the Bliss Society abduct him to underground Trier. This would allow the patient to vaguely sense the sufferer's presence, feel anger, and through these events strengthen his connections with Franca, Celia, and Charlie, initially rebuilding social ties. 2. The madman Flameng, whose situation most resembles the patient's, hangs himself after losing all hope and motivation for life despite the patient's help. This strongly resonates with the patient, giving him a huge shock, triggering his rebellious spirit and stubbornness. 3. Scavenger Roar, unfortunately getting affected by the indiscriminate influence of cultists, contracts a severe illness. The patient's efforts to help end in failure, with Rua's wife Michelle losing hope and choosing to indulge once by having a hearty meal and singing loudly before hanging herself at dawn. This similar fate and predestined outcome thoroughly ignite the patient's emotions, making him want to fight against the unfairness of fate, wanting to challenge everything. 4. The explosion at the chemical plant where Celia Bello's mother worked, acting as the final catalyst. First phase treatment result: the patient's self-destructive tendencies significantly reduced, re-established social connections, regained some motivation to live, and can now handle more events. As Ammon read the report, in an even tone, Lumion felt his heart sink, growing colder with each word. It was like being doused with cold water as a street urchin, the chills spreading from his head to his toes, extinguishing all his hope and pride like a candle flame. His indignation, his rebellion against fate, all of them seemed like a joke, shattered into pieces and ground into the dirt by those in power. At this moment, Lumion felt completely numb. Half of him burned with uncontrollable anger and a self-destructive urge to drag the report writer to death with him. The other half once again felt the despair and pain from when Aurora had pushed him away to face death alone. Ammon finally finished reading the first phase treatment report and looked at Lumion with a smile, seemingly waiting for a response. Lumion's body hunched slightly, and his voice erupted from the depths of his soul, filled with agony. "Why? Why me?" Ammon smiled and said, "The fool's aura and Aurora's foolish choice made you a good test subject, capable of bearing many things and verifying the initial experimental results. That's one reason. The other is, if you truly self-destruct, won't my role as Tammy Boris be exposed? How can I deceive those outside and make them place heavy bets? Only by slowly absorbing and digesting Tammy Boris's sequence 1, beyond the characteristics within the Fool's Seal and changing pathways, would it be most hidden and least likely to be discovered." Lumion's mind was in chaos, his emotions exploding. Even the conspirer's abilities were hard to use. He could only ask instinctively. In that large ceremony with the Padre, did not only Tammy Boris descend, but also you? Did you intentionally seal yourself for the injured Tammy Boris into my body? Ammon nodded lightly and smiled. "Thanks to your gifts, it helped me open the return path, and gave me such a present." Lumion fell silent. involuntarily breathing heavily as if the air here was too thin, and he had to force himself to breathe deeply. Previously, the sufferer hidden around me. Who was it? Eamon shook his head. Haven't you guessed it yet? You should have heard his name. The Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. The Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Lumion was stunned but had seemed to make sense. This was the King of Angels who had once followed the ancient sun god and was currently serving the true creator as mentioned by Mr. K during his preaching. Lumion instinctively gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out through the gaps. Did you have a chance to save Aurora back then? Eamon smiled. Do you want to hear the answer? He glanced at the paper in his hand, seemingly preparing to read new content that might contain all the answers. Chapter 877, Promised Matters. Eamon began reading again in a flat tone. When the anomaly at Cordu village was discovered, the corruption and personality distortion in Aura Lee had already become quite severe. If the most skilled psychologist provided treatment and any true god offered a seal, it might have been possible to save her. But why save her? If the situation at Cordu village had continued to develop, it would indeed have caused a significant catastrophe. However, if intervened, it could bring substantial benefits and play an important role at a critical moment in the future. The lizard-shaped elves entered Cordu village, quietly maintaining the balance. They wanted the outcome to follow the heretic's original plan but not actually succeed. At the same time, they ensured that Aurora Lee retained a slight chance of resurrection. In the end, their goal was achieved. Before the Sinners organization sent someone, Guillaume Benet conducted the grand sacrifice himself, opening a temporary passage above the barrier, allowing Termiboros to descend. Amon had already been waiting nearby, deceiving the ritual, utilizing the barrier, and secretly following Termiboros back into this world. Aura pushing Lumion Lee away in the end brought a bit of an unexpected twist, but it did not change the overall outcome. The Fool's aura on Lumion Lee, stimulated by the surrounding environment and his intense emotional fluctuations, successfully attracted the Fool's attention. Hearing this, Lumion's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his heart burning with rage, overpowering the numbness and despair. Amon, as if not noticing his emotional change, continued to read. As a result, Termiboros was severely wounded, and together with the soul fragments of Aurora Lee and the villagers of Cordu, was sealed into Lumion Lee's body. During this process, Amon voluntarily joined them, stealing Termiboros's fate and identity before he could recover, killing him and reducing him to a Sequence 1, beyond a characteristic of the Inevitability pathway. Before Lumion Lee became an ascetic, Amon had already absorbed the Beyond a characteristic, completing the pathway switch, fully replacing Termiboros, only lacking the final ritual. This is very important. Whether it's the Vortex ritual now or another plan, it doesn't change. Lumion Lee will understand why soon. At this point, Amon looked up at the dark sky covered with a thick glass-like layer, smiled and said, "Next I will only read the key parts. Otherwise, I'm afraid Roselle won't last that long." Lumion didn't respond to him, using all his strength to suppress his emotions. He wanted to uncover the truth behind many previous events. Amon lowered his head again, looking at the paper in his hand. After the first phase of psychological treatment ended, the hidden dangers of the Tree of Shadow were prematurely triggered, forcing Lumion Lee to face Susanna Matisse's sacrifice. The Amon sealed within him indeed couldn't bear the weight and complexity of the Tree of Shadow's fate torrent, nor could he rapidly evolve the fate fragments of encountering the Monsora's ghost into an attack by the Monsora's ghost. However, the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, had always been watching from nearby. This was his specialty, and in this regard he was far superior to the sufferer of the Inevitability pathway. With Ouroboros's covert assistance, Lumion Lee successfully swapped the fate of being attacked by the Monsora's ghost with the fate of the Tree of Shadow having its roots burned by the Fourth Epoch Triad's invisible flames. This would play a crucial role in Lumion Lee and Susanna Matisse's upcoming battle. Between the two battles, Amon didn't miss the opportunity, deliberately describing Lumion as the unfortunate one to strike at him. This was a deception. If it were the real Termiboros, he would have said similar words in such a situation. At the end of the Tree of Shadow incident, the lizard-like elf deliberately let Lumion Li see it, giving him a strong desire and motivation to continue exploring the truth behind the Cordu disaster. Hearing this, Lumion was stunned again. My desire, my anger, is that what that individual wanted too? Ammon seemed to skip parts and started reading the next key point. The madman Flaming, driven insane by encountering the monstrous ghost, coincidentally stayed at the Auberge de Coq Doré. His experiences and ending resonated with Lumion Li. The earth bloodstone he left behind gave Lumion Li the chance to obtain the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. At this time, due to the convergence of Ammon's main body, more and more Ammons noticed Lumion Li's existence and obtained corresponding information. To bring out the hidden value of the Earth Bloodstone, one of the Ammons chose to steal it. Coincidentally, a lady from the Church of Ebonite asked Lumion Li for help to obtain water from the Samaritan women's spring, leading them into the underground catacombs. With the enthusiastic help of the Ammons, Lumion Li ultimately used the Earth Bloodstone to gain the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. This was the first step in his mystical similarity to 001, which could provide him help in critical moments. The hostile plan was initiated as expected. Some participants were killed, some achieved their goals, and those outside who could not observe Fourth Epoch Trier received guidance, while Lumion Li and others obtained a fragment of the special mirror world for the first time. After leaving Trier, Lumion Li inevitably converged to Port Santa, where the seal was reinforced early. Though it left hidden dangers, it could at least last longer. On the subsequent journey, Lumion Li encountered Father Montserrat and obtained Omabella's burned umbilical cord. He also got involved in matters related to Neighbor Disley, laying the foundation for meeting Farborti's avatar in the tomb at the end of the Dream Festival. During the Dream Festival, Lumion Li successfully obtained the seal of the Underworld Taoist, truly gaining mystical similarity to 001. During the journey, Lumion Li also met several people with experiences similar to his but with different choices and outcomes, which touched him, firming his ideas and further improving his psychological state. The second phase of psychological treatment was successfully completed. After asking Mr. K for help to solve Pale's painting person, Lumion Li went to the first cathedral built by the Aurora Order for the true creator. There, he coincidentally saw the lizard-like elves crawling in and out of the god. This dealt him a huge blow, worsening his psychological state, but also made his desire and determination for revenge stronger and firmer. After returning to Trier from Aurora, Lumion Li began preparing for his advancement to Iron-Blooded Knight. What he didn't realize was that his psychological state and emotional condition had not met the requirements to become a demigod. Even with the Sealed Angel as a teammate, there was a significant probability that he would lose control after consuming the Iron-Blooded Knight potion. Fortunately, the presence of the Black Tear and Celia Bello becoming a Demoness of pleasure prematurely triggered the emotional issues within Lumion's team. After much entanglement and pain, Lumion chose to face his thoughts and tried to respond to others' attention to him. Although his response was twisted, he at least took the first step, no longer passively accepting but placing himself in a position of importance. This mindset change was crucial for his subsequent advancement ritual. As a result, Lumion Li's emotions and desires were vented, and his importance was no longer suppressed by his fear of loss. His connections with Franca Roland and Celia Bello became stronger and closer, providing him with two strong anchors during his advancement to demigod, helping him stabilize his consciousness. The third and final phase of psychological treatment ended, and Lumion Li could now withstand new blows. During the Vortex ritual, Lumion's team fell into a desperate situation. All his teammates except him were about to be killed or taken away by Higdon of the Order of All Extinction in a few minutes. Lumion Li wanted to ask Aemon for help, but Aemon chose to refuse because he wasn't Lumion Li's godfather and had no obligation, even though Lumion Li had indeed become more like Aemon, using loopholes more skillfully after repeatedly receiving boons from Aemon. Relying solely on himself and those few Grade 1 sealed artifacts, Lumion Li couldn't save his teammates because Vostin Sanson and others would also assist Higdon shortly. Lumion Li now has only one choice: to ascend to demigod on the spot. but Aemon is unwilling to help him shatter the Sword of Courage, returning the Sword of Courage to a beyond a characteristic, and his iron-blooded night ritual is still incomplete. Aemon tells him that the only help he would provide is to shatter the Black Tear, give him the supplementary ingredients missing for the Despair Potion, and send him to Marauder to complete the ritual using the exiles there, ascending to Demoness of Despair. Becoming a Demoness of Despair, Lumion Lee, wielding the Sword of Courage, successfully saves his teammates. Then, he would switch between the Demoness and Hunter pathways, spiraling upwards. This doesn't need to be symmetrical, depending on the situation, aiming to fulfill the phrase, pure yin does not last, pure yang does not grow, yin contains yang, yang contains yin, the union of yin and yang gives rise to everything. This is the only correct way to approach the peak power of the two calamity pathways. Alistair Tudor and Cheek's attempts failed. Not only did they fail to succeed, but they also created a big trouble. In this process, Aurora Lee's soul fragments will gradually revive when Lumion Lee is in the Demoness state. If Lumion Lee can ultimately defeat Red Angel Medici and Primordial Demoness Cheek, mastering the peak power of the two calamity pathways, Aurora Lee's personality and soul fragments can rely on Lumion's own spirit and flesh to resurrect. Then, they can merge with his consciousness, suppressing the corruption of inevitability, and become his female form, controlling the feminine side of calamity. This is the true union of yin and yang, similar to the Medici evil spirit's current state, but closer to the peak. This is also the only way to truly revive Aurora Lee. Aemon paused, looking at Lumion, who seemed to have turned into a statue, raised his chin slightly, revealed a faint smile and recited the final sentence. Can you accept such an outcome? Chapter 878, Sinner. Hearing Aemon's question, Lumion seemed to break free from a long nightmare, only to find reality was an even more despairing abyss. His body trembled slightly as he used all his strength to squeeze out a sound from his throat. Isn't he afraid? Afraid that after I truly master the peak power of calamity, I'll seek revenge against him? Aemon laughed. By making such a choice, he shows he's willing to face all possible futures and accept the worst outcome. It makes no difference to him whether it's you or Medici, whether you submit, give up, be angry, or hate. If either of you manages to master the peak power of calamity, seek revenge against him, disrupt his plans, or even pull him down from his divine throne, he would still not regret it and would acknowledge the result. At this point, Aemon paused before continuing. Because he was born to bear all sins. Lumion fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, with thin streams of bright red blood seeping through the gaps. Aemon glanced at the transparent but dark sky. Time is running out. You must make your choice. Lumion's lips moved a few times before he suddenly laughed, a mixture of anger and self-mockery. His voice was hoarse and low as he said, I'm willing to go to Marauder. I will try all possible ways to revive Aurora, including the only method he mentioned, but I will not accept the outcome he predetermined. Aemon chuckled, adjusting his monocle on his right eye. You don't need to tell me the second half of your sentence. My task is only to send you to Marauder and make you a Demoness of Despair. Whether you accept that ending, you'll have to face him and tell him yourself. With that, Aemon raised his right hand and gently grasped, making the black tear forehead accessory magically detach from the traveler's bag and appear in his palm. The black tear-shaped sealed artifact silently shattered, transforming into specks of faint light. These lights quickly converged into a shrunken, withered, blackened, translucent heart. Aemon then reached towards Voisin Sanson, grabbing two items. One was a small glass vial containing dark green liquid, and the other 3 silver fragments. After making his decision, Lumion's emotions finally settled a bit. He no longer felt as out of control as before. His body had been trembling uncontrollably, and his thoughts had been fixated on destruction. Seeing the 2 items in Aemon's hand, Lumion suddenly paused. Voisin Sanson had the supplementary ingredients for the Demoness of Despair. He was also the one who suggested lifting the seal earlier, Amon mentioned that some participants in the hostel plan received hidden guidance in Fourth Epoch Tria's unique environment without being noticed by the evil gods. Was Voisin Sanson one of them? Voisin Sanson himself probably didn't remember being guided, thinking he escaped Fourth Epoch Tria purely with the help of the Mirror people, and later unknowingly did some seemingly unimportant abnormal things. Amon couldn't break out of Mr. Fool's seal on his own, so there had to be a role to accomplish the unsealing task without killing me. The test subject, Voisin Sanson's stated goal, allowed him to do this without suspicion. That individual tacitly allowed the hostile plan to happen without much interference or obstruction, and didn't ruin Red Angel's plan, all to prepare for, now. Realizing this, Lumion instinctively scoffed to ease his emotions. So he can't accept just any outcome after all. He did so much to ensure the expected result. Eamon smiled. Willing to accept the worst outcome doesn't mean not striving for the best. And now, would you refuse to go to Marauder and become a Demoness of despair? Lumion fell silent again. Amon let the Demoness of despair beyond the characteristic and the two supplementary materials fly towards Lumion, casually remarking, "This, beyond the characteristic, will continuously spread plagues both mundane and mystical, and you'll also be infected." After Lumion caught them, Hammond smiled again. "Do you know what the sequence 2 of the Inevitability pathway is?" "Sinner," Lumion replied, determined to go to Marauder and complete his task no matter how painful or reluctant he felt. "And sequence 1? Ammon continued to quiz him unhurriedly. Lumion shook his head. He really didn't know. Ammon explained with a smile. "Sequence 1 is Angel of Redemption, but to me, it's not as useful as Sinner. The past sinner, the present sufferer, and the future Angel of Redemption form the trinity of the Inevitability pathway." Amon adjusted his monocle, smiling more prominently. "And a sinner has the ability to revert their state to any past moment, with the duration depending on specific circumstances." Revert to any past moment. Lumion suddenly remembered that Madam Magician mentioned Amon, the king of angels from ancient times, once briefly became a god. Amon turned, smiling. Of course, involving the uniqueness and power of a true god requires the current holder's consent. That celestial worthy has already diverted most of his attention to influence Project Vortex, so he certainly can't interfere with the fool on this matter, and the fool you believe in shouldn't object. As he spoke, Amon spread his arms as if embracing returning power. The monocle on his right eye shone brilliantly. Before Lumion could react, he saw the obstacles and barriers blocking access to Marauder in the special mirror world disappear, allowing him to enter the city of exiles smoothly and without hindrance. High above in the special mirror world, the figure wearing a golden crown and black dress nodded at Amon, not attempting to interfere with Lumion. She was Mirror Roselle. In this matter, she had placed bets on both sides, ensuring that the real Roselle wouldn't completely perish. Whether the real Roselle became a puppet of the uncertain mist or died to await another resurrection opportunity, it wouldn't affect her existence and would even gradually make her the main body. In the next second, Amon's figure vanished from Lumion's sight. The paper he had been reading silently floated down, completely blank, a sheet of white paper. Before the bloody altar in the ancient castle, Mam Hermit suddenly spoke. "The voice from that painting has weakened." Madam Magician looked up, slightly puzzled and apprehensive. "The sealing power of the barrier has strengthened. The true god of the door pathway has returned. No, it's not, Mr. Fool, it's more like Amon." Using her angelic intuition about the true god of her pathway, Madam Magician quickly made a judgment. How could Amon become the true god of the door pathway again? Miss Justice's heart stirred. Did Mr. Fool, or that celestial worthy, lend him power? If it was the former, it would be great news for disrupting the Vortex ritual. If it was the latter, it would be serious. Based on current developments, it should be Mr. Fool, Madam Magician said thoughtfully. At this moment, the Mam Hermit receiving Miss Justice's report moved her eyes slightly. Since the influence of the mysterious voice is weakened, the power of fate must have lessened too. Now, there should be a chance to destroy this painting. As she spoke, the holder of the Major Arcana card holder reached out to Madame Magician, asking for the iron cigar case. In the sea near Port Santa, the seal, previously weakened by internal grey fog and external gnawing, instantly became as strong as before. The School of Deliciousness's previous efforts were all in vain. Deep in the primitive island, before the Black Emperor Mausoleum, the thick, pervasive white mist abruptly contracted towards the core, as if squeezed by an invisible force. The mark left by the fool inside Roselle strengthened, alleviating some of the corruption caused by the uncertain mist. Roselle's twisted, painful expression improved somewhat. The eyes of Pearlie, scattered in different parts of the mist, saw a figure suddenly appear in midair. The figure wore a black robe, a matching pointed hat, and a monocle on his right eye. Isn't it said that external forces can't interfere with the Vortex's operation? Pearlie, still barely alive, had this question when she saw the figure in midair look down at her, smiling happily as he introduced himself. "Is this our first meeting? I am Termiboros." Pearl suddenly felt as if her intelligence had been stolen. How could it be Termiboros? However, my spiritual intuition tells me that he is indeed Termiboros. In the special mirror world, seeing Amon's figure soar upwards and vanish from sight, Lumion finally understood why he had said that whether it was the Vortex ritual or another plan, it didn't matter compared to consuming Termiboros and becoming an angel of the Inevitability pathway. This meant there would always be a high-ranking being capable of temporarily exerting a true god's power, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike at a crucial moment. Lumion glanced at the white paper on the ground, then looked at Franca, Jenna, and the others struggling against Higdon with the help of the Pride armor and the Demoness's black flames. He quickly put away the Sword of Courage, gripping the beyond a characteristic and supplementary ingredients of the Demoness of Despair, and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He traversed the special mirror world and returned to Marauder, the city of exiles. Immediately, he reconnected with 001, using the Grade 0 sealed artifact to help bear the damage and influence of the Demoness plague. Then, Lumion stood on the steps before the Knowledge Cathedral, gazing at the wide, deserted square. He began summoning the exiles most affected by 001 to gather quickly, aiming to save time. Chapter 879, Demoness of Despair. In the next 2 to 3 minutes, a large number of exiles poured into the square in front of the Knowledge Cathedral. Some, accidentally bumped into, chose to duel, on the spot. Others quietly straightened their necks so they wouldn't be too crooked. Some sang loudly out of boredom, while others played a game of slapping each other. Lumion stood on the steps, holding the Beyonder characteristic of the Demoness, of Despair, expressionless as he watched these exiled felons. "Time is running out," Lumion silently whispered to himself, turning to look at the Knowledge Cathedral once more, but still did not see Archbishop Heriberg of Marauder. Finally resigned, he turned his gaze back to the exiles, who almost filled the square. There were definitely more than 30,000. Lumion suddenly started laughing, his body trembling with mirth. Though he seemed to have many choices considering environmental factors, time constraints, the current situation, and his own obsessions, only one path remained. The only road before him. After laughing for over 10 seconds, Lumion, dressed in a white shirt, black vest, dark trousers, and laced shoes, stepped down from the steps and walked into the crowd. The exiles near the Knowledge Cathedral began to feel something was wrong. Their bodies weakened, and when they tried to slap their opponents, it felt more like caressing their faces. Some instinctively wanted to flee but found their legs powerless, their bodies heavy, moving only slowly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. White-blue fireballs shot out from around Lumion, flying over the exiles infected with mystical diseases, and landing at the edges of the square, which the exiles strangely ignored. Rumble. The fireballs exploded simultaneously, surrounding the square in a hell of white flames. The temperature soared, and thick smoke billowed. Thud, thud, thud. Countless exiles, whose conditions had worsened, fell to the ground, watching as other felons with some strength left trampled over them. They stared at the white flames lighting up the sky, inching closer to them. Pain and despair quickly filled their hearts, consuming their sanity. Some wanted to call for help but could only make weak sounds. Rumble. Amid continuous explosions, Lumion walked out of the square, into the spreading sea of flames, and into the nearest street. Rumble. The houses on both sides of the street either collapsed under the white-blue fireballs, or were directly ignited, rising into fierce flames like torches. The felons in the square fell one by one, feeling helpless against the disease, experiencing pain and despair, waiting for death. Lumion took out a glass bottle, placing the beyonder characteristic of the Demoness of despair, plague mother serpent's bile, fragments of a silver hunter, blood of various plague victims and fresh mistletoe into it one by one. Bubbles gurgled up, and a dark purple potion shimmered with a rosy light. Lumion gazed at the potion, laughing hoarsely. "Don't worry. I already know my insignificance. I will embrace despair and the path of the Demoness. But this is to avoid being manipulated in the future, to choose my own ending." With that, he walked forward, raising the bottle to his lips and tilting his head back to drink. The exiles still standing in the square suddenly felt their pain and despair condense into something tangible, turning into invisible threads extending toward the burning street, toward the figure with his back to them. They finally awoke, but were too sick to fight the perpetrator. Some were even already engulfed by flames, burning their bodies. They saw the figure walking step by step among the burning buildings, walking through the hellish streets under the bright red sky. His hair floated up, growing longer, blacker, and thicker. In the air, 2 stars seemed to light up, and the white-blue flames in the area suddenly turned pitch black. This blackness spread like a flood, quickly drowning all light, making the fiery hell quiet, deep, and dark. In the special mirror world, in the dark scene of the abandoned park where Franca and others fought against Higdon of the Order of All Extinction, covered in greenish-yellow mucus, Higdon had split into 4, each seeking different targets, while black flames of the Demoness burned quietly around Franca and Jenna. The black flames burned the spirituality of the disease but were dimmed by the decaying power, eventually extinguishing. If it weren't for discovering that Higdon's disease, having some spirituality, could be ignited by the Demoness's black flames to slow its spread and intensity, Franca believed she and Jenna would have already exhausted their mirror substitutes and awaited death. Meanwhile, the Pride armor played a crucial role, almost unaffected by Higdon's diseases and not corroded by the decaying power. It remained energetic, chasing down Higdon whenever he dared to attack from behind, occasionally unleashing a hurricane of light. During the battle, Franca and Jenna noticed another problem. They couldn't tell if it was because Higdon had no brain or if the demigod was just unlucky, but his certain death attacks often missed. Combined, the 2 Demonesses and Anthony, who used his psychological invisibility to stay out of the decaying range, barely managed to hold on for nearly 9 minutes before Higdon, a demigod. Occasionally they even felt that Higdon lacked the oppressive presence of a true demigod, seeming like a poor-quality product. But even so, they couldn't find an opportunity to escape, and discovered that their enemies were multiplying from 2 at the start to 4 now, with 1 splitting, off to find Ludwig. Moreover, although individual Higdon fragments seemed weaker than a true demigod, each fragment retained the same level of power, making them collectively terrifying. Franca guessed the number of splits should have a limit, but not too many. "I have 2 mirror substitutes left. Jenna probably has 1. Anthony, although attacked less and outside the range, only had 2 to begin with, and has used 1. Franca analyzed the situation quickly, while constantly repositioning to avoid Higdon's sudden sure hit attacks. As for Lugano, when Higdon blocked him at the start, Franca signaled him to run, as far as he could, and hide. It proved to be the right call. Higdon's targets were Ludwig and the 2 Demonesses, making no effort to stop Lugano from fleeing and not splitting more, Higdon's to chase him. Continuous use of black flames is also draining our spirituality. Jenna and I can't hold on much longer. Franca considered whether to use the last mirror traversal of the ice amulet now to delay for a while and see if there would be a turning point. It could also give Anthony a chance to survive. The hypnotist was also not Higdon's target and had psychological invisibility. Just as Franca was about to signal Jenna to approach, she suddenly saw greenish-yellow drops forming behind Jenna, quickly condensing into Higdon. Almost simultaneously, Franca noticed from Jenna's worried expression that something was happening behind her too. Without hesitation, both Demonesses activated mirror substitution. The next second, 2 Higdens spread out like dirty, slimy blankets. Rapping. Franca and Jenna in a sure hit. A cracking sound followed. Meanwhile, Anthony, quietly lurking at the edge of the park, leaning against a half wall, suddenly saw a greenish-yellow mucus-covered Higden appear beside him. He had been discovered after all. Higden pushed with both hands, sending a greenish-black light ball towards Anthony. Crack. Anthony used his last mirror substitution, his figure appearing behind this. Higden. Seeing this, Anthony had an epiphany. An opportunity. He didn't flee but raised his winter is coming revolver, aimed at Higden, and pulled the trigger. Certain death. A yellowish bullet, tinged with dim green, crossed the short distance, hitting Higden. Covered in greenish-yellow mucus, Higden froze, his body quickly disintegrating into small drops, falling to the ground without any spirituality. This Higden was dead. But the other 3 Higdens remained unaffected. After confirming this, Franca and Jenna felt utter despair. Their previous plan involved the 2 Demonesses as bait, giving Anthony a chance to shoot 1 Higden with the certain death bullet, hoping to kill all Higdens. Unexpectedly, the certain death effect only worked on the 1 hit. Moments later, they saw the Pride armor hit by a certain death attack, metal, fragments falling from its chest, standing still. Jenna gritted her teeth, ready to forego the ritual and gamble on forcibly advancing by consuming the ingredients of the Demoness of Affliction. At least it would restore her spirituality. Even if she failed, she could turn into a monster, giving Franca a chance to escape. Before Jenna could reach into her traveler's bag, another figure appeared at the edge of the area. It was Vizon Sanson, with his blonde hair turning white, who had chased them. Here, Jenna and Franca's hearts sank rapidly. Jenna no longer hesitated. At this moment, above one of the Higdens, a black iron sword, burning with white-blue flames, suddenly fell from the sky, accurately piercing the top of this Higden's head. Boom! This Higden exploded into fragments, the spreading white-blue flames turning into silent blackness, engulfing each piece. The fragments never reappeared, and a figure quickly appeared in the eyes of Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Chapter 880, Walking Destruction. In an instant the figure became clear. Everyone present, including Higden and Vizon Sanson, was stunned. The person had a slim face, light blue eyes resembling clear and dreamy lakes up in the highlands, a perfectly shaped nose, and lips neither too thick nor too thin. Her features were striking and graceful, with a peculiar sharpness that seemed to pierce through any defense of body and mind, straight to the soul, hitting its weakest spot. At the same time she had a cold demeanor, her face void of any smile, as if she had just killed thousands of people. Her long, straight black hair gently floated in the aftermath of the explosion. At this moment Franca recalled a description she had read before her, transmigration. Her beauty is aggressive. As she pondered, Franca felt a strong sense of familiarity. Why does she look a bit like Lumion? No, not a bit, a lot like Lumion feminized and beautified, with some photoshopped editing right. She's holding the sword of courage. My spiritual intuition tells me she is Lumion, Demoness of Despair. Lumion escaped Vizon Sanson's pursuit, entered Marauder, and without enough teammates to perform the Iron-Blooded Knight ritual, chose to use the exiles there to advance to Demoness of Despair. That's ruthless, something Lumion would do. No, did he choose all the options I gave him? I must admit, more beautiful than I imagined. Who helped him shatter the Black Tear. As Franca's thoughts raced, Jenna shouted in pleasant surprise, Lumion. The enchanted Higden and Vizon Sanson snapped back to reality. Lumion's figure disappeared again, reappearing behind another Higden. The Higden covered in greenish-yellow mucus was prepared, instantly disintegrating into countless droplets. However, around him, an almost impermeable invisible web suddenly appeared. The web covered an area of about 30 meters, decaying rapidly while trapping, and binding Higden's greenish-yellow droplets. Silent, destructive black flames surged from the Demoness form Lumion, igniting the nearly decayed web and engulfing every greenish-yellow fragment, stripping them of all spirituality. Idiot. Lumion cursed expressionlessly, his figure disappearing once more. I didn't continue attacking but used charm to buy time to weave this web, anticipating your escape. Though Lumion used teleportation and invisibility, the black flames from his body did not extinguish. After burning the web and the trapped Higden fragments, the flames quickly spread across most of the park-like ruins, igniting the pervasive disease in the air. Feeling the power of the disease and decay significantly diminishing, Franca didn't search for Lumion. Instead, she tacitly charged at Voisin Sanson. She sensed Lumion wanted to eliminate Higden first, so they needed to hold off Voisin Sanson, the circle inhabitant, to prevent him from interfering in Lumion and Higden's battle. Every moment counted. Jenna had a similar feeling, quickly hiding and circling around Voisin Sanson, ready to support Franco and Anthony. Among them, Anthony could inflict the most damage on a demigod. Anthony used psychological invisibility again, cautiously approaching Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson was still confused and fearful. He couldn't figure out where he went wrong trying to unseal and release Lord Termiboros, which allowed Lumion Lee to escape. For a devout follower of Inevitability, this was a mistake redeemable only by death. As soon as he regained control, Voisin Sanson hurried to the battlefield of Higden, and Lumion's companions, hoping to capture Lumion's teammates and force him back to save them, thus regaining control over him. Unexpectedly, Lumion had indeed returned, but as a demoness, a demigod-level demoness. If not for the fact that his lust-enhancing contract wasn't with a demigod creature, and he had become a demigod-level ascetic, he would have already lost control under that soul-piercing charm. Quickly, Voisin Sanson spotted Lumion's figure emerging behind the last Higden. Voisin Sanson was about to teleport over and hunt him down when Franca's figure appeared behind him. Franca raised her left hand, adorned with a black iron-spiked ring, her eyes glowing with 2 streaks of lightning. Psychic piercing. Voisin Sanson's body shook slightly, his soul feeling a brief pain. Immediately, a transparent figure resembling him grew from his back, coldly gazing at Franca. Crack. Franca used her last mirror substitution, the fragments falling lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, Jenna appeared several meters to the side. She held a brown leather scroll, chanting a word in Hermes. Sun. The scroll burst into radiant sunlight, enveloping Voisin Sanson in its holy and fiery light. Though the power of inevitability was not evil, corrupt, or dark, it contained a will that, for Sanson, was foreign and had to be expelled. Of course, after reaching the demigod level, Voisin Sanson's consciousness had been corrupted and influenced by that will, aligning more closely with its master, so the purification effect wouldn't be too significant. However, his contracted creatures included dark, evil and corrupt types, some of which feared purification. So, under the sunlight, Voisin Sanson couldn't help but close his eyes, raise his right hand to shield his face, and black smoke sizzled from his body. As a demigod, Voisin Sanson wouldn't suffer severe damage from such purification and would soon recover, but this gave Anthony a chance. Anthony stopped, raised his winter is coming revolver, and pulled the trigger after a simple aim. Bang! A dark yellow bullet flew toward Voisin Sanson. Sure hit. Anthony wasn't sure if Voisin Sanson had a substitute ability, so he chose sure hit instead of certain death. Clang! The bullet hit Voisin Sanson, producing a metallic sound, tearing his clothes, and causing his skin and flesh to rupture. In the instant he was enveloped by sunlight, unsure of what he might encounter if he teleported away, Voisin Sanson activated a contract ability to metallize himself, enhancing his defense without amplifying the effect of the sunlight. If the next attack couldn't be stopped even with metallization, Voisin Sanson could trigger the circle inhabitant effect, resetting his body state. During the desperate blockade by Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, the last Higden, seemingly foreseeing this, suddenly grew 2 greenish-yellow mucus-covered arms from his back, pushing out a dim green light at the Demoness of Despair, Lumion, certain death. The light hit Lumion's tall, perfect body but passed through. The figure wavered like ripples, quickly shattering just an illusion. At this moment, multiple Lumion figures with black hair lightly floating appeared around Higden, all wielding the Sword of Courage, slashing at the Sequence 4, demigod of the Order of All Extinction. This was the demigod-level demoness's utilization of the special mirror world, with each figure possibly being a mirror illusion or the real Lumion hidden among them. Higden's body suddenly disintegrated into dim greenish light, indiscriminately using the certain death effect. This was both an area attack and an escape. At this moment, another Lumion appeared in midair. He held the sword of courage with both hands, descending heavily and stabbing the ground. Rumble. White-blue flames followed the violent explosion, quickly engulfing the area, consuming the dim greenish light striking the various Lumion figures, not giving them a chance to split into more Higdons. Immediately, the white-blue flames turned into silent black, igniting and devouring all spirituality in the area with a destructive presence. Smack. As the black flames receded, a fist-sized lump of greenish-yellow mucus fell to the ground. This was deliberately left by Lumion. He grabbed the mucus without fearing infection, holding it in his hand and smearing it on a mirror. His hand, covered in black flames, pressed onto it. The greenish-yellow mucus let out a shrill scream. In another dark ruin, another Higdon had just found Ludwig and was about to reach for the little boy with a ravenous expression when silent black flames bizarrely erupted from within him. He was quickly engulfed by the black flames, turning into lifeless liquid, dripping to the ground. After dealing with Higdon, Lumion teleported directly in front of Voisin Sanson, signaling Franca, Jenna and Anthony, who had no mirror substitutes left, to retreat. In Voisin Sanson's eyes, just recovering from the fierce sunlight, the coldly beautiful Demoness curled her lips into a soul-capturing smile. Voisin Sanson froze for a moment, hearing a slightly magnetic, pleasant voice in his ear. "Book your circle inhabitant effect still works. I don't want to kill you just once." Chapter 881 3 times. Voisin Sanson felt there was no warmth in the voice's laughter, and he suddenly shuddered, snapping back to reality. His first reaction was to quickly teleport out of this area, because Lumion had become a potion pathway demigod, and still had 3 companions assisting him. Meanwhile, Sanson's ally, the other demigod Higdon, had been completely killed by Lumion in a very short time. No matter how devoutly he believed in the great circle of inevitability, no matter how urgently he longed to rescue Lord Termaboros, the angel of inevitability, today Voisin Sanson was not so blind as to misread the current situation. He knew he only had 2 choices: stay and fight to the death, or flee quickly and wait for another opportunity. At this moment it was not difficult to decide which to choose. As the black mark on his body activated, Voisin Sanson's figure disappeared from where he stood. The next second, he appeared dozens of meters away, facing a dark, transparent, almost glass-like barrier ahead. The barrier flickered in and out of visibility, sealing off an area the size of a plaza. Lumion, his body now slightly slimmer, held the huge iron-black straight sword and did not stop Voisin Sanson's attempt. He only said in a slightly mocking tone, "This is the special mirror world, and a demigod-level Demoness can utilize the power of this world to some extent. If you want to break the mirror barrier and teleports out, there's only one way. Defeat me. Kill me." Voisin Sanson struggled for a moment but failed to succeed. He had no choice but to turn around and face Lumion. Then he saw the other reveal a beautiful but dangerous smile. Lumion did not act immediately, because he was listening to the beating of his own heart. The seal of Mr. Fool on him had lost its effect, but Ammon had left some power in the original position, preventing the soul fragments of Aurora and others from leaking out and perishing completely. Of course, this was only a temporary restriction. In 2 or 3 days at most, the seal would completely dissipate, and because of the vast difference in strength between the 2 seals, Lumion felt that the distance between himself and his sister had shortened considerably, as if he could hear her voice and receive her thoughts. Thump, thump, thump. That heartbeat was familiar and warm. "Do you see? Voisin Sanson is right in front of us, that heretic who always made you have nightmares, who scared you into fleeing Trier. Do you see? He's afraid." Lumion whispered these 2 sentences with a gentle expression, then raised his head and cast his gaze toward Voisin Sanson. During this process, he teleported several times in succession, changing his position to prevent Voisin Sanson's attacks from affecting him. Lumion slightly arched his back and gripped the sword of courage with both hands. The next second, his figure suddenly faded, blinking to the front of Voisin Sanson, seemingly intending to ignore the other's counterattack and forcibly cleave the target in 2. Voisin Sanson did not hesitate because of how beautiful this image was or how alluring this figure was. Relying on the endurance ability of an ascetic, he concentrated dark green light in his eyes. As the beam surged forth, Lumion had already become transparent, turning into a mirror. Smack! Just as the mirror shattered, Lumion's figure appeared behind Voisin Sanson, maintaining the downward slashing motion with the iron-black straight sword. Voisin Sanson quickly let the semi-transparent figure resembling himself emerge, staring at Lumion. But Lumion's figure suddenly became illusory, as if reflected in a mirror. At the same time, Lumion materialized above Voisin Sanson's head, holding the iron-black straight sword burning with white-blue flames. He completed the last motion of this attack with a jumping slash. Clang. The sword of courage struck the junction between Voisin Sanson's neck and shoulder, directly cleaving open the skin and flesh, gleaming with metallic luster, staining it with bright red blood. Immediately after, a violent explosion occurred, and Voisin Sanson's body was about to be torn apart. At this moment, Lumion was slightly dazed, while Voisin Sanson instantly returned to his original state, teleporting to the other side of the sealed area. Lumion did not pursue closely, but turned his body to face the white-haired fatalist, and said with a smile, "First time." Voisin Sanson immediately felt his scalp tingle, understanding that the other meant. He had already killed him once, with many more times to come. He immediately activated a contract ability called Phantom. He suddenly split into dozens of copies of himself, and each Voisin Sanson seemed capable of teleporting, appearing in different positions and corners of the sealed area. They simultaneously raised their right hands, their eyes reflecting the corresponding mercury-colored illusory river of Lumion. This could be either magnified fate or fate exchange, and Lumion seemed unable to distinguish which Voisin Sanson was real, unable to effectively prevent it. Lumion's light blue eyes smiled without mirth. He glanced at the sword of courage and found that Voisin Sanson's blood, which should have stained it, had disappeared, as if returning to the body of that circle inhabitant. Lumion was not surprised. He suddenly threw the sword of courage, hurling it towards the center of the sealed area. The huge iron-black straight sword fell to the ground like a cannonball. Rumble! A massive explosion suddenly occurred, shaking even the special mirror world, and white-blue flames quickly covered every inch of ground and every bit of air in the sealed area. This was why Lumion had limited the battlefield to the size of a plaza. The phantoms created by Voisin Sanson were quickly destroyed. After struggling to resist for 2 seconds, his true body shattered, triggering the circle inhabitant effect. Lumion himself was also engulfed by the explosion, the flames scorching his skin, the shockwave tearing at his body. Then, he turned into a mirror. The mirror immediately shattered. As the explosion quickly subsided, Lumion looked at Voisin Sanson, who was far away from him, and smiled more obviously. Second time. His clear light blue eyes, like highland lakes, still held no mirth. As he spoke, invisible spider silk extended from Lumion's body, binding the hilt of the sword of courage and dragging it back. Realizing that the area of effect attack of the iron-black straight sword could completely cover this area, and that none of his contract abilities were sufficient to withstand such an explosion, Voisin Sanson was overcome with a feeling called despair. Although before chasing here, he had already cancelled the previous circle, inhabitant effect, and waited for the restriction to end, resetting the same circle, inhabitant with 9 more chances to trigger, now with 7 left, if Lumion were to throw that iron-black straight sword again and again, repeating the area of effect explosion from earlier, he didn't think 7 circle inhabitant effects would have much significance. Unless that iron-black straight sword needed some time between such attacks. Voisin Sanson dared not gamble. He chose to end the circle inhabitant effect on himself. His right hand pressed towards Lumion's approaching figure from a distance, and silver-white lines with black edges appeared in his eyes. These lines twisted like snakes, framing Lumion's figure in the middle, then quickly connected head to tail. Voisin Sanson wanted to make Lumion a circle inhabitant. Different types of circle inhabitant effects didn't need to wait for restrictions to end. And in the same time period, Voisin Sanson, at only sequence 4, could maintain only 1 circle. His preset condition now was that if Lumion made any move to attack him, it would trigger the circle inhabitant effect, resetting the state of this demoness of despair. Such harsh conditions couldn't be placed on an area of effect circle, inhabitant, and would be suppressed by the target's level, not achieving the best effect, unlike the area of effect circle inhabitant, which could affect even angel level beyonders. The inevitability power Voisin Sanson attached to this circle inhabitant could only maintain 3 cycles. Once it exceeded 3 times and started the 4th, the destined fate would arrive. Of course, what exactly this destined fate would be needed to be chosen by Voisin Sanson himself, because he had to complete this circle quickly, otherwise Lumion could launch an attack first. Voisin Sanson had no time to discern carefully. He just glanced and chose a tributary from Lumion's illusory mercury-colored long river, placing it into the circle. It was the tributary of the mirror people being hostile to this demoness of despair, which could help Voisin Sanson destroy the surrounding mirror barriers, giving him a chance to teleport and escape. The worse the destined fate, the worse the final result, the more inevitability power Voisin Sanson had to invest, and the longer it would take to complete the circle inhabitant, which was not suitable for the current situation. As soon as this circle was completed, Lumion immediately had a spiritual intuition and put down the sword of courage in his hand, no longer advancing. Seeing this, Voisin Sanson instinctively concentrated dark green light in his eyes. Those 2 beams shot out like light, instantly falling on Lumion, who once again turned into a mirror, his body materializing not far from his original position. Seeing this, Voisin Sanson suddenly froze. Why didn't Harrison and I think of using this method to trap Lumion when facing his attacks? That way we could have resolved the battle faster without needing to be killed several times. And now, he still had who knows how many mirror substitutions. Voisin Sanson quickly decided to provoke Lumion to attack. His eyes once again lit up with a dark green hue. Just then, even with the endurance of an ascetic, Voisin Sanson couldn't help but cough once, causing the dark green beam in his eyes to deviate from its target and fall on the distant mirror barrier. The barrier was slightly damaged, but instantly repaired itself. Voisin Sanson began to feel his body weakening, each breath feeling like his airways were being scorched by flames. His spirituality was also rapidly depleting. Disease. I've been infected by the Demoness's disease. Voisin Sanson suddenly raised his head just in time to see Lumion reveal a mocking but beautiful smile. Why did you think the explosion and incineration from earlier could directly kill my mystical pathogens? They can persist for quite a while longer. Voisin Sanson's heart tightened, and he frantically attacked Lumion, but only managed to shatter 3 or 4 mirrors. And with each ineffective attack, Voisin Sanson grew more desperate. He seemed to already see the worst outcome approaching, yet was powerless to reverse it, only able to watch helplessly as the bell of death tolled. He even tried to metallize his body, but the disease could still infect him, eating into him. Cough, cough, cough. After many more attempts, Voisin Sanson finally lost the strength to stand. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as he fell. He no longer had the power to maintain the circle inhabitant effect on Lumion. Lumion walked step by step to the front of this circle inhabitant, looking down at him from above, and said with a mocking smile, "Only 3 times?" Voisin Sanson raised his head with difficulty, looking at that beautiful and cold face, feeling as if he was rapidly falling into a bottomless abyss. That feeling was the epitome of despair. Lumion bound Voisin Sanson with a spider web, suspending him in the air, then formed a sharp, thick ice pillar beneath him. "Goodbye, give my regards to your master," Lumion said softly, retracting all the spider's silk. Voisin Sanson fell heavily, impaled by the ice pillar. His eyes bulged and blood flowed beneath him. Chapter 882. The True Purpose. Seeing Voisin Sanson's eyes bulge, his breath gradually fading, his face twisted in pain and palpable despair, Lumion reached behind into the traveler's bag and took out the silver lie earring, putting it on his left ear. The dying Voisin Sanson suddenly saw a familiar figure. That figure had light blue eyes, beautiful features, and long, thick golden hair. It was Aurora. But this time there was no longer fear or terror on Aurora's face, only a faint smile. Gasp! Voisin Sanson uttered his final sound. He died like that, with his eyes bulging. Lumion returned to his original appearance, casually saying as he removed the lie earring, "You died so quickly? I wanted to thank you for helping me digest the despair potion." When he had just advanced, the despair potion was already mostly digested, and now it had progressed even further. Lumion wasn't surprised by this. According to the mystical knowledge he had learned from Madame Magician, the essence of the acting method was actually to gradually align one's mental and spiritual state with the core symbolism of the potion through acting, thereby bypassing restrictions and completing digestion, step by step. His state before and after taking the despair potion could be said to be very close to the name. Despair. Lumion wasn't despairing about having to become a demoness. For faster advancement, better handling of possible apocalyptic scenarios, and earlier resurrection of his sister, he had considered similar things more than once. After all, he would have the chance to switch to the hunter pathway and become a man again later. He despaired that he was forced to do this and had no way to refuse. He despaired that his previous efforts, struggles, and anger were all under someone else's arrangements, and that he would have to follow someone else's arrangements to walk the path of the demoness afterwards. Of course, when despair reached its peak, the desire and belief in his heart to become strong and change all this also intensified to the extreme. "Is this what you wanted too?" Lumion whispered self-mockingly as he unsealed the area and let the remaining mystical pathogens dissipate completely. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had already hurried over after Voisin Sanson was impaled on the ice pillar. Lumion suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to a certain spot in this dark ruin. It was where the Order of All Extinction demigod Higdon had finally died. There, points of green light with yellow tinges appeared out of thin air, rising upwards, only to be blocked by the barrier of the special mirror world. This place preliminarily cuts off connections, preventing some bestowed power from returning. Lumion, with his experience, immediately made the corresponding judgment. By this time, Franca and the others had run up to him. Looking at that familiar yet beautiful and cold face, Franca opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Jenna examined Lumion's current appearance, with only one thought in mind: it's good that he's still alive. It's best that everyone is still alive. As for the rest, there was nothing to worry about. Lumion pointed to those green lights with yellow tinges that were being blocked, his voice slightly magnetic and distinctly feminine as he said, "You can take a weapon over there and place it there." This was actively creating a Beyonder weapon. After Franca exchanged glances with Jenna and Anthony, she very proactively said without any modesty, "I'll go. I'm just in need of a weapon that can harm demigods." She was the second highest sequence Beyonder in the team, not counting Ludwig. If she had had a similar weapon earlier, she might not have been so desperate when facing Higdon. "All right." Jenna expressed her attitude. Anthony also nodded. This didn't mean that if he put the Winter is Coming revolver under those light spots, this Beyonder weapon would reset its usage count. Given its own material composition, doing so would likely cause the corruption to exceed the limit, making it disintegrate directly. Franca took out her cannon gun and ran towards the area permeated with green light spots with yellow tinges. Lumion withdrew his gaze, looked at Jenna, and said with a slight smile, "Do you have any ring-shaped items?" Jenna, looking at that smile that seemed to radiate its own light, was a bit surprised, but felt that now was not the time to ask. She found a cheap silver bracelet and handed it to Lumion. After taking it, Lumion placed the bracelet on top of Voisin Sanson's corpse, waiting for the Inevitability power to be intercepted. He then looked towards the distant transparent boundary that was like a mirror, seeing his own figure and face. He made an effort to bring a smile to the corners of his mouth, because Aurora was just such a person who excelled at finding joy in suffering. In front of the bloody altar, Ma'am Hermit was trying to find a way to combine the iron cigar case bearing Mr. Fool's aura with the spear of Longinus to directly attack that oil painting depicting endless starry skies. Madame Magician, based on her rich knowledge of seals and powerful sealing abilities, carefully said, "The power of inevitability is to make the interference of non-vortex ritual participants fail, while that terrifying voice affects all Beyonders, similar to listeners and mystery priors. We may be able to solve them separately. The power of inevitability is most likely dissipating from that circular ring on the oil painting. If we can plug it, shield it, we should be able to break free from the fate of interference being destined to fail, directly destroy the painting, and interrupt that terrifying voice. Plug it. Ma'am Hermit immediately had an idea upon hearing Miss Justice's relay. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the barrier seal was strengthened and the power of inevitability was significantly weakened, she cast a warlock's spell, throwing that iron cigar case towards the oil painting on the altar, making it land accurately on the area painted with the silver-white ring with black edges. The iron cigar case directly pressed down on that ring, shielding it without leaving any trace exposed. The little boy, Will, immediately said, "The power of inevitability has decreased a lot more." Hearing this, Madam Magician quickly raised both arms, making the void around that oil painting bend, becoming dark and deep. That space subsequently collapsed, shattering inch by inch along with obvious cracks appearing on the oil painting and altar. Miss Justice's face then protruded with patches of greyish-white scales, her body seeming to swell. Similarly, Madam Judgment once again made the judgment. Seeing her companions all launching attacks, Ma'am Hermit once again condensed. That ancient spear stained with strange blood, throwing it towards the oil painting. The oil painting, already in tatters under continuous attacks, was completely pierced by this spear of Longinus nailed to the altar. Immediately after, flames that seemed to encompass all colors erupted from the spear tip, completely igniting the oil painting that still had terrifying sounds, leaking out, gradually burning it to ashes. Above Trier, one worm of time after another crawled back into Mr. Starr's body. This Major Arcana card holder wearing red gloves said to Mr. Hanged Man in his original magnetic voice, "Amon has returned, and briefly regained the true god powers of the error and door pathways. I must return to the Cathedral of Serenity immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Starr instantly disappeared. Mr. Hanged Man cast his gaze downward, seeing the balloon transformed into crimson moonlight fall into the extremely compressed villa mist, while Sun Viev of the eternal blazing sun church shone into it in the form of sunlight, deep in the primitive island outside the Black Emperor Mausoleum. Ammon, at the edge of the astral world, looked down at Pearly, at the shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon still struggling to approach the corresponding light spots in the white mist, without any action. "What are you still waiting for?" Roselle, his face gradually deepening in pain, asked. "The same as what you're thinking now, the most arrogant thought you've ever had." Ammon pinched the monocle on his right eye and smiled in response. "If it was just to eliminate the believers of uncertain mist, there would be no need for such trouble, nor would it be worth us revealing our trump cards." Roselle glanced at the transaction still ongoing below and said, "That could bring great hidden dangers. When you make a decision, you have to accept the corresponding consequences. How can you accomplish something big without taking any risks or bearing any losses?" Amon said with a smile, then added, "This wasn't said by me, nor by you." Before Roselle, who was being eroded more and more deeply and painfully by the white mist, could respond, Ammon looked into the distance and said, "Those Jew from the Tarot Club are not bad. They don't need me to personally descend to destroy that oil painting." Saying this, Ammon, wearing a monocle, showed an eager expression. "Now, it's time." He cast his gaze towards the Black Emperor Mausoleum, towards Bernadette, who was being restricted by Roselle and unable to come out. That Queen Mystic suddenly recalled something, feeling as if a certain memory had parted the mist and revealed itself. She immediately stretched out her right hand, quickly sketching out one word after another bearing starlight in front of her. These words, seemingly the source of all languages in the northern and southern continents, quickly intertwined into strange symbols, opening a secret door that seemed to lead to the depths of the spirit world. That secret door opened silently, and a gust of wind blew out, transforming into a man with a human upper body and an airflow lower body, wrapped in white cloth. "The magic wishing lamp, and that item," Bernadette commanded in an authoritative voice. That man with an airflow lower body respectfully responded, then took out two items from the white cloth wrapped around his body. One looked like a miniature kettle, golden in color, covered with mysterious and complex symbols, with something like a wick protruding from the spout. This was 005, the magic wishing lamp that the believers of Uncertain Mist wanted to obtain. The other was a grey stone tablet, also engraved with those words that seemed to be the source of all languages in the northern and southern continents, with numerous traces on its surface, mottled and ancient. Chapter 883, The Poor Genie. After receiving those two items, Bernadette had fully remembered what she and the former angel of imagination, now the true creator Adam, were cooperating on. Now it was the final step of this transaction. The grey stone tablet she held in her hand was the second blasphemy slate transformed from the remains of the ancient sun god, the predecessor of the true creator, recording the names, potion formulas, and related rituals for each sequence of the 22 paths of the divine. Bernadette originally didn't want to push the transaction to this step, hoping to resolve the corruption issue on her father's body before this, thereby ending the Vortex ritual, but ultimately she had to face the current situation. Many of her efforts had failed, and several of her backup plans either didn't have time to take effect, or lost their effect because she was restricted by her father in the mausoleum and unable to leave. She could only hope that the proclaimed inevitable outcome would come to pass. Bernadette raised both hands, pushing the magic wishing lamp and the second blasphemy slate towards midair. The moment he saw these two items, Emperor Roselle fully understood all of true creator Adam's arrangements and ultimate purpose. He reached out his hand, distorting the distance between the magic wishing lamp and himself, making it fall directly into his palm. The blasphemy slate first disappeared, then appeared in the hands of Amon, who was wearing a black pointed soft hat. Holding the magic wishing lamp, Roselle smiled calmly at Amon and said, "Now that I am the true Black Emperor, and deeply corrupted by the Uncertain Mist, I indeed might be able to do something with this magic wishing lamp and the genie inside it as a medium. It's not might, it's certainly—" Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye, smiling as he corrected. Roselle didn't say more. Holding the magic wishing lamp, he half closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to this golden object. This brought along some of the white mist that had begun to erode his consciousness. Vaguely, Roselle seemed to see another barrier standing between heaven and earth. That barrier was wrapped in thin grayish-white fog, its specific appearance indiscernible. Soon Roselle sensed a gap in the grayish-white fog, on that invisible barrier, but couldn't lock onto it. At this moment Amon pressed his right hand against the crystal monocle wedged in his eye socket. That monocle suddenly lit up with a brilliance that seemed to illuminate the entire world. Roselle's consciousness, preliminarily combined with the Uncertain Mist's corruption, instantly floated into the corresponding gap. A haze immediately appeared before his eyes. Deep within that swirling smoke seemed to be hidden 33 layers of sky, each layer with numerous buildings faintly visible. Roselle's consciousness quickly ascended, arriving at the highest layer of sky, coming to a majestic and grand palace. He saw an incredibly enormous imperial figure. Saw that the figure's face was masked by strings of jade, and beneath the jade strings seemed to be nothing, a void. Roselle inexplicably felt that this enormous imperial figure was very similar to himself, born from the same source, yet encompassing him. A close connection was quickly established between the two. This connection swiftly eroded Roselle's consciousness, yet was blocked by the corruption of the Uncertain Mist. They both merged and opposed each other. Roselle momentarily regained some clarity. A flash of inspiration struck him, and using that close connection, he lowered his stance and said in his true mother tongue, "Imperial brother, please lend me your strength." That emperor with a face shielded by jade strings attached to a tall oriental crown suddenly stood up. Behind him several similar imperial figures appeared, these figures each with different external appearances, but similarly with faces covered in jade strings, lacking faces a complete void. At the same time, all 33 layers of the sky deep within the haze lit up, revealing magnificent buildings and sacred figures. Roselle's vision was instantly filled with azure light. His consciousness suddenly returned to the Black Emperor divine body, seeing bursts of azure light erupting from within, dispersing and dissolving the white mist that had deeply eroded him. Yet as time passed, the azure light and white mist began to show signs of merging in some places. During this process, the Uncertain Mist did not withdraw its white mist. On the one hand, this was due to the barrier's obstruction and the influence of the true creator and Ammon. On the other hand, the uncertain mist was following its own chaotic madness, following its instinctive desires and cravings, wanting to truly merge with the azure light. Roselle increasingly felt as if he was another facet of the uncertain mist. The connection established between them through the white mist quickly becoming unusually solid. At this point, even if the uncertain mist wanted to recall that white mist, it couldn't be done instantly, requiring some time, unless Roselle agreed. The ball of white mist from the Vortex ritual involuntarily rose, flying towards Roselle's body. This terrified Perlu, who was currently only able to survive with the help of this mist, while the shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature, crimson moon in the mist both stopped advancing, standing still. Roselle once again cast his gaze towards Ammon, who was holding the blasphemy slate, and said with some emotion, "As expected of a visionary. To dare to imagine this, to dare to arrange this." Ammon's previous answer had confirmed Roselle's initial and boldest guess was correct. The true purpose of the true creator using the Vortex ritual was to deal with the uncertain mist, that great existence peering at the current world. Normally, even if that true creator and the 6 true gods in the astral world put aside their grudges and fully cooperated, they couldn't accomplish such a thing, at most forcing the uncertain mist to retreat. But now, he had used the Vortex ritual, used the uncertain mist's craving for the Black Emperor true god, allowing the uncertain mist to establish a firm and close connection with himself, making himself increasingly similar to the uncertain mist, thus creating a certain opportunity. Of course, the so-called opportunity certainly wasn't to use this connection to transfer power over and directly attack the uncertain mist. That wouldn't lead to a very good effect. But in the mystical world there were some underlying rules that could be exploited, many ways to defeat powerful existences by harming the weak, which was the basis of many curses. As this thought flashed, Roselle began to rub his fingers over the golden surface of the magic wishing lamp, covered in mysterious and complex symbols, muttering, "Genie." The wick at the spout suddenly ignited, emitting light that looked like viscous water, spurting upwards to form a blurred and distorted pale golden figure. As soon as that pale golden figure appeared, he turned his head about to dive back into the magic wishing lamp, but the white mist and azure light eroding. Roselle's Black Emperor divine body suddenly split off a large portion, like a bear smelling honey or a vampire placed next to a pool of fresh, healthy blood, violently surging around this pale golden figure, binding it layer upon layer, as if submerging it. Genie twisted and struggled desperately, trying to escape this predicament and shrink back into the magic wishing lamp, but couldn't succeed no matter what. His pale golden figure gradually showed signs of merging with the white mist and azure light. Genie's mouth kept opening and closing, as if frantically cursing Ammon and Roselle, but restrained by the white mist and azure light, he couldn't even make a sound. Roselle raised the magic wishing lamp and Genie to his chest level, distorting the relationship between the main body and external items, briefly making himself an appendage of Genie. In an instant, Genie, originally one with the uncertain mist, and completely of the same source, seemed to become another facet of the uncertain mist again, yet was subjected to sealing, unable to exert his power, appearing quite weak. Roselle looked at Ammon again. "Now, before your authority over loopholes as a true god of the error pathway, under this firm and close connection, from a mystical perspective, the weak Genie can completely equal the powerful uncertain mist. Severely injuring Genie would be equivalent to severely injuring the uncertain mist and making Genie fall asleep. Would be equivalent to making the uncertain mist fall asleep. What happens next is up to the two of you." Ammon smiled and raised the blasphemy slate in his hand. In the forsaken land of the gods, atop the majestic and stretching mountain range, before a huge blood-stained cross, the true creator Adam, who had shaken off the influence of the outer gods' ravings, was already waiting here. He wore a simple white robe, had a thick golden beard, eyes as clear as a child's, and beneath his feet was a dense shadow, different from him, with 5 heads. It seemed to be his, yet not his. Adam opened his mouth and said solemnly and sacredly, "I am one, and also infinity, the beginning and the end." As soon as he finished speaking, True Creator Adam's clear eyes instantly became illusory, and around his body appeared a strange sea that seemed to encompass all colors and all possibilities. Immediately after, Adam grasped the silver cross pendant hanging on his chest. Above his head, a blazing yet illusory sun leaped out. To his left, lightning, gale winds, and sea waves interwove to form an overlooking phantom. To his right, a white tower with numerous brass eyes rose from the ground. These illusory, seemingly imagined authorities and symbols, along with Adam's own shadow, driven by the chaotic sea, merged into Adam's body one after another. With a thunderous sound, that strange sea encompassing all colors and all possibilities surged up, submerging the entire mountain range, while Adam expanded into a huge figure of light that seemed capable of supporting heaven and earth. This true creator briefly returned to his peak state, and that human savior who had battled ancient gods appeared in the world once again. He walked slowly on the chaotic and pitch black water surface, pointing his finger towards the sea that was both real and illusory. With this pointing, the surface of the second blasphemy slate in Amon's hand quickly surged with chaotic seawater encompassing all colors and all possibilities. Amon no longer held it directly, letting this mottled and ancient stone tablet float in front of his body. He then looked towards the pale golden genie that was frantically twisting while seemingly cursing him, revealing a smile that made the other even more furious. Then, he let that blasphemy slate rise up. Chapter 884, The Future He Proclaimed. As the blasphemy slate in front of Amon rose up, the white mist corroding, Roselle and Genie suddenly reacted, trying to break free and retreat back to the endless cosmos. But Roselle forcibly held it down, only allowing it to withdraw, bit by bit. Similarly, the pale golden genie struggled desperately, trying to dive back into the magic wishing lamp through the spout, but Roselle gave him no such opportunity, firmly binding him in front using the white mist and azure light. Roselle turned his head to look down at the Black Emperor mausoleum, distorting the distinction between inside and outside, and gave his eldest daughter, Bernadette, a smile that was both pained and satisfied. He called out loudly, "Enjoy this world for me for a while." "Dad!" Queen Mystic Bernadette cried out, her cheeks glistening with tears. Roselle said no more, turning his gaze back and standing upright. He continued to resist the retraction of the white mist, tightly gripping Genie, then raised his chin and said to Amon in an authoritative and firm voice, "Do it." Amon's monocle on his right eye instantly lit up with a strange radiance. He pressed down with both hands, causing the floating blasphemy slate before him to heavily smash towards the pale golden genie and Roselle, who was embracing Genie. The chaotic seawater encompassing all colors and possibilities transformed into a torrent, surging over mightily. Drawn by this, the ball of white mist representing the Vortex ritual, along with Pearl, the shadow of the beauty goddess, and the miniature crimson moon inside it, also rushed rapidly towards Genie and Roselle. At this moment, within the Vortex's white mist, a previously unexpanded point of light rapidly enlarged, revealing a dim and dark scene that seemed to correspond to both Fourth Epoch Trier and some unknown place. From this scene, a delicate, slender, and beautiful white hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the distorted arm of the shadow of the beauty goddess, and swiftly dragged this Grade 0 sealed artifact into its own light point. Both disappeared into the deep blackish gloom. Affected by the completion of this transaction, the miniature crimson moon, formed by the Great Mother's corruption, instantly arrived before the light point, where a blurred figure was suspended, about to permeate into it. Amon was fully utilizing loopholes while also having to control that blasphemy slate and maintain its stability, so he could only barely spare a bit of attention to interfere. He couldn't prevent the disappearance of the shadow of the beauty goddess, only causing the miniature crimson moon to autonomously crumble and dissipate by nearly half. The remaining miniature crimson moon drilled into the corresponding light point, entering the blurred human figure suspended in midair. That figure, wrapped in bandages, thorns, and roses, suddenly had its belly swell up, enormously, with obvious cracks appearing. From these crevices, arms covered in black tar-like liquid and protruding with scarlet eyeballs, skull heads and mouths, with teeth and tongues suddenly stretched out, tearing at the blurred figure's abdomen. The next second, the white mist representing the Vortex ritual covered the pale golden Genie, with all the light points within simultaneously extinguishing. Genie cursed frantically and silently, but could only watch helplessly as the chaotic torrent encompassing all colors and possibilities surged towards him along with the mottled ancient and gray stone tablet. He was instantly submerged. His body, composed of pale golden viscous lamplight, quickly disintegrated, reverting to tiny golden fragments. These fine, pure gold light points were rapidly washed away and eliminated by the chaotic torrent, leaving not a trace behind. In the blink of an eye, only an extremely dim blue-tinged white light remained of Genie. This light, not completely decomposed by the chaotic torrent, pathetically shrank back into the golden magic wishing lamp. At this point, Roselle no longer needed to restrain Genie, nor did he need to arduously maintain the close connection between himself and the uncertain mist. He looked at the chaotic torrent surging before him, raised his chin again, and opened his arms, as if an emperor embracing his own world. In an instant, the chaotic torrent, encompassing all colors and possibilities, submerged Roselle's figure as well. This resurrected Black Emperor's body quickly disintegrated, rapidly becoming ethereal. "Dad?" Bernadette in the mausoleum below called out once more, but this time, her voice was very low, like sleep-talking. Almost simultaneously outside the barrier, the white mist covering a certain planet suddenly contracted to its core, as if directly struck by the second blasphemy slate, along with the chaotic torrent, revealing the weathered earth and dried-up seabed once again. Immediately after, uncertain, dense white mist spread out again, with indescribable sounds echoing throughout the cosmos. This caused even the extremely bright astral world to be covered by thin mist, making the entire world dim and dark. The next second, the white mist, whose size and state were indescribable, detached from the previous planet. That planet shattered silently, with various rocks and gases ejecting outwards in waves. Then a chaotic sense encompassing all colors appeared on the surface of the dense, uncertain, and unviewable white mist. It suddenly shrank, rapidly disappearing into the depths of the endless, dead, and dark cosmos. On the streets of Trier, citizens saw the mist in the sky gradually dissipate, and the sun return to normal, neither bright enough to blind human eyes nor dim as if at dusk. The series of strange events that had just occurred were not forgotten by them, and a voice proclaiming, "Emperor has returned," still lingered in their hearts. What exactly is happening to this world? Many citizens had similar questions. With these doubts and lingering fear, they turned their gaze to newsstands and nearby cathedrals. On this day, mystical magazines like Psychic, Arcane, and Lotus sold out in Trier. Whether it was the Eternal Blazing Sun's cathedrals, God of Steam and Machinery's cathedrals, or the Fool's Cathedral, all were packed with people. Similarly, in cities large and small across the northern and southern continents, like Backland and Port Pylos, corresponding magazines were in short supply, and every cathedral was filled with believers. Above the primitive island, Amon descended to a height level with the top of the Black Emperor Mausoleum. He looked at Queen Mystic Bernadette, who had just walked out of the mausoleum, and said in a deliberately indifferent tone, "For 60 years, the uncertain mist will not be able to come again. There will be one less danger to face at the time of the apocalypse. And as long as no new Black Emperor is born, as long as the order of human society has not completely collapsed, or this mausoleum has not been completely destroyed, Roselle will be able to resurrect from nothingness after 100 years. At that time, with 3 types of corruption on him, he will achieve a basic balance and be able to maintain basic humanity and clarity." At this point, Eamon laughed and changed his tone. "This is the future," he claims, "and also his promise to you." Without waiting for Bernadette to respond, Ammon grabbed at the air and tossed a crown inlaid with many dark gems that had just appeared, along with a magic wishing lamp, to Queen Mystic. "As a guarantee of the promise, the Black Emperor's uniqueness shall be given to you. As long as you don't die, no new Black Emperor will appear." Bernadette caught the dimly glowing crown and said in a low voice, "I hope the future he claims will inevitably unfold." Ammon pinched the monocle on his right eye and chuckled softly. This is not something I can answer on his behalf. Anyway, I've received my payment, and the ritual was completed just now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ammon, who no longer had the status of a true god, languidly took back the blasphemy slate and 3 other rays of light, disappearing into mid-air. In front of the destroyed bloody altar, after the world's darkness and mist at high altitudes retreated, Madame Magician cast her gaze towards the western sky. As an angel closely connected to the spirit world, she had already learned from the spirit world about what had just happened and the fate of her minor arcana cards. Was wrong? Miss Justice asked. Madame Magician's expression was very complex, and her tone carried a slight sigh. That evil god who preached in the name of truth has suffered a heavy blow and must sleep for decades. This is good news. There's one less major danger for humanity to face during the apocalypse, and there won't be any brokers running around making connections before the apocalypse. But Emperor Rosal has perished because of this. He may only have a chance to resurrect and return after 100 years, and also... Madame Magician didn't continue. Ma'am Hermit, who had lifted her hearing seal, and other major arcana card holders like Miss Justice and Madame Judgment also had rather complex expressions. In a room 5 or 6 meters high in the new city of Silver, Lumion had already brought Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and the subsequently recovered Ludwig Lugano and others to this place that could guarantee their safety. Looking at Lumion with his black hair scattered and delicate features, Franca wanted to tease him a bit, but felt that his mood wasn't quite right. She had always known that Lumion had considered switching to the Demoness pathway. For faster advancement, as long as he maintained his sense of self, he could completely switch back to the Hunter pathway later and become a man again. So Franca originally thought Lumion had made the decision to switch too. Demoness this time to deal with the dangerous situation, but after careful observation, she felt it wasn't like that. If it had been his own choice, Lumion wouldn't have hidden suppression and pain under his calmness. Thinking of this, Franca glanced at the sky outside that had returned to azure and deliberately said, "The Vortex event seems to have ended. Very good, very good. The apocalypse didn't come, this world wasn't destroyed, and we're all still alive. As long as we're still alive, there's still hope." Jenna also pondered for a moment before asking Lumion, "Do you want a change of clothes?" Lumion looked at the 2 demonesses and Anthony, then at Ludwig, who was eating frantically without caring that his godfather had become a woman, and Lugano, who occasionally stole glances at him. He said in a slightly low voice, "I'll explain the specifics later. I'm going somewhere now." "By yourself?" Jenna asked. Lumion nodded gently. Franca didn't try to persuade him. She took out a black cloak she had bought when, disguising as a witch from the traveler's bag, and threw it to Lumion. Lumion put on the cloak and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He teleported to a deep valley where an ancient church stood, its surface water-black and carved with human skulls. This was the first cathedral built by the Aurora Order for that true creator. Lumion entered this deep black church, walking step by step to the huge black cross inside. Along the way, there were no human presences, nor any unknown things blocking him. After stopping, Lumion, wearing the black cloak, looked at the male deity statue hanging upside down on the cross. His gaze moved from the rusty iron nails, piercing the deity's body and the fresh red blood rendered around them, all the way, down to the face where all features were blurred except for the eyes, which were very clear, tightly closed, as if bearing all pain and guilt. After staring for a few seconds, Lumion said in a low voice with a hint of magnetism, "One day, I will truly walk before you and tell you my answer." After saying this, Lumion in his black cloak turned around and walked towards the outside of the cathedral. At the same time, incandescent fireballs shot out from around him, flying towards different parts of this cathedral, flying towards the male deity statue hanging upside down on the black cross. Rumble. Pillars collapsed inside the cathedral, windows shattered, and corners were set ablaze. Rumble. The huge black cross was blasted to pieces, and the inverted statue crashed down, smashing into many fragments on the ground. The statue's head separated from its neck, rolling a few times and becoming covered in dust. Its face happened to face towards the silhouette of Lumion walking through the collapsing cathedral and raging flames, his black hair and cloak fluttering. The eyes remained tightly closed, as if bearing all pain and guilt. God loves the world. End of volume Demoness. Chapter 885, The Corrupted Canon. Gun. Dreams are reality. Despair is hope. The sunset light shone through the window, casting a dim golden-red glow in the room. Except for Lugano, who had taken Ludwig to explore local cuisine in the new city of Silver, Franca, Jenna and Anthony remained in the living room, listening to Lumion recount what had happened to him after they parted ways. Lumion recounted the key points of Termiboros becoming Amon, the psychological treatment report Amon had read out, and the subsequent story. Script, all in a detached manner as if he were an outside observer without concealing anything. That low and indifferent voice entered Franca and Jenna's ears, gradually making them feel a suffocating pain and despair, as if they had experienced it themselves. This was not physical pain, nor the kind of despair when facing death. It came from one's own insignificance, one's own powerlessness, from the realization that one's beliefs, emotions, and decisions were actually products arranged by someone else. Franca couldn't help but think of the lab mice she used to work with frequently. She finally understood why Lumion, despite not being averse to switching to the Demoness pathway, was still in pain over advancing to demigod status, his emotions constantly suppressed. Looking at that familiar yet strange face, that expressionless beautiful visage, Franca felt an inexplicable heartache and pity. After Lumion finished recounting his final choice, the room fell into silence. After a moment, Franca took the initiative to change the subject, sighing. I never imagined that Black Tear was also arranged by that individual. Wasn't that something from the Demoness sect? If not Black Tear, there would be White Tear or Grey Tear. If they can't arrange the vessel for the primordial Demoness's divine descent, can't they arrange for other Demonesses? Lumion responded calmly. Seeing him in this state, Jenna felt a wave of sadness and heartache. With her experience, she would rather Lumion be in a state of rage or directly show the pain hidden deep in his heart, instead of being like a dried-up well now, with all emotions pressed down to the bottom. Franca had a similar feeling. She almost instinctively made a self-deprecating remark. I never thought Jenna or I would have a place in the script, even if our role was just to stabilize your mental state, providing a stable anchor point when you advance to become the Demoness of Despair. The word anchor was something she had encountered a few times with Madame Judgment, suspecting it was related to how high sequence beyonders stabilized. Their own state, the higher the sequence, the easier it was to go mad, and anchors seemed to be external help to strengthen self-awareness and resist the tendency to lose control. It's not just that. Lumion, still wearing the black cloak, said in a matter-of-fact tone, it's also a means to prevent me from becoming addicted to the feeling of Aurora's soul, fragments gradually reviving, unwilling to switch back to the hunter pathway and gradually abandoning my self-identification as a male. Jenna and Franca fell silent, both feeling an indescribable pain in their hearts. The latter stood up from the large, high-backed chair that she could curl up in, looked at Lumion and said straightforwardly, I don't like the way you put it, as if Jenna and I have really become tools. Black Tear only made the problem erupt earlier. It doesn't mean the problem didn't exist. It doesn't mean that the emotions and thoughts in our hearts were created out of thin air, that they appeared because of that individual's arrangements. I only speak for myself. My attitude is that I won't persuade you to definitely switch back to the hunter pathway, nor will I care whether you're a demoness or a hunter. I'm also very glad that Aura Ray still has hope of resurrection, and I'm looking forward to seeing her come back to life. But what I value more is you, Lumion Lee, the one who has gone through so many things with us and shared so many beautiful memories. At this point, Franca was at a loss for words, not knowing how to express the thoughts she hadn't yet spoken. Jenna also stood up, pursing her lips before saying, I would be happy to see Aura resurrect through you, but I don't want to see you give up on yourself because of it. In this world, there are people who care about Lumion Lee, who like him, who value him. Yes. Franca echoed Jenna's words. Lumion's blue eyes, now a lighter shade, looked at the two demonesses, with a faint light flickering in their depths. He didn't respond to Franca and Jenna's words, but he didn't object to or mock their statements either. Just as Franca and Jenna were about to say something more, they suddenly saw Anthony give them a look, indicating that this was just right, and that Lumion should be left alone to calm down and think for a while. Too much comfort, encouragement, and confession would only bring about the opposite effect. Franca closed her mouth. She then realized a fact. Anthony was here. Doesn't that mean he heard everything I said earlier? Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Jenna sat back in her original position, trusting the psychiatrist's judgment in this matter. As for her own emotional outburst just now, she didn't feel shy about it. She knew Anthony had seen through it long ago. Anthony sighed inwardly. As a normal, almost middle-aged man, he was very grateful to be a psychiatrist, a hypnotist. Otherwise facing two demonesses each, with their own unique charm every day, and later adding a captain whose beauty was breathtaking, he would definitely be naturally enchanted and unknowingly lose his heart. He felt that with this kind of training, even if he hadn't become a demigod yet, he could resist the charm of an enemy demoness of despair for a longer time. The embarrassed Franca instinctively searched for a topic. She let out an "ah" and said, "That individual's arrangements are truly terrifying. It's not something we can escape or choose not to accept." Jenna nodded in deep agreement. Both demonesses had been in significant situations before. They had personally experienced the celestial changes that Red Angel Medici had created in Fourth Epoch Trier. But the true creator's arrangements, which came without warning and left no trace, completely surpassed their imagination. Just thinking about it a little would cause nightmares or sleepless nights. Lumion responded in a low voice. "That being is a true god. I even suspect he's more than just a true god. At least Madam Magician's attitude towards him is more respectful and fearful than towards true gods like the eternal blazing sun. The Tarot Club, the Church of the Fool, and other relative forces combined might not be able to prevent his arrangements. At most, they could detect anomalies a bit earlier and give warnings. Yeah, although there are many angels around Mr. Fool's divine throne, they're still not enough to face a true god. Damn, why would a true god focus on someone who wasn't even a demigod before?" Franca sighed and cursed. She originally wanted to add, "With such a large gap in status, resistance is mostly futile. We can only make do for now, not letting this matter weigh on our minds, and try to use his arrangements to strengthen ourselves as much as possible." But, after considering Lumion's current state, she swallowed these thoughts that arose from her own personality. "Perhaps we'll only start worrying about being arranged by that individual when Mr. Fool wakes up," Jenna said carefully. "Yeah, when will Mr. Fool wake up?" Franca echoed with a sigh. Suddenly, with her rich gaming experience, she had an idea. She sat up straight and looked at Lumion, saying, "The lucky coins in my, Jenna's and Ludwig's possession all seem to come from Mr. Fool's past bestowal, carrying his aura. Could it be that gathering all the lucky coins might awaken Mr. Fool? If it were that simple, the major arcana card holders would have already collected the lucky coins and awakened Mr. Fool." Lumion pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Perhaps gathering the lucky coins is just a prerequisite, and there are still some things to be done afterward." At this point, Anthony interjected, "I'm about to get a lucky coin too. The Knight of Swords promised to use it as payment. 4 coins now." Franca couldn't help but glance at Lumion. In the past, she would definitely have teased him, but now facing Lumion in this state, how could she bear to? Lumion didn't show any disappointment. He looked out the window and said, "Madam Magician should be coming to me soon. I'll ask her about the true significance of the lucky coins." Franca touched her traveler's bag. "By the way, I want to ask Madam Magician to create an independent space in my traveler's bag to store that revolver. I can feel that it, like black tears, is continuously creating diseases and constantly spreading outward." Her cannon gun had already combined with part of the boon power from Higdon that was intercepted in the special mirror world and had not yet been renamed. After saying this, Franca asked Lumion to place the entire room into the bottle of fiction while she took out the corrupted cannon gun and used magic mirror, divination method to grasp its corresponding effects and negative impacts. Before long, Franca obtained a relatively detailed answer. The corrupted cannon gun will continuously spread disease and decay within a 3-kilometer radius, with random types of diseases. The corrupted cannon gun can add either the certain death or sure hit effect to fired bullets, for a total of 13 times, which can be stacked with the original heavy strike effect. If either the certain death or sure hit effect is triggered, the user will inevitably fall seriously ill for a period of time afterward. If a suitable healer isn't found, they might even die from it. If found, the severe illness state would last from a few hours to a day. After all the certain death and sure hit users are exhausted, the negative effect of continuously spreading disease and decay will still exist, lasting for about a year. As soon as she got the answer, Franca immediately stuffed the corrupted cannon gun back into the traveler's bag. Then, deliberately trying to liven up the atmosphere, she smiled and said, "If I were to use impregnating bullets with the sure hit effect, how would the enemy deal with that?" Chapter 886, Conditions Met. Regarding Franca's question, Jenna and Anthony were amused but didn't know how to respond. Lumion, however, seriously discussed the possible consequences. Is pregnancy a big problem for Beyonders? It's not something they want that can lose it immediately through intense combat. Seeing that Lumion was willing to discuss the issue, Franca chuckled and said, "It's not that simple. After getting the impregnating bullet, I seriously researched related issues and consulted Madame Judgment. It's been confirmed that these impregnating bullets originate from the Great Mother's boon. Even demigods can't escape it. Once pregnant, it's very difficult to terminate without special abilities. And we all know that one way for Beyonders to eliminate excess, Beyonder characteristics, is to have others or themselves become pregnant, using the child's birth to take away corresponding Beyonder characteristics, though the result is uncontrollable. In other words, the target hit by this impregnating bullet, regardless of whether they're male or female, human or dog, will immediately become pregnant. The fetus will grow rapidly, tearing away part of the Beyonder characteristics or boon powers, thus causing instability in the target state and a decline in strength. This, combined with the sure hit effect, is a bit terrifying," Jenna spoke her mind. "One can only stay vigilant and preemptively replace oneself with a substitute." Franca originally wanted to take the opportunity to tell Lumion, "If you don't want to be a demoness, we can ask Mr. Sun for help through the Tarot Club, or I can give you a shot with an impregnating bullet to see if there's a way for you to give birth to a demoness of despair." But considering her companion's emotional state, she gave up on this joke. Moreover, she felt that Lumion would likely insist on being a demoness for a while to see if there were truly signs of Aurora's soul fragments reviving. "I've decided the cannon gun will now be renamed the Inevitable Gun," Franca said after careful consideration, abandoning the name. Execution Gun, which she liked more and found more fun. She then asked Lumion, "What abilities does your bracelet have? By the way, I'll tell you about some magic mirror divination targets that have been verified as safe, including the one you mentioned that would cause social death but gives the most accurate divination results," Jenna asked curiously. Franca nodded solemnly. "Yes, but you better not pray to that one, otherwise, I am the experience and lesson itself." As she spoke, Franca couldn't help but glance at Anthony, finding that this hypnotist showed no change in expression, as if he had already forgotten about the incident from back then. With Franca's guidance, Lumion successfully completed his first magic mirror divination, obtaining key information about the cheap silver bracelet. Can use the circle inhabitant effect 9 times. Each circle inhabitant lasting no fewer than 3 times and no more than 9 times. Circle inhabitant can be used within a 1-kilometer range, or targeted at a single individual or applied to oneself. The range-type circle inhabitant trigger conditions cannot be harsh and can affect angels in the corresponding area. The individual type circle inhabitant can set some relatively harsh trigger conditions, but if the target status is higher than one's own, the effect will be significantly reduced, even to the point of ineffectiveness. There are no restrictions on using circle inhabitant on oneself, and it can be restarted even if killed by an angel. Only one circle can be maintained at the same time, and the same type of circle needs to cool down for 3 minutes before it can be created again. The circle inhabitant effect can last for a long time, unless the number of times is reached or the user actively removes it. For example, if a circle attached to oneself is set to restart near death, and there's no chance to trigger it afterward, it can last up to a year at most. Whether or not the circle inhabitant users are exhausted, this bracelet, contaminated by inevitability powers, will enhance the abilities of fate appropriation, fate exchange, magnified fate, and compelling fate to the circle inhabitant level. After about a year, the corresponding boon power will completely dissipate, turning this silver bracelet back into an ordinary accessory with curse remnants. Even just carrying the silver bracelet will unknowingly attract inevitability boon recipients and be viewed with hostility by them. Each use of circle inhabitant will result in a period of bad luck, the specifics varying depending on the user's status. Lumion held the cheap silver bracelet, repeatedly admiring it, as if waiting for the arrival of inevitability boon recipients. His pleasant voice, with a hint of magnetism, echoed. If it's me, the bad luck would probably last about 3 hours. For you all, it might be close to 2 days. For Anthony, it should be 3 days. Indeed, it suits you best, Franca said. Along with a sword of courage, you're equivalent to a demigod of the hunter, Demoness, and inevitability pathways, and your abilities have even become mixed without much conflict. At Sequence 4, this could definitely be considered outstanding. What should we name it? Lumion looked down at the cheap silver-black bracelet. Circle of Fate, Franca eagerly offered her opinion. Aye! Circle of Binding, Jenna suggested, her eyes flickering slightly. Then let's call it the Circle of Binding. It's more fitting for my current psychological and emotional state, Lumion said with a self-mocking tone. Before Franca could express her disappointment, he put away the Circle of Binding and said carefully, The topic of impregnating bullets reminded me of something. What is it? Franca asked curiously. Lumion's light blue and clear eyes lit up. When I first learned that the name of the Great Mother's invisible child of God was Omabella, the Termiboros inside me seemed a bit surprised. I originally thought it was because this evil god angel had heard of this name in the endless cosmos and didn't expect Omabella to enter our world and become an invisible child of God. But now, the situation is that the Termiboros inside me was equivalent to Ammon's true form. In other words, this had nothing to do with any knowledge or legends from the endless cosmos. Currently, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that Ammon is deceiving me, preparing for when I investigate this matter in the future. The second is that he truly didn't expect it, and what he didn't expect was that the name of Omabella, the giant queen and goddess of harvest from the Second Epoch, would appear on the Great Mother's invisible child of God. Does Ammon not expecting it mean that that individual also didn't expect it? Jenna understood what Lumion was really trying to express. Lumion's beautifully curved chin nodded slowly. My encounter with Father Montserrat was definitely his arrangement to grasp the situation of the Great Mother's invisible child of God. But the name of the Great Mother's invisible child of God might not have been part of the arrangement. It was an accident, something he might not have expected either. You're to start from this incident to find a path with fewer arrangements. Anthony roughly understood Lumion's idea. Lumion curled his lips into a smile, laughing once, causing Franco and others to feel a bit dazzled. His former identity was the ancient sun god, who ended the era of ancient gods' rule. There are very few ancient secrets not grasped by him, and this might be one of them. Hearing this, Franca suddenly remembered that the true creator worshipped by the Aurora Order was formerly the ancient sun god, the savior of humanity. And according to intelligence gathered by the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, the ancient sun god was very likely also a transmigrator. Damn it, how could a transmigrator do such a thing as arranging an innocent person's life? After cursing inwardly, Franca said to Lumion, Do you now meet all the conditions to come into contact with Omabella's remains and use them briefly? After Lumion consumed Omabella's umbilical cord remnants and achieved a slight fusion with it, he only needed to meet 2 more conditions: having experienced betrayal by a direct relative, and being female. Being female, to be able to touch and briefly use the Grade 0 sealed artifact formed from Omabella's remains. Lumion, abandoned by his playboy father, had long met the first condition, and now he was truly female. Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. Moreover, Omabella's remains are in the new city of Silver, in this very city. I wonder what useful secrets I can discover from New Silver City's records and direct contact with the remains. Before Jenna and the others could respond, points of starlight appeared, and Madame Magician's figure was instantly outlined in the room. This major arcana card holder seemed to have already foreseen the difficulty. Franca was currently facing and directly extended her hand, saying, "Give me your traveler's bag." It was early spring, and in the fields outside the new city of Silver, patches of wheat seedlings were still lush green in the twilight. Madame Magician walked with Lumion on the path between the fields, breathing in the scent of soil and plants, feeling the cool breeze. Having already obtained most of the information from the spirit world, she still patiently waited for Lumion to finish recounting his experiences before sighing. We've always said to be careful of that individual's arrangements, to pay attention to coincidences around us, but what we didn't expect was that the arrangement happened from the very beginning and gave many seemingly reasonable explanations, to the extent that we could only see traces of arrangements in specific events, completely overlooking the overall problem. Lumion was still wearing the black cloak given by Franca, with his hair hidden in the attached hood. He didn't blame the major arcana card holders for their thoughts after all. That being was a true god. Looking at the patches of green wheat seedlings tinged with gold and red, he said in a low voice, "Is it only when Mr. Fool awakens that we won't have to worry about every detail of our lives being arranged?" "Yes, or quickly become an angel. Although that won't exempt you from arrangements, you'll be able to detect many arrangements that rely too much on coincidence in a timely manner." Madame Magician tried hard not to let her eyes reveal emotions of pity. Lumion fell silent for a moment before responding. "Are those lucky coins devices to awaken Mr. Fool?" "Yes," Madame Magician didn't deny it. "You should have one too." Lumion turned his head, using his eyes to express his question. Madame Magician smiled and said, "That's the reward for the water from the Samaritan Women's Spring and the soul from in front of the ancient tomb of the Dream Festival. However, this needs to wait a few more days. There are time intervals for using these items." Chapter 887, The Function of the Lucky Coins. Lumion roughly understood the meaning of Madame Magician's words. The water he had previously taken from the Samaritan Woman's Spring and the soil from the area of the Dream Festival ancient tomb did have a reward, which was another lucky coin. However, the one giving the reward needed to wait until all of that water and soil had been used up, and the effects confirmed before actually paying. Using these items needed to be done in batches, with time intervals between uses, rather than consuming them all at once, which might actually lead to unfavorable results. We still need to wait a few more days? Lumion cast his gaze towards the golden red tinted horizon and nodded gently. "I understand." He wasn't impatient. Having been arranged for so long already, a few more days didn't matter. Lumion probed further. "How many lucky coins need to be gathered in total to awaken Mr. Fool?" "The lucky coins are tools, mediums, not the awakening itself. There are only 5 such coins in total." Madame Magician answered clearly, no longer speaking in riddles. "Once you get the last lucky coin, the 5 of you will be able to use your respective coins to enter Mr. Fool's dream and attempt to awaken him. Understand? The lucky coins are mediums to help you participate in Mr. Fool's dream. Of course, given your sequences, even with the lucky coins, you can't decide when you can enter that dream or what you can do once inside. We'll need to assist you to ensure you can all go at the same time and maintain sufficient clarity and rationality." Lumion listened quietly, his eyes slightly turning as he pursed his lips lightly. "Mr. Fool's dream? We're responsible for awakening Mr. Fool?" "Yes." Madame Magician answered with just one word. She surveyed Lumion's profile, which took on a dreamlike beauty in the twilight, glow, and inwardly sighed. Lumion furrowed his brow slightly. "What do we need to do to awaken Mr. Fool? Haven't the previous holders of the lucky coins entered Mr. Fool's dream before? Haven't they made any attempts? Why does it have to be us?" "I don't know exactly what needs to be done to awaken Mr. Fool," Madame Magician said very frankly. "That's for you to figure out. We'll give you some suggestions based on your feedback." She paused, then said in a teasing tone, "The previous holders of the lucky coins did indeed enter Mr. Fool's dream and made quite a few attempts, but they were successively discovered by that celestial worthy spirit, either kicked out of the dream or had their actions restricted, unable to do much. One of them, after being kicked out of the dream the first time, would be kicked out again within a minute of re-entering the dream, regardless of whether they disguised themselves or behaved. You need to be careful too. The early stages are fine, but if you're later discovered and locked onto by that celestial worthy spirit, you'll also be kicked out of the dream, or become mute, blind, or foolish." After pondering for a moment, Lumion asked, "Are we the destined ones to awaken, Mr. Fool?" "Perhaps, perhaps not. We can't be sure yet," Madam Magician explained simply. "We can only say that the previous holders of the lucky coins would suddenly feel at some moment or in some scenario that they should trade away the lucky coin to someone else. This might be a hint from fate." Lumion didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he mentioned that he now met all the conditions to come into contact with Omabella's remains, and finally asked, "Can I apply to the new city of Silver now?" "I'll help you inform Mr. Sun. You just need to be prepared," Madam Magician said with a laugh. "Of course, you won't be able to actually take away Omabella's remains. That belongs to the new city of Silver. Grade 0. Sealed artifacts are extremely precious anywhere. No one will gift it to you without appropriate compensation. What you'll be allowed to do is to review the relevant records of the City of Silver, come into contact with and study the item that the remains have become within the new City of Silver. If you encounter difficulties, with the approval of the new City of Silver's 6-member council, you may be able to borrow that Grade 0 sealed artifact for a short time to be returned within a certain period." "That's already very good," Lumion said sincerely. According to 07, an official Beyonder, even to use a Grade 1 sealed artifact, he had to submit a report in advance, obtain approval, and meet the corresponding conditions. As for Grade 0 sealed artifacts, that was something he couldn't even dream of. And now the new City of Silver might actually allow him to borrow Omabella's remains for a period of time. Lumion, habitually, smoothed his hair and told Madam Magician about Termiborus's, that is, Ammon's true form's reaction when he first learned that the name of the Great Mother's invisible child of God was Oembella, along with his own speculations. This might indeed hide a very big and important secret, with some connection to that bird egg deep in the underworld and the missing Madame Poalis. Madam Magician said, slightly raising both hands as if feeling the freshness and vigor of the early spring wheat seedlings. Lumion stopped in front of a pond used for water storage, and after a few seconds of silence, asked, "Madam, what is the true purpose and final result of Project Vortex?" Madam Magician recounted in detail all the transactions and developments she understood, but because Lumion no longer had a false angel status and had lost Mr. Fool's seal, unable to bear certain knowledge, she uniformly used descriptions, like the evil gods outside the barrier, the one worshipped by the brokers, and the Great Mother to refer to those great existences. Upon hearing that Emperor Roselle had been resurrected as the Black Emperor, and then chose to die again to severely damage the great existence preaching in the name of truce, Lumion's expression changed several times, but in the end, he didn't say a word. "I understand how you feel." Madam Magician comforted her feminized minor arcana card in a self-mocking tone. "I don't like that individual and I really dislike his methods, but I have to admit, he is indeed preparing for our world to face the apocalypse, not just doing things that only benefit him under the guise of a banner. So my feelings are very torn." Lumion's expression remained cold, maintaining his silence. Madam Magician didn't continue discussing this matter. She raised her right hand, letting points of starlight appear and fall towards Lumion's left chest, forming an illusory symbol composed of layers upon layers of doors. This major arcana card holder said simply, "Since there's no need to seal an angel, my power alone is enough to simply protect RRA and the other's soul fragments. We don't need to trouble Mr. Fool, and besides, if Mr. Fool were to seal it, it might actually affect the gradual revival of RRA's soul fragments through your female state." Well, if you're unwilling to take the lucky coin into Mr. Fool's dream, we won't force you. I'll still help reinforce the seal periodically. Lumion smiled bitterly. That individual has already made the choice for me. He remained silent for a while, his slightly paler lips moving a few times. Can being in the Demoness state really allow Ore soul fragments to gradually revive? Is this truly the only way to resurrect Ore? It may not be the only way. At least, I can't give you an accurate judgment. Only Mr. Fool could provide the corresponding answer. Madam Magician neither denied nor confirmed that individual's statement. Her current knowledge and abilities were not sufficient to support her refutation. The only thing she could be certain of was, this is indeed a way to resurrect Aurora, just that the final resurrection won't be completely whole. Why must it be Aurore's soul fragments gradually reviving, and not the soul fragments of other villagers? There are many soul fragments sealed within me. Why is Aurore the most special one? This was now Lumion's greatest concern. Madam Magician said, Aurore's soul fragments simultaneously meet 3 conditions. First, she was a Beyonder, having undergone the transformation of Beyonder characteristics on her spirit. Second, she was corrupted by Inevitability powers. Third, at the end of the ritual, her soul fragments receive protection from that individual or several ones, so they're in relatively better condition, the kind that can gradually revive. Therefore, her soul fragments are indeed the most special among all the soul fragments within you. The remaining soul fragments might only be able to exist in the form of half-human, half-object puppet soldiers when you become an angel of the hunter pathway in the future. Lumion thought for a while and said, if I were now a Beyonder of those 3 pathways of the Great Mother, I wouldn't doubt that Aurore's soul fragments could gradually revive within me, but a Demoness doesn't have the symbol of new life. But the Demoness has the authority of resurrection. Have you forgotten that one of the descriptions of the Demoness of Unaging is that she's bizarrely hard to kill, skilled in resurrection and rebirth? Madam Magician reminded him. Lumion quietly exhaled and said, if I continue to advance to become a Demoness of Unaging, would the revival effect of Aure's soul fragments be better? Madam Magician smiled and said, there's no need to deliberately pursue that. When you later jump to sequence 2 of the Demoness pathway, you'll similarly gain all the abilities and characteristics of the Demoness of Unaging, unless you find a way to separate out the corresponding Unaging Beyonder characteristic yourself. Seeing Lumion nod slightly, Madam Magician smiled and asked, as a demigod who has switched pathways, you should have some special mixed abilities now, right? Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement and said, the most special ability is the application of fire. On the one hand, I can use a hunter's blazing white flames and the Demoness's inherent black flames separately. On the other hand, I can fuse them together for an explosive effect. This can both physically destroy human bodies and objects and ignite spirituality, burning spiritual bodies, comprehensively damaging and destroying a target. Yes, after the fusion of the Demoness of Despair. Beyond a characteristic and the hunter pathway, beyond a characteristic, new mystical knowledge appeared, calling this black flame that suppresses irritability and madness the fire of destruction. Chapter 888. Changes in abilities from pathway switching. After describing the fire of destruction, Lumion frowned and said, I've heard that members of the Demoness sect have a tradition of turning their lovers into females. Are there no Beyonders of the hunter pathway among their lovers? This question was essentially still asking, why me? Couldn't they just find any sequence 5 of the hunter pathway, seduce them too, jump to Demoness of Despair, and satisfy the requirement of yin contains yang, yang contains yang? Why did I have to be arranged? Why does I have to be arranged? Perhaps only you could very easily enter the area around the Samaritan woman's spring and obtain the remnant aura of the Blood Emperor, thus having mystical similarity with 01. Madam Magician fully understood what Lumion was concerned about. Lumion continued asking, as if talking to himself. The Red Angel has ways to control 01 without relying on mystical similarity. Since that individual has no selfish motives and isn't afraid of the Red Angel's revenge, why not directly reinvest in him instead of grooming a weakling like me? Isn't this a waste of time? Madam Magician glanced at the field ridge under her feet. I can answer this for you. First, the Red Angel can't get as close to the top powers of the two calamity pathways as you can, unless his next step isn't to reclaim 0 or 1 and become the Red Priest, but to find a way to replace the primordial Demoness. Second, the birth of a Red Priest is inevitably accompanied by competition, chaos, and disaster. Only through multi-party competition can a Red Priest emerge in the shortest time and the best way. If only the Red Angel were to walk this path, it wouldn't go smoothly. Am I competing with him? Lumion curled his lips in a self-mocking smile. Then I should thank that individual for giving me this qualification. As for ability, that was still far off. Madam Magician continued. Many members of the Demoness sect indeed have lovers from the Hunter pathway, but they rarely let these male lovers switch pathways and become female at sequence 5. On the one hand, there are very few members of the Demoness sect who can get their hands on 2 Demoness of Despair. Beyond the characteristics, on the other hand, they seem to be avoiding similar things. As far as I know, among the demigod-level Demonesses, only one was formerly a hunter. Do. Lumion immediately became alert like a hunter. Madam Magician smiled and said, "The Demoness of Cyan, Yelena. She is a sequence 3 Demoness of Unaging. Her mother is the leader of the Demoness sect, the Demoness of Grey Judith. Her father was a hunter who later went missing, suspected to have been killed by the Demoness of Grey." Lumion pondered for a moment and said, "Could the Demoness of Grey have also been a hunter before? Her twin sister Crismona was born female, born a Demoness. As a contrast, is it possible that she was born male, born a hunter, until she transformed into a Demoness at sequence 4? The Demoness of Black only mentioned that the Demoness of Black was sequence 9 at birth, but never said that her sequence 9 equaled assassin. It's possible, but currently unverifiable. The Demoness of Grey is older than all of our Tarot Club's major arcana card holders combined. We don't know much about her." Madam Magician said, a hint of a smile appearing on her face as if she had thought of something. "Is that so? I thought you were an angel from the early 5th epoch, given that your teacher was Mr. Dor, the strongest king of angels of the 4th epoch." Lumion didn't voice these words about a woman's age. He began to walk slowly again, pondering as he spoke. Is the Demoness sect, or rather the primordial Demoness's hatred for pure female Demonesses, really due to inner distortion? Is there no other mystical reason? Pure female Demonesses apparently wouldn't have the chance to touch the power at the top of the 2 calamity pathways, so they should pose the least threat to the primordial Demoness. Inner distortion is one reason, but my intuition tells me it's not the whole reason. Madam Magician said, turning her head to look at the new city of Silver where lights were gradually coming on. The 7 of Cups is about to advance to Demoness of Affliction. You can try to get some intelligence on this from Crismona's remnant projection. Lumion didn't continue this topic, instead returning to discuss the changes in his abilities after becoming a Demoness of Despair. This was also something he had to do after his condition initially stabilized. At the Demoness of Despair stage, disease has evolved into plague that can cover a range of 3 kilometers. I currently have mastered 3 types of plagues. One is derived from the original disease, targeting the flesh of relatively common creatures, mainly infecting organs such as the heart, brain, and lungs. From the incubation period to the outbreak of symptoms to becoming severe, it only takes about 10 seconds, and then within another minute, it can cause the target to deteriorate to near death. The specific time varies depending on the enemy's status and constitution. The second type of plague is weakening, originating from the mystical pathogen inherent in Black Tear. It can gradually strip away the target's strength until even their heart is too weak to beat. At the same time, it causes a gradual loss of spirituality. In other words, it can not only target relatively common creatures, but also affect special creatures and even the dead. Any target with spirituality or relying on spirituality will gradually weaken because of it. The third type of plague is rigidity. Over time, it causes even zombies to become rigid and stiff, becoming inflexible. This is a more mystically oriented plague. The fusion of hunter traits with the plagues has given these mystical pathogens a certain resistance to fire. They won't quickly wither away under fire-burning conditions and can persist for a longer time. Among them, the weakening plague can inherently survive in high temperatures for a period, and its current fire resistance is the strongest among the 3 plagues. For dealing with these plagues, the burning of Demoness black flames and freezing over a certain range are better methods. I can also create my own unique plague varieties by combining my own traits, corresponding mystical knowledge, specific ideas and experiments, and possibly required special materials. This takes a long time and can't yield results quickly. But regardless, a Demoness's plague can only target things with spirituality and cannot cause rocks or metals to weather, rust, or decay like the demigods of the order of all extinction. In using precision, a hunter's precision can help me maintain 2 types of plague simultaneously, but it requires 3 to 4 times the spirituality consumption of maintaining a single plague. Madam Magician nodded lightly, not interrupting Lumien's self-analysis. The Demoness of Despair's mastery of the mirror world and mirror magic has reached a considerably deep stage. I can locate mirrors within a 5-kilometer range in mirrors I've visited before. I can traverse freely in the mirror world and transmit information through the mirror world to those located mirrors displaying it. This is much more convenient than messengers, but there's a possibility of the information being intercepted by mirror world creatures. Some curses need to be attached to the information to avoid most troubles. I can also use located mirrors to project myself there, looking just like the real thing. Currently, this projection has distance limitations and cannot exceed a city. A hunter's precision is also fused with this mirror projection ability, allowing me to complete 3 to 5 projections simultaneously, with each projection having some power and able to accomplish some things, though they cannot leave the range reflected by the corresponding mirror. When fighting against the Order of All Extinction demigod, Higdon, Lumien had used the power of the special mirror world to create many mirror projections. If Higdon had ignored them at that time, these illusions and projections could have caused a certain degree of damage. Other mirror magic such as mirror maze, mirror substitution, and magic mirror divination have also reached the level of sequence 4. Among them, curses completed through mirrors include normal types, those fused with cull that can erupt fiercely in an extremely short time, and those mixed with the power of inevitability that can complete fate-related curses. Lumien pondered as he spoke. Fate-related curses can put the target in a state of misfortune for a period of time. This is not easily noticed by them and is used against enemies who inherently have strong curse prevention abilities. Lumien paused, then continued. Like other Demonesses of Despair, if enemies can't replace themselves with a substitution before I lock onto them and complete the curse, they won't be able to transfer or share the damage even if they have a mirror substitution or paper figurine substitute. The Demoness's spider silk has also changed, becoming more solid, more tough, able to complete more tasks including restraining, binding, interfering, transmitting pleasure, black flames, and curses. At the same time, the fusion of hunter traits has made these spider silks sharper, able to directly cause a certain degree of damage. My hair is the source of spider silk. If an enemy's body is touched by my hair, the corresponding part will experience some petrification symptoms. Weakness investigation is no longer limited to discovering weaknesses and vulnerabilities in the flesh, soul, and defenses, as well as fate streams that can lead to death, but also includes the target's emotional and desire weaknesses and trigger points. Cull has fused with the Demoness pathway's mighty blow, capable of bringing more terrifying damage. I can take out some physically fragile demigods in one strike. Physically fragile demigods often have many mystically oriented life-saving abilities or make it impossible for you to find their true form. Madam Magician reminded at this point. Lumien nodded, indicating he would remember. Other abilities include black magic like invisibility, the ability to manipulate frost, bond substitution, basic divination abilities, which are all the same as a normal Demoness of Despair. Instigation and provocation are fused together, granting me the ability to use language and attach mystical power to stir up the target's emotions and desires, making them do what I anticipate. Pleasure can be combined with cull and precision. That's about it. Madam Magician nodded thoughtfully and remarked. Jumping to a neighboring pathway indeed brings many strange changes and mixed abilities. This is not something that can be achieved by using the neighboring pathway's sealed artifacts. Lumion gave an affirmative sound, then asked, "Should we still have Franca continue undercover in the Demoness Sect?" Chapter 889, Intelligence on the Demoness Sect. Faced with Lumion's question, Madam Magician pondered for a few seconds, before saying, "Whether it's investigating the state of the primordial Demoness, exploring the secrets of the deepest layer of the special mirror world, uncovering the essence of the mirror self, or mastering the secret of resurrection and rebirth of the Demoness of unaging, it's impossible to bypass the Demoness Sect. These are equally important for you now. So, my opinion is to let the Two of Cups continue to contact the Demoness of Black, while you lurk in the shadows to prevent accidents. The Demoness Sect has probably already suspected the Two of Cups' background and intentions, but I'm not sure what countermeasures they will take. If they want to use the Two of Cups to do some things and achieve certain goals, we can take advantage of such arrangements to peek into the secrets of the Demoness Sect and the special mirror world, and incidentally obtain subsequent resources for the Demoness pathway. If they prepare to eliminate hidden dangers and wipe out the Two of Cups, you, lurking in the shadows, must immediately act and quickly rescue the Two of Cups. The mission with the Demoness Sect shall then end there. This is indeed already a fairly high-risk matter. Both the Two of Cups and you have the right to refuse." Lumion listened attentively and then smiled and said, "I think the Demoness Sect won't do anything to Franca for the time being. It's more likely they'll use her. Otherwise, in the underground mausoleum of Marauder, Julie in her divine descent state wouldn't have thrown me out of the special mirror world. And after I achieved my goal, obtained the Black Tear, and returned from Marauder, the Demoness of Black wouldn't have been so easily patronized by Franca." Madam Magician nodded almost imperceptibly. If this isn't that individual's arrangement, it means the primordial Demoness also hopes for a Beyonder who harbors hope for Tudor's resurrection and is closer to the top powers of the two calamity pathways than her, to grow up according to the method currently considered closest to the correct answer in order to achieve a goal that is very important and crucial to her. Lumion twisted his mouth and said in a self-mocking tone, "One of the ways to counter a true god's arrangement is to place oneself in the plans of another, or several true gods, whether those plans are good or bad. The principle is the same as balancing the corruption on oneself." Madam Magician shook her head and smiled. "But you should remember that before Mr. Fool awakens, no true god can compete with that individual in arranging this matter, even if several Sequence Zero true gods unite. Of course, this can indeed interfere with and influence that individual's arrangements, giving you a chance to detect anomalies in a timely manner or in advance." Lumion nodded solemnly. "Whether Franca continues the Demoness Sect mission or not, I will follow up on these matters. Madam, can you give me more intelligence about the Demoness Sect? The Demoness of Black only reveals very little to Franca each time," Madam Magician said in an appreciative tone. "You now indeed have the ability and mindset to independently handle one aspect of affairs. If Mr. Fool wakes up, you are completely qualified to draw a major arcana card. From now on, matters concerning the Demoness Sect will be consolidated under you. If you need assistance or want to mobilize resources from other major arcana card holders, you can find me or Judgment at any time. Well, because the Demoness of unaging can be resurrected, can be reborn, is difficult to kill completely, and stays forever young without aging, she can live for many, many years, even longer than the lifespan of angels from many pathways. So, if we don't count Sequence 4 Demonesses of Despair, and only consider the accumulated number of currently living Sequence 3 and Sequence 2 Beyonders, the Demoness Sect has more than any Orthodox God Church. In this regard, only Sanguine, whose lives are equally long, can compare with them, but still fall short. Of course, a large part of the high-level power of Orthodox God Churches is in Grade 0 and Grade 1, sealed artifacts and holy artifacts. If encountering major disasters, those sealed artifacts and holy artifacts can also play the role of corresponding high-level beings to some extent, and a large part of them can be relatively smoothly converted into Beyonder characteristics that rapidly strengthen reserve forces. Lumion recalled and said, "According to the Demoness of Black, at sequence 3, one can name oneself with a color. There are 13 such color demonesses in total. Among them, 4 are angels, sequence 2 angels. In this respect, the Demoness sect is inferior to Orthodox God churches because their high-level members must be demonesses and there are no angels from other pathways. Orthodox God churches, on the other hand, could potentially use grade 0 sealed artifacts, or sequence 1, beyond the characteristics of other pathways they possess to create. Sequence 1, Archangels. Madam Magician gave a detailed introduction. Why can't there be sequence 1 demonesses? Lumion expressed his confusion. Madam Magician chuckled. What I'm about to say is one of the highest level mystical knowledge of the paths of the divine. Each pathway has its own distinct uniqueness. Occupying and accommodating the uniqueness is the key to becoming a true God, but it's not the only condition. A true sequence 0 also needs all the sequence 1, beyond the characteristics of its pathway to support the uniqueness, which is 3 in total. So, with the sequence 0 primordial demoness, there can't be sequence 1 demonesses of apocalypse, only sequence 2 demonesses of catastrophe. Similarly, Orthodox God churches can't have sequence 1 archangels corresponding to their own deities. Well, except for some pathways with special abilities. As Lumion suddenly came to a realization, he very keenly asked, I can't advance to sequence 1 of the demoness pathway and become a demoness of apocalypse, unless the primordial demoness falls before that? Correct. Madam Magician specifically reminded, why? There's only one sequence 1, beyond a characteristic left for the hunter pathway. The red angel has already occupied 2, which is why he can become a king of angels again. Is the definition of a king of angels occupying multiple sequence 1 beyonder, characteristics or accommodating the uniqueness? Lumion had some understanding of the concept of king of angels before, but today was the first time he clearly recognized what this title represented. Magician nodded. Yes, whether it's occupying 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, or 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, or accommodating the uniqueness, as well as the uniqueness plus 1 sequence 1, beyond the characteristic, the uniqueness plus 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, they are all kings of angels. The only king of angels composed of the uniqueness plus 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics was my mentor, Mr. Dorr, but he used his own sealing authority to resist the tendency to converge. If not for this, after 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics and the uniqueness are placed in the same beyonder's body, they would inevitably converge rapidly, and the possessor would either immediately become a god, lose control on the spot, or die directly. No wonder Mr. Dorr was the highest-ranking nobleman in the Tudor Empire, Lumion asked with undisguised concern. Where is the last sequence 1 beyond a characteristic of the hunter pathway? Is Red Angel Medici about to get it? It's rumored to be with the primordial demoness. Madam Magician didn't conceal this intelligence. And the one who reportedly brought that sequence 1 beyond the characteristic to the primordial demoness was the demoness of black, Clarice. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. Madam Magician continued to introduce the situation of the Demoness sect. Besides the Demoness of Grey Judith, the Demoness sect has 3 other sequence 2 demonesses of catastrophe, namely the Demoness of Yellow, the Demoness of Blue, and the Demoness of Purple. There are currently 9 sequence 3 demonesses of unaging. Besides the Demoness of Black and the Demoness of Cyan that you know, there are also white, scarlet, silver, green, gold, brown, orange. After hearing this, Lumion keenly noticed a problem. Trier with its special mirror world should be one of the most important areas in the eyes of the Demoness sect. Yet they didn't send the Demoness of Catastrophe to be in charge, leaving all affairs to the Demoness of Black. This doesn't seem normal. Or is one of the yellow, blue, or purple demonesses of catastrophe hiding in Trier? Moreover, the one responsible for keeping the sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the hunter pathway and using methods like sacrifice to give it to the primordial demoness was also only the sequence 3 demoness of black, not any demoness of catastrophe. Wasn't the Demoness sect worried at the time that the Demoness of Black status wasn't high enough? Her strength wasn't enough, and something might go wrong? Madam Magician reminded Lumion that there was another detail that was problematic. After exchanging intelligence about the Demoness sect for a while longer, Madam Magician looked at the sky that had completely darkened and said, "Tomorrow, Mr. Sun will send someone to take you to the Twin Towers to read the records the City of Silver has on Amabella's remains and to make contact with that Grade 0 sealed artifact. After that, you decide for yourselves when to return to Trier." "Yes, Madam Magician," Lumion replied, watching as this holder of a major arcana card turned into points of starlight and disappeared before his eyes. As the night settled in, Franca paced in the living room, muttering to herself, "Why hasn't Lumion come back yet? Wasn't he just reporting his encounter to Madam Magician and exchanging intelligence? It's been so long." Jenna was also a bit worried. She walked to the window and looked out at the street. Suddenly, her gaze froze. "There." She pointed to the top of the bell tower attached to the Fool's Cathedral. Franca took a few steps over and saw at the top of the bell tower, in a place without any railings, sat a woman wearing a black cloak with some black hair falling down, delicate and fine features, and a grand and radiant face. It was Lumion. At this moment, Lumion was sitting there, legs dangling outside, gaze quietly, looking down. Franca and Jenna exchanged a glance and quickly rushed to the Fool's Cathedral, climbing up the bell tower. Seeing Lumion's back, they didn't immediately inquire about the situation but remained quiet, each walking to one side, following Lumion's line of sight to gaze at what he was intently watching. It was the giant buildings that had lit up with yellowish lights in the dark night, the various mushrooms that were faintly visible in the streetlight glow, the silhouettes of giants and half-giants behind glass windows, raised wine glasses, wisps of cooking smoke, songs from nearby squares, the noise spilling out from bars, and the faint sounds of joy and laughter from different houses. Chapter 890, Murder. The next morning, Lumion and the others had just finished breakfast in their room and were waiting for Ludwig to clean up the rest when they heard the doorbell ring. Outside the door was a half-giant youth about 2 meters tall, with slightly longer arms and legs, short curly brown hair that looked fluffy. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes with a square face. After his gaze swept over Lumion, Franca and Jenna, it involuntarily lowered to look at his own toes as he said, "I'm here to find Lumion Lee, possibly Miss Lumina Lee." He spoke in ancient Faesac. "That's me." Lumion understood this was probably the messenger sent by Mr. Sun to take him to the Twin Towers of the new City of Silver. That major arcana card holder seemed to have deliberately found a youth to ensure the height difference wouldn't be too dramatic. The youth let out a sigh of relief and said awkwardly, "I've been ordered by the 6-member council to take you to see Elder Derek Berg at the Twin Towers." "All right." Lumion nodded to Jenna and Franca, then followed the youth out of the hotel towards the Twin Towers located in a corner of the new City of Silver. Along the way, the half-giant youth walked slightly ahead to the side, his back somewhat stiff, occasionally showing a tendency to swing the same arm and leg together, as if he had almost forgotten how to walk normally. He would turn his head to glance at Lumion from time to time, but not knowing what to say, he could only quickly turn his head back. Halfway through the journey, he finally thought of a suitable topic. Half turning his body, he asked Lumion, Aren't you worried that I might be a bad person? Maybe what I said about the 6-member council's order and going to see Elder Derek Berg at the Twin Towers is all a lie to trick you. I could kill 30 of your kind in one breath." Lumion only thought to himself, without saying it out loud. On the one hand, they were both followers of Mr. Fool and not too familiar, so there was no need to mock. On the other hand, Lumion felt that if his sister Aurora was here, she definitely wouldn't answer in a similar way. He smiled lightly and said, "I'm not worried, because this is the new City of Silver." The half-giant youth suddenly became very happy and said in a tone of heartfelt pride, "Yes, the Lord has always taught us to be kind and restrained. Our new City of Silver strictly cracks down on all kinds of crimes, especially guarding against theft, fraud, and other such behaviors. 12,012. Yes, the Lord has always taught us to be kind and restrained. Our new City of Silver strictly cracks down on all kinds of crimes, especially guarding against theft, fraud, and other such behaviors." The half-giant youth opened up and began to talk endlessly about how Mr. Fool, originally sent an angel to save the City of Silver, how he gave the City of Silver, this promised land, and how they, the people of the City of Silver, built the new City of Silver. Lumion had heard these stories repeatedly when drinking in the new City of Silver before, but he wasn't impatient now, letting the half-giant youth continue his smooth narration. He heard happiness of peace and tranquility in the other's description. In this exchange, the two arrived at the Twin Towers, the core buildings of the new City of Silver. The left tower had a pointed top and housed public facilities, such as the library, while the right tower had a round top and was where the six-member council that governed the new City of Silver worked. Lumion instinctively turned his gaze towards the round tower and noticed that in the cracks between the bricks near the ground, tufts of black hair-like plants had grown out, sometimes drooping, sometimes swaying lightly as if blown by a gentle breeze. When he came last time, Lumion had also noticed these black plants but didn't pay much attention. This time, however, he felt a kind of blood connection. We are all parts, or rather continuations, of the life of the goddess of harvest, Omabella. Even when sealed, does a grade 0 sealed artifact still have some influence on the outside world? Lumion withdrew his gaze and followed the half-giant youth into the pointed tower. They walked on large black stone slabs, passing huge pillars, and came to the library on the third floor. In front of the intimidating bookshelves stood a tall man wearing a simple white robe. The man was over 2 meters tall, with neatly combed brownish-yellow hair. He looked only about 22 or 23 years old, but had a very calm demeanor and an overwhelming aura. He was clearly Mr. Sun, whom Lumion had met last time, one of the top figures of the Church of the Fool. "Elder Berg, Ms. Lumina is here," the half-giant youth said respectfully. Mr. Sun, whose name was Derek Berg, looked at Lumion and nodded, saying, "Follow me," Lumion politely replied. "Thank you." "Thank you." The half-giant youth then waved and walked towards the door. After a few steps, he turned around and called out to Lumion's back, "My name is Rugest." After saying this, Rugest quickly turned and ran down the stairs. Lumion followed Mr. Sun deep into the new City of Silver library, entering the innermost secret room where a stack of documents made up of scattered records was placed. "These are all the records regarding the gift of the lands. I have already translated them into ancient Physac for you," Mr. Sun said simply, sitting down in a position against the wall and falling silent, as if he had turned into a statue. Lumion understood this was to guard against any accidents that might occur while he was reading the materials, so he nodded lightly, sat down at the table, and picked up the stack of new papers. He read very slowly, taking nearly half an hour to roughly understand the relationship between the goddess of harvest Omabella and the City of Silver. In the Second Epoch, in the era when the ancient gods ruled the earth and sky, the City of Silver belonged to the Giant King's court, and all its people were slaves to the giants. But unlike other human vassal powers of the Giant King's court, the City of Silver's situation was considerably better because they believed in and followed the subsidiary god of the Giant King, the ancient god, the Giant Queen, the goddess of harvest, Omabella. According to the City of Silver's records, the Giant Queen Omabella had descended to their city multiple times, displaying 2 images. One image corresponded to light and goodness with the harvest grace, life's precious embrace, as the core of faith, viewing the people of the City of Silver as her own children, always ensuring bountiful harvests, abundant reproduction of livestock and poultry, and rapid population growth. This was the main reason why the people of City of Silver rarely suffered innocent slaughter and did not lack food. The other would bring desolation and death. At that time, all the people of certain death knew phrases like, "Extreme harvest is inevitably accompanied by extreme desolation. Only life can quell the land's wrath. Death, like new life, is a common and beautiful thing, not to be feared. We have accepted the land's gifts, so we must pay the corresponding price." If Omabella descended in this form, she would inevitably demand bloody sacrifices with large numbers of humans as offerings. Even if the people of the City of Silver did these things, sacrificing their own relatives, they would sometimes still suffer famines lasting up to a year. If they didn't do so, the famine might last 3 to 5 years. Is this what the era ruled by ancient gods was like? Even the city of Silver, which was relatively well off, was like this. Lumion turned to the next page. This page recorded the Giant King's court's words of praise for the Giant Queen, Omabella. What caught Lumion's attention most was one sentence. The noble queen used her maternal nature to help the great king calm his emotions. What does this mean? Maternal nature helping the giant king, this ancient god, expel excess beyond her characteristics and regain some sanity by giving birth to children? Lumion pondered as he continued reading. After another 15 minutes he turned to the stage of the giant king's court's rapid decline. The city of Silver, which had obtained another divine-level sealed artifact, had learned of the fall of the ancient god, the giant king, and feared falling into the hands of the more brutal devil monarch. In such anxiety and unease, on a night without the crimson moon, the giant queen Omabella appeared outside the city of Silver. This time she did not descend directly, but walked over step by step. She was in poor condition. She asked the believers of the city of Silver to perform a ritual, sacrificing half of their people to help her replenish her life force. The record of the subsequent situation was vague, but the result was clear. That night, man slew god, subject slew ruler, child slew mother. In other words, the bizarrely resurrected Omabella finally died at the hands of the betraying believers of the city of Silver. Lumion wasn't too surprised. After that day, the city of Silver discovered that Omabella's remains didn't have Beyonder characteristics in the true sense, but still possessed powerful force and terrifying authority. They completely buried this history, hid this secret, and even after converting to belief in the ancient sun god, they didn't tell that Lord the true origin of the divine-level sealed artifact, Gift of the Land, until Mr. Fool's Angel of Redemption came to save them. At this point, all records of Omabella, the goddess of harvest, ended. Next came information about the sealed artifact, Gift of the Land. Gift of the Land can naturally create an edible plant in any environment and promote its growth, reproduction, and abundant harvest within a 50-kilometer range. Gift of the Land will turn all dead humans within a 50-kilometer range into terrible evil spirits, unless that human died by being murdered by a direct relative. Those who have eaten the food it creates and have a strong connection with it will turn into evil spirits within 300 kilometers. Seeing this record different from the official sealed artifact description, Lumion suddenly raised his head and looked at Mr. Sun sitting by the wall. He asked in confusion, "Every dead human will turn into an evil spirit? Even those who are below sequence 5 in life?" As far as Lumion knew, evil spirits were the strongest among soul creatures. Even the weakest should be at the level of sequence 5, while the strong ones could be equivalent to demigods. Yes. Mr. Sun nodded steadily. The ability of the Gift of the Land is terrifying. This is equivalent to being able to mass-produce sequence 5 Beyonders, some of whom should even be demigods. Is this what a grade 0 sealed artifact is? Lumion subconsciously began to evaluate from a combat power perspective. He probed. What's the maximum number of dead humans that can turn into evil spirits at one time? We've never tried. Mr. Sun replied with a solemn expression. Lumion suddenly realized and quickly apologized. I apologize for my rudeness. He continued reading the materials about the divine-level sealed artifact. In the new city of Silver, grade 0 sealed artifacts were called divine-level sealed artifacts. Chapter 891. Gift of the Land. The Gift of the Land can make the soil fertile within a 300-kilometer range, make water flow abundant, increase the tendency for life to reproduce, and prevent even the most unfavorable environmental conditions from stopping life from bearing offspring, only reducing the quantity and frequency. The Gift of the Land will randomly cause the land within a 300-kilometer range to become desolate, crops to fail completely, and plants to wither. Unless the desolation effect ends, this land will not become fertile again. This can be suppressed by angel-level abilities, similar to purification, limiting the desolation to a very small area, unable to spread. If actively used, the Gift of the Land can cause all life within a 30-kilometer range to rapidly drain away until death. Similar abilities outside this domain will also gradually wither and be weakened because of this. Lifeless dead who enter this domain will quickly return to the earth. The gift of the land can also fill a 50-kilometer range with various toxins, grow various beyonder plants beneficial to itself. Similarly, it can tame all animals without higher intelligence in this area and strengthen the tendency for every beyonder to lose control. Through contact, the gift of the land can create dolls from soil, plants, lava, ores, and metals and give them some life and power. The strongest dolls do not exceed sequence 3, with a maximum of 9 demigod-level dolls. The gift of the land can transform the environment, making even the abyss suitable for human survival. The wielder of the gift of the land will truly become one with the land, forests, water flows, mountains, ores, etc., within range, and can use them to traverse, with varying speeds. Every time one is hit by the gift of the land, they will face a test of losing control as well as a test of death. If unable to pass, they will either lose control on the spot or die directly. The gift of the land can temporarily turn the wielder into a mythical creature, but requires the wielder to be able to withstand the impact of mystical knowledge and mad thoughts brought by the corresponding mythical creature form. The gift of the land can give the wielder all female characteristics. Life that comes into contact with the gift of the land will either be cured of all injuries and diseases or die instantly. Which outcome occurs cannot be divined beforehand. According to prophecy, females with Omabella's bloodline who have suffered betrayal by direct relatives will not experience the instant death outcome. Those who do not meet the above conditions, even if lucky enough to receive the healing effect, cannot use the gift of the land for more than 1 minute afterwards, otherwise they will lose control or die. Those who meet the conditions will still suffer other negative effects. Those who understand the above information, if they do not possess godhood, are likely to become pregnant in the coming period, conceiving an unknown creature. Note, except for the prophecy part, all descriptions are based on the City of Silver's experience, lessons, and understanding. After reading the information about the gift of the land, Lumion finally understood why only females with Omabella's bloodline who had suffered betrayal by direct relatives could touch, pick up, and briefly use this Grade 0 sealed artifact. For others, it was purely gambling with their lives, unless they had no other way to heal their injuries and diseases, or faced a crisis they couldn't normally overcome. Otherwise, no one would try. But it's truly very powerful, worthy of being a Grade 0 sealed artifact. And if used briefly, the negative effects are not completely unacceptable. It's just necessary to suppress the desolation effect and guard against enemies turning into even more terrifying evil spirits after death. Lumion silently mused to himself, focusing his attention on the most crucial content. That was the part about Omabella in poor condition, walking to the City of Silver, seeking sacrifice. According to Madam Magician, at this time Omabella had already had her identity and destiny stolen. The people of the City of Silver shouldn't have been able to know that the female giant before them was the goddess of harvest Omabella. But in the records, the residents of the City of Silver undoubtedly knew it was Omabella, without even a hint of doubt or raising any objections. They considered it a fact that needed no verification, reflected in the record as just 2 short sentences, with the purpose of describing that Omabella arrived at the City of Silver by walking. Lumion raised his head, looking at Mr. Sun seated against the wall, and asked thoughtfully, "Which image did the goddess of harvest Omabella have when she walked to the City of Silver?" He remembered the previous records mentioning that Omabella had descended to the City of Silver multiple times, mainly presenting 2 images, one representing harvest and reproduction, the other symbolizing desolation and death. This made Lumion suspect whether Omabella had 2 identities, with harvest and reproduction having its destiny stolen, while desolation and death walked to the City of Silver seeking sacrifice. Mr. Sun shook his head. There was no record at the time. Lumion supported his cheek with his hand, pondering silently. Judging from the demand for the City of Silver to sacrifice half of its people, it does seem closer to the desolation and death image. But if the harvest and reproduction image was severely damaged, it's also possible to demand life to help oneself recover. Moreover, 2 images can be understood, but how can 2 identities be concentrated in one person? Surely the goddess of harvest Omabella didn't steal. the identity and destiny of another Omabella before. She's not from the Marauder pathway, and there is no legend indicating she possessed similar items. Lumion deliberated for a moment, then stood up and said, "I want to touch the gift of the land." To see what resonance Omabella's bloodline could bring, what information could be obtained. Mr. Son Derek Berg also stood up. "Okay." Wearing a simple white robe, he walked steadily in front, entering the round tower from the second-floor connection, then descended all the way, passing through the deep dark dungeon, arriving at a pair of heavy stone doors. Behind the stone doors was a mottled staircase extending downwards, with points of light like dawn seeping from the depths, bringing some visibility. Lumion found that the walls on both sides of the staircase were damp, seemingly oozing many water droplets, and tufts of hair-like black plants had grown out of the cracks, hanging there. The further down the staircase they went, the brighter the dawn-like light became, and between the damp walls and the hair-like black plants grew mushrooms of various colors, golden wheat ears, the unique black-faced grass, and other things. The spirituality in the air also became increasingly lively and vigorous. Lumion's heart gradually palpitated, as if returning to a mother's embrace, or finding his past self. He heard the sound of blood flowing, seemingly from within his body, yet also originating from the bottom of the staircase. It really is Omabella. The invisible child of God is indeed Omabella. Lumion sighed a couple of times, calming his own state. His hair was growing inch by inch inside his cloak, his skin becoming more delicate and elastic. After descending for a while longer, Lumion saw sunlight coming from Mr. Sun. Pure, warm, sacred golden light quickly filled this area, causing the forces of desolation and the aura of death to retreat to the edges. Seeing this scene, Lumion instinctively associated it with a Demoness's disease and plague. In such a domain of sunlight, the vast majority of mystical pathogens would quickly perish, while a few ordinary pathogens might survive. Finally, the Son Derek Berg and Lumion arrived at a large room filled with points of dawn-like light. The room was permeated with the smell of soil, the scent of grass, and the fragrance of flowers. The ceiling, floor, and surrounding walls were covered with those hair-like black things, growing all kinds of plants and mushrooms. In the center of this room, brown soil was piled up, with a withered giant tree trunk inserted at the top. The tree trunk was just short of touching the ceiling, about 7 or 8 meters high, requiring 3 or 4 people's arm span to encircle it. Most of the bark on its surface had fallen off, with the remaining parts a grayish-brown color. Its core had become hollow, and the exposed wood parts facing Lumion and Mr. Sun were partly protruding and partly sunken, outlining a legless human-like pattern. That silhouette used the branches on the trunk as hands, its face extremely distorted, with 2 huge crimson flowers serving as eyes. Within the wood-grain texture of its body surface, traces of blood color were faintly visible. This is the gift of the land. The patches of sacred sunlight created by Mr. Sun merged with the points of dawn-like light in the room. Lumion already felt his blood stirring, feeling an unusually close, blood-based connection with that withered tree trunk. The two were originally one. Lumion seemed to receive a call, subconsciously walking forward, his elegant and clean face seeming to emit its own radiance in the dawn-like light mixed with sunlight. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he came to the top of the pile of brown soil, stopping in front of the withered giant tree. The Son Derek Berg did not stop her. Lumion took a breath, adjusted his state, prepared to use mirror substitution, and then extended his right palm with evenly proportioned bones and flesh and long fingers, touching towards the withered tree trunk with streaks of blood seeping out. As soon as his fingers touched the dull-colored wood, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. The sky was hazy, seemingly shrouded in dark mist. A huge light shadow that seemed able to support heaven and earth appeared in front, while behind were strange silhouettes outlined by blurred lines. This scene flashed by, followed immediately by darkness without a hint of light, and utterly quiet stillness. After an unknown time in the darkness and stillness, a shrill cry faintly came. "My child, Omabella! My child, Omabella!" Lumion suddenly broke free from the illusion, as if forcibly pushed away from the gift of the land by an invisible force. He immediately felt a stinging pain in his right shoulder, with a bit of coolness like moonlight shining. That was the contract mark from the abscessed hand being activated, but without producing any effect, bringing teleportation and blink. Chapter 892. That Name. Lumion turned his gaze to his right shoulder. Before this, he had anticipated many scenarios, but he hadn't expected that the contract mark corresponding to the abscessed hand would have an abnormal reaction when he touched the gift of the land, bringing a stinging pain and coolness. Is this because the complete abscessed hand has corruption from the Great Mother, or does Hand Bro himself have some connection to the goddess of harvest Umbella? When he became 0-01's puppet and encountered me, he called out Umbella. Lumion frowned imperceptibly, forming a rough guess. It was very strange that despite the abscessed hand being an angel, no high level being remembered his original form. Combining this with some thoughts from reading the records about Umbella, earlier Lumion suspected whether Hand Bro might also be an angel whose identity and destiny were stolen by enemies, and who was even brutally dismembered and sealed in various places to prevent his resurrection. However, this suspicion couldn't explain one issue, judging from how the abscessed hand evolved towards femininity when all parts of its body were assembled, showing characteristics related to Sequence 1 beauty goddess of the moon pathway. He must have either been deeply contaminated by the Great Mother or received corresponding boons. Who would dare to bear such a destiny? Perhaps Hand Bro both satisfies the conditions of lacking necessary wisdom and receiving high-level boons from the Great Mother, naturally reacting to matters of the Child of God, and also has intricate connections with Umbella. He should be an angel of the moon pathway, which is adjacent to the goddess of harvest. Umbella's pathway, I wonder how many high-level beings from the Second Epoch have survived, but they may not know about these matters. Just like the round moon Duke of the Sanguine, Lumion suppressed the doubts in his heart and looked again at the gift of the land existing in the form of a withered tree trunk. After the first contact, he had confirmed that he wouldn't die on the spot because of this, so he tried to press his right palm again on the grayish-brown tree trunk. With both protrusions and depressions, the fragrance of flowers and the fishy smell of blood pierced his nostrils. Before his eyes again appeared the hazy sky shrouded in dark mist, the huge light shadow that could support heaven and earth, and the strange silhouettes outlined by blurred lines. This time, Lumion felt pain, felt terror, and also felt the madness of wanting all things to return to the earth. He fell into familiar darkness, without a hint of light, quiet to the point of deathly stillness. As time passed second by second, a shrill cry gradually sounded in his ears, calling for her child Umbella. This made Lumion slowly come to his senses, and then he felt the stinging pain and coolness in his right shoulder. He endured this feeling, not being pushed out of the illusion. The darkness quickly shattered, and Lumion saw the light of dawn, saw faces full of determination, and felt anger, pain, and hatred in his heart. At this moment, he heard a voice gentle yet painful, a woman's voice. Zedus, Lumion. Woke up. And what entered his eyes was the distorted face outlined by protrusions and depressions on the withered tree trunk, and the two huge crimson flowers serving as the face's eyes. His palm was still pressed against the tree trunk. What I just saw and heard were they Umbella's last obsessions, the scenes that left the deepest impression on her. Combining the corresponding emotions, does the world shrouded in dark mist correspond to her first death? Are the huge light shadow and one of the blurred figures the high-level being who stole her identity and destiny? What do that deathly silent darkness and the shrill cry represent? I've heard similar cries in the depths of the underworld when I shared the senses of the creature inside the bird egg. The bird egg represents gestation. Does that deathly silent darkness correspond to Umbella's state before birth, or the state before regaining new life? Did that voice crying out for her child pull Umbella back from the depths of death, giving her new life? Would this new life also reset identity and destiny, making the theft ineffective? The protagonists of the third scene are the dawn and human faces with emotions of anger and hatred. Does this correspond to Umbella being killed by the city of Silver? Yes, these can all be called obsessions, having a crucial impact on Umbella's fate. Who was that Zedus at the end? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lumion turned his head to look at the tall and steady Mr. Sun beside him. May I know if you have heard of the name Zedus? You could just speak casually. In the church, no one is nobler than another. The son Derek Berg first corrected, then shook his head and said, I haven't heard this name. Was there no one called Zeus among the brass of the City of Silver when the goddess of harvest Omabella last came to the City of Silver? Lumion pursued. Mr. Sun answered in a very certain tone. No, Zeus wasn't the person who killed Omabella. Who could it be? Thinking of this, Lumion suddenly had a flash of insight. Could this be Hanbro's name, since Hanbro could call out Omabella to me, causing the contract to mutate? When I touched the gift of the land, theoretically Omabella's remnant consciousness in the gift of the land should also be able to detect the abscessed hand's contract mark on me and call out his name. Lumion withdrew his right hand, waited for several tens of seconds, and pressed his palm to the withered tree trunk for the third time. The previous illusions and auditory hallucinations reappeared, but there was no additional content. Lumion sighed inwardly, crouched down slightly, adjusted his cloak, and pressed his other hand to the surface of the gift of the land, grasping the most solid and obvious protrusion. Then he gritted his teeth. The blood vessels on his neck bulged, and his temples throbbed with a blue tint. This made Mr. Sun's eyelids twitch, as if he hadn't expected a beautiful lady with a cold expression to show such a side. Soon the brown soil began to loosen, and Lumion forcefully pulled up that withered, giant tree trunk. The entire new City of Silver inexplicably trembled, a gentle shake. Lumion half lifted the 7 or 8 meter high withered tree trunk, trying to swing it. It can barely be used to smash people, but it would reduce agility to the lowest level, and speed would also significantly decrease. Lumion made a judgment on whether he could use the gift of the land to fight in the future, then inserted the huge withered tree trunk back into the pile of brown soil. Almost simultaneously, he felt a certain power in his bloodline surge towards his abdomen, causing a slight stinging pain there, as if something was gestating. Lumion raised his right hand, pressing it towards the corresponding position on his stomach with quiet and eerie black flames. For a moment he experienced maternal emotions of reluctance and pity, but this couldn't stop him from infusing the Demoness's black flames into his abdomen in the manner of fire infusion. Indescribable pain, loss, and sadness surged into his heart simultaneously. His face suddenly turned pale, and his light-colored lips involuntarily trembled slightly. This made the son Derek Berg can't help but ask, "Do you need my help to dispel the negative effects, or find a beyonder to provide treatment?" Lumion shook his head, curled his lips, and said in a low voice, "A small matter." He turned to remind Mr. Sun, "Even beyonders with godhood might conceive after touching the gift of the land, and those with Omabella's bloodline are more likely to encounter this. We don't have any records of this. Historically, the City of Silver has needed to actively use this sealed artifact very rarely, and each time the user quickly died." Mr. Sun nodded slightly. Lumion didn't say anything more, turned around and walked step by step towards the outside of this huge room, towards the mottled stairs leading to the upper part of the round tower, with Mr. Sun quietly trailing behind. In the hotel room, Lumion wrote down the gains and questions from reading the records related to Omabella and touching the gift of the land in a letter. He then summoned the doll messenger and handed over this letter and a mirror. With this marked mirror, he could later directly transmit information to Madam Magician through the mirror world. The doll messenger took the letter and mirror but didn't leave immediately. Wearing a light golden dress, it leaned against the window frame, carefully and attentively examining Lumion. Lumion arched an eyebrow. "What are you looking at, doll?" Messenger suddenly jumped up, floating in midair, and said with an indignant look, "Don't you know how beautiful you look right now? Beautiful enough for me to ignore that you're still wearing men's clothes. Beautiful enough for me to forgive why you haven't made yourself tidier." Lumion was momentarily at a loss for words. "The doll." Messenger waved his hand and said reluctantly, "See you next time." "See you next time," Lumiere politely replied. After about 15 minutes, the doll messenger emerged from the void, holding a bulging envelope, and said joyfully, "We meet again." Indeed. Lumion was a bit helpless. He took the envelope, opened it, and found that the letter itself was very thin, mainly containing an additional green gemstone. The gemstone was deep and alluring, with a dreamy crystalline green color. Lumion only looked at it for a moment, but felt as if his vision and soul were sinking into it. He quickly forced himself to look away, unfolded the letter paper with confusion, and began to read. The theft of Omabella's identity and destiny had not become ineffective before the 5th epoch. We will inquire about the name Zeduses from the ancient beings who survived from the 2nd epoch, including seeking revelation from even higher beings. The origin of this name might solve the mysteries surrounding Omabella. That green gemstone was made at my request by Miss Justice, with the purpose of helping you seal part of the knowledge related to the great existences. Although you still have a lot of corruption and seals, as long as you don't recall that knowledge, there shouldn't be any problems. But we can't guarantee that you won't encounter situations where you need to recall it. Before you possess a true or false angel rank, this hypnotic effect won't be lifted. Lumion understood the reason and looked at the green gemstone again, allowing his mind to sink into it. When he came to his senses, the green gemstone had become ordinary, and he had forgotten part of his knowledge. But it's still worth quite a bit of money. Lumion put away the green gemstone and said to the doll, messenger still lingering over the desk, "See you next time." The doll messenger waved in response. "See you next time." Leaving the room, Lumion said to Franca, Jenna, Ludwig, and others, "We're going back to Trier now." Chapter 893, A Terrifying Matter. Inside the newly rented apartment of Lumion and others on Rue de la Gauche in Quartier de l'Observatoire. "We're going to the catacombs now," Lumion said to Jenna and Franco in the living room after glancing out the window at the passing carriages, bicycles, and various mechanical creations. Before Franco contacted the Demoness of Black again, he wanted to get more intelligence from Crismona's shadow to guard against possible accidents. This required Jenna to advance to Demoness of Affliction at the Sacrificial Square on the 3rd level of the catacombs. Jenna looked at the black cloak Lumion was wearing and asked carefully, "Do you need to change your clothes underneath? At least that would make you more comfortable." Lumion fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Okay." Now it was Jenna's turn to be surprised. She had thought Lumion would be more resistant and would need to be persuaded with sufficient reasons. Franca was equally astonished. When she had drunk the witch potion, she hadn't accepted such things so quickly. Her lake blue eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly made some guesses, her emotions becoming rather complex. Except for height, Lumion's figure was now similar to Jenna's. After receiving a few pieces of clothing from her, he walked into the bedroom, not completely, letting go despite the more intimate relationship between the three of them. Seeing this, Jenna vaguely understood and turned her head to look at Franca. "Sigh." Franca sighed. Jenna followed by pursing her lips. Soon after, Lumion came out wearing the linen men's shirt and dark trousers with a spirited and dashing air. Franca looked him over and said, "You're too tall. You'll need to find a tailor to make custom-fitted women's clothes." Lumion tersely acknowledged and walked to the full-length mirror in the living room, looking at himself with his black hair simply tied back. The stunningly beautiful yet cold, expressionless woman in the reflection made him feel a moment of disorientation. He unconsciously reached into the traveler's bag and took out the lie earring. His right hand hovered in midair, not immediately putting on the earring. Franca quickly stepped forward, trying to make her tone sound natural. "I don't think you should force it now. The premise for Ori's true resurrection is that you always maintain your sense of self and reach the top of the 2 calamity pathways. During this process, the fragments of her soul should gradually revive according to your progress. You don't need to deliberately act or imitate her. Moreover, Madam Magician guesses that the key part of Aurore's resurrection lies with the Demoness of Runaging. It may not be a good thing for you to let her manifest in you now, just like switching to an adjacent pathway before the Sequence 4 node," Jenna also said in a soft voice. "Yes, I don't know if your sister ever taught you this phrase. Too much of a good thing. It means that even good things can become bad if taken to excess," Franca added. Lumion was silent for a moment, then put the lie earring back into the traveler's bag. Franca quietly let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Do you need a hat with a veil, or will you continue to wear the cloak? Looking like this, you'll quickly become the center of attention for everyone on the street. As fellow demonesses, she and Jenna both had deep experience with similar situations, and Lumion was now a demoness with godhood. Lumion picked up the cloak draped over the back of a nearby chair and put it on again. As the hood gradually covered his delicate and fine features and simply tied black hair, Lumion turned around and walked towards the door. Jenna put on a round lady's hat with a black veil hanging down, while Franca prepared a baseball cap for herself, lowering the brim. On the third level of the catacombs inside the sacrificial square, Lumion threw out several mirrors, setting up a mirror maze. This way, even if other people came to this level to explore and adventure, they wouldn't be able to see the three demonesses and their companions, and would pass through normally. As Jenna adjusted her state and prepared the potion, Franca looked towards the boundary of the maze, which showed no sign of abnormality, and exclaimed in admiration, as expected of a demigod. Even though I know the real surrounding area has been hidden by a mirror maze, I can't see any problems at all. In comparison, her own mirror maze couldn't achieve this level. Before Lumion could respond, she asked curiously, "When do you plan to give Voisin Sansen's corpse to Ludwig?" After Voisin Sansen's death, because he had already been deeply corrupted by the power of inevitability, and continuing to stay in the special mirror world was quite dangerous. Lumion and the others didn't channel his spirit, but only took away his corpse. Lumion thought for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, "There's no rush. By stringing him along bit by bit, perhaps the ritual to advance to sequence 3 of the Hunter pathway will also require team cooperation. Having an angel team member like this could greatly reduce the number requirement. Besides, whether it's you digesting the remaining affliction potion or Jenna digesting the affliction potion, we can make use of Ludwig. If we give him all the benefits at once now, how can we make him reluctant to leave?" Seeing Lumion seriously considering returning to sequence 3 of the Hunter pathway, Franca felt a wave of joy and was quite gratified, her arms involuntarily swaying twice. "Antony is also about to become sequence 5, just waiting for the final ritual preparation," Lumion suddenly said. Franca was stunned for a moment. "When did this happen?" "He told me yesterday. While you were advancing matters related to the Demoness sect, he was also completing Madame Justice's tasks. He's already established initial contact with the psychology alchemists and naturally received corresponding rewards. He's been applying his hypnosis ability all along, including helping me, and completed the digestion some time ago," Lumion briefly explained. "What he currently needs is to go to the spirit world to contract a certain creature, gaining the characteristic of maintaining clarity in dreams. This can also be substituted by other methods, and Ludwig's dishes might be able to help." Franca smacked her lips. "We haven't been caring enough about Antony. For a spectator, he might not want you to care too much about him or pay attention to him." Lumion glanced at a corner of the mirror maze. "Just like he's here now too, ready to placate Jenna immediately if the situation goes wrong." "He's here too." Franca felt as if she had heard a ghost story. At this time, Jenna, who had already eaten the ice lemon fish fillet, had prepared the affliction potion, which was black-based with green foam on top. Lumion immediately raised both arms. Behind Jenna, a crystal-clear ice pillar with multiple protrusions rose from the ground, ready to serve as a stake. Then Jenna handed the affliction potion to Lumion and climbed to the top of the ice pillar on her own, allowing Franca to tightly bind her body, restricting her movement. Bright white fire, ravens lit up around Lumion. They circled and flew out, landing on Jenna's body surface. Jenna was quickly set on fire, her expression uncontrollably twisting. Lumion stepped on layers of frost-condensed stairs, coming to Jenna's front, and poured that bottle of potion into his companion's mouth. Jenna's mind began to blur, the pain in her body pulling at her, keeping her last bit of clarity. Lumion then floated lightly from the top of the frost stairs to the ground, focusing on sensing the surroundings. He was waiting for Crismona's shadow to arrive. Having lost Mr. Fool's seal, he currently couldn't enter the area around the Samaritan Women's Spring. Franca kept watching Jenna, seeing her skin quickly blacken, her face twist to deformation, contorted in pain, her teeth no longer able to bite, emitting painful sounds. This made Franca extremely distressed, seemingly more tormented than when she herself had performed this ritual. Suddenly Lumien's light blue eyes first took on an iron-black color, then became silver-white with black. He felt that Crismona's shadow, or rather her residual consciousness, had descended within the mirror maze, yet he couldn't see her at all. Jenna's thoughts continued to drift, her sense of self gradually losing itself. She recalled the pain and joy of her time with Lumien, and also remembered the experience of helping Franca find pleasure and her inner emotions during that period, addicted because of enjoyment, awakened because of pain. In this state, Jenna had no way of knowing whether she had been noticed by the primordial demoness. By the time she regained some of her thoughts, a sacred figure wearing a plain white robe, blurry and hard to see clearly, had appeared before her eyes. "Lady Crismona?" Jenna called out the other's name, and learning from last time's lesson, she quickly and directly asked, "Why does the primordial one hate pure females who walk the demoness pathway?" Crismona answered in an ethereal voice. "My mother hates those demonesses who don't experience the pain of gender change, and she's also guarding against them." "Why guard against them?" Jenna further inquired. Crismona spoke in an extremely hollow tone. "Pure female demonesses, after becoming angels or perhaps after becoming demonesses of rune-aging, might encounter a very terrifying matter. They might overcome it, or they might not. If they can't, it's a very big problem for my mother. She can't let it happen." Jenna was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "What about you?" Strands of blood color suddenly appeared on the surface of Crismona's blurry face. Her previously hollow voice suddenly carried a hint of suppression and pain. "So, I died." Before the words faded, this former demoness of catastrophe, a true child of God, rapidly faded away. What exactly is that terrifying matter? Jenna rushed to ask. Crismona's shadow quickly dissipated, leaving only half a sentence. That mirror world. Jenna suddenly came to her senses, seeing the charred skin on her body surface falling off in pieces, while the ropes had been burned through at some unknown time. She immediately concealed her form and sought a corner to change her clothes. Phew, seeing this, Franca instinctively let out the worry and torment pent up in her heart. At the same time, she seemed to hear Lumien also quietly let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 894, Value. After Jenna changed into her dress, she recounted in full her current state and the information she had just obtained from Crismona. She said with regret, "The time was still not enough. I could only see Lady Crismona for that very short period between fully enduring the potion and regaining complete consciousness. However, next time I'll be able to clearly ask what that terrifying matter is." Lumien looked around and said, "Just now I could only sense Crismona's residual consciousness appear, but I couldn't directly see or make contact with her. This may be because she is one with the seal of the catacombs itself, or because she possesses some special quality that allows her to exert more precise influence on demonesses." "I think it's all of the above," Franca said to Jenna with considerable concern. "I always thought the greatest danger for female demonesses was the primordial one's hatred, that we would be interfered with during advancement, and even if we could struggle through, we would be hunted down by the Demoness sect afterwards. I didn't expect there was also this hidden problem. The terrifying matter Crismona spoke of even makes the primordial demoness wary. Is very likely related to the deepest secrets of the special mirror world. Do you want to consider switching to the hunter pathway, then jumping back to the demoness pathway later?" Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying, "I want to wait until I understand what that terrifying matter is before deciding whether or not to abandon my identity as a pure, female demoness." After Lumien's experience, she actually wasn't as averse to changing gender for just a period of time rather than permanently. Jenna paused, then said with a self-deprecating smile that was half sighing and half intended to comfort Lumien, "I've lived in Quartier du Jardin Botanique in the Market District for so many years, and I've seen many tragic things. One thing I've learned is that if you don't even have value to be used by others, it's very difficult to break free from the mire. As a pure female demoness, possibly linked to the deepest secrets of the special mirror world, this is the key reason I was able to receive a warning from Lady Crismona." And later, unable to join the Demoness sect, if I want to digest potions faster, advance better, resist the tendency towards madness and loss of control, and truly possess the ability to protect family and friends, this should also be a very important factor. There will always be high-level figures who want to use female demonesses to do certain things, to touch the deepest secrets of the special mirror world, so they'll need to give me certain benefits. Relying on the Major Arcana card holders is one way, but it can't be the only way. Lumion fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Before encountering that terrifying matter, you should still have opportunities to question Crismona's shadow. We'll decide whether or not to take the risk after we understand the nature of the problem." "Right," Franca agreed with Lumion. "When advancing to Demoness of Despair, you should be able to contact Crismona once more. Anyway, that terrifying matter won't appear until at least the Demoness of Unaging stage." Lumion, wearing a black cloak and holding a white candle, shook his head. "This is the last option. We can't assume Crismona is necessarily good and telling the whole truth. Perhaps pure female demonesses encounter that matter at the Demoness of Despair stage, and Crismona is waiting for this accident. The opportunity I'm talking about is that in a few days we should be able to enter Mr. Fool's dream with a good chance of being imbued with Mr. Fool's aura. That way, we can pass through the seal and directly face Crismona's shadow near the Samaritan Women's Spring. Moreover, the most acceptable method for the Demoness of Despair ritual currently is to go to Marauder, which definitely won't allow time to return to try and advance here." Lumion continued with very clear reasoning. "There's another method using those mirror people in the special mirror world as ritual objects, but this is only suitable for Franca. If Jenna, as a female demoness, were to use this method to complete the ritual, it might cause that terrifying matter to arrive prematurely. After all, it was very closely related to the deepest secrets of the special mirror world." Both Jenna and Franca agreed with Lumion's explanation. Lumion called out to Anthony standing in the corner, dispelled the mirror maze, retrieved the mirrors, and holding a burning white candle, headed towards the upper levels of the catacombs. Franca walked alongside him and said after some thought, "By the way, the despair potion you drank should include portions from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5, right? When I was considering switching to the Hunter pathway before, I consulted Madame Judgment about related matters. She said one issue with switching to adjacent pathways is that all the preceding potions have to be fully digested. Otherwise it will affect one's state and significantly increase risks for future advancements. This is unlike advancing within the same pathway, where the mental and spiritual state has already been adjusted to suit digestion of preceding potions, so it doesn't take long to stabilize one's condition." Lumion chuckled softly, seeming to bring a touch of color to the dark and gloomy catacombs. "I've already digested most of the despair potion. Given my mental and spiritual state then and afterwards, affliction isn't a concern. It's very compatible, and took just a few days to digest. The same goes for pleasure. My experiences during that period changed my mental and spiritual state, and we even had that experience that very morning. So it's not like my state gradually reverted back due to being away from that condition for too long. This doesn't need to be specially digested again." "Instigator is similar. Don't you often say, 'I'm an excellent instigator'? Comparatively, I've been more engaged in direct combat and killing enemies recently. Using Fate Exchange to harm targets was just one of my methods before, not the main approach. So I'll need to seriously act and digest the Assassin and Witch potions once. But as they're in the minority now, they can't really affect my state much, and are more of a hidden danger for future advancements." "I see." Franca nodded, not saying anything more. Afterwards, since Jenna needed to go back to rest, stabilize her condition, and contain the spillover effects of the potion, only Lumion and Franca took a four-wheeled four-seater carriage to Rue Orozai in Quartier de la Cathédrale, commemorative. Before going to Trocadero to find the Demoness of Black, they planned to return to their originally rented apartment to see if the Demoness of Black had sought out Franca and left any messages. As for choosing a rental carriage instead of public transport or the metro, it was because the two demonesses, even wearing hats and loose clothing, would inevitably encounter some harassment incidents. Although Franca and Lumion weren't afraid, they felt there was no need to make themselves uncomfortable. They weren't the type of demonesses who played extremely extreme roles. Quartier de l'Observatoire and Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative were adjacent, so it didn't take long for the two demonesses to return to apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai and open the door, although they had only been gone for a few days, and Franca hadn't even had time to tell the landlord about ending the lease early and not needing the deposit back. When they saw the interior layout and the armchair, they felt as if an era had passed. Various memories flashed through Franca's mind. At times she felt sweet, at times she couldn't help but silently sigh. After Lumion concealed himself and hid, Franca entered the room alone, closed the wooden door, and carefully examined every detail of the place, focusing on all items with glass mirror surfaces. No messages, no traces, but I feel like someone's been here, Franca muttered to herself as she withdrew her palm from the full-length mirror in the living room. She turned around and walked towards the master bedroom. At that moment, the full-length mirror suddenly became dim, as if it had been placed in a lightless environment. In this dimness, a figure was quickly outlined. She wore a black court dress, her black hair neatly coiled up, lightly covered by a hat with a dark veil hanging down. Her indescribably beautiful face was slightly pale, her deep grey eyes misty like smoky rain, emitting a noticeable brightness, naturally exuding a pitiable quality. This was the Demoness of Black, Clarice. At this moment, the Demoness of Black's face was expressionless, her deep grey eyes reflecting the tall, soft silhouette of Franca's back. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly, and a few naturally falling strands of her hair drilled out from the mirror into the outside world, extending silently towards Franca's back as if they had a life of their own. Franca suddenly received a warning from her companion. Without thinking, she actively triggered mirror substitution. The next second, her body was touched by those few strands of black hair. First, it turned into a mirror, then became grayish-white and fell to the ground with a thud. The mirror had become stone. Almost simultaneously, the Demoness of Black Clarice in the full-length mirror saw a figure leap down from above. That figure wore a black cloak, with light blue eyes, pale lips, a clean and elegant face, stunningly beautiful features, a cold and calm expression, standing over 1.8 meters tall, body slightly bent, both hands holding a huge iron-black straight sword. That huge straight sword burned with intense white-blue flames, slamming onto the ground with a bang. This didn't shatter or pierce the floor, but hit an invisible barrier. As the entire space gently shook, it triggered a fierce fire snake of intense white-blue, rapidly pouncing towards that full-length mirror, igniting the tea table and wooden boards along the way, quickly reducing them to ashes. Bottle of fiction. When the Demoness of Black's hair strand stabbed out from the mirror, Lumion was already prepared to act to save Franca. He hadn't expected the Demoness of Black to be so direct and decisive in trying to petrify Franca without saying a word, but this didn't hinder him from following his combat instincts and quickly responding. The Demoness of Black in the full-length mirror still had that pitiable appearance, but her eyes reflecting Lumion's figure suddenly became covered with a layer of grayish-white cold color. Chapter 895. A Brief Battle. The Demoness of Black slightly raised her chin and let out a piercing shriek. Invisible sound waves instantly caused the mirror to take on a grayish-white dim color. Along with this, Clarice's hair broke free from its constraints, knocking off her hat and floating upwards. Each strand became thick, as if carved from stone. This grayish-white spread out from the full-length mirror, causing the intense white-blue fire snake that had rushed to the mirror's front to freeze in place, turning into a statue. It failed to explode the mirror as Lumion had expected, destroying the Demoness of Black's medium for interfering with the interior of the bottle of fiction. The grayish-white created by Clarice continued to spread, like surging tides, quickly engulfing the nearby armchair, sofa set, and cabinets, causing them to lose their luster, take on a grayish-white color, and appear much harder. This grayish-white tide rapidly covered the entire room, enveloping both Lumion and Franca. Under the constraints of the bottle of fiction, facing such a wide-range attack, mirror substitution seemed to have lost its effect, because after using a substitute, one would still appear in a petrifying area. The next second, Lumion and Franca, covered in thick dust-like particles, regressed into grayish-white stone mirrors, but their figures did not appear, anywhere within the bottle of fiction. The bottle of fiction itself seemed to have undergone petrification, turning into a greyish-white, completely sealed cage. Seeing this scene, the Demoness of Black in the full-length mirror murmured to herself, "Did they escape?" The current situation indicated that Lumion, relying on the abilities of a Demoness of Despair, and Franca, using the power of the Ice Amulet, had managed to hide in a mirror just before being petrified, then traversed and escaped. The current problem was that given the Demoness of Black's control over the mirror world, she could easily intercept the two in some illusory dark tunnel, but she hadn't sensed any movement. At this moment, the Demoness of Black Clarice received a warning from her spirituality, and suddenly turned around, casting her gaze towards the dense, illusory spiderweb behind her. In one of those dim, unreal tunnels, Lumion, wearing a black cloak and very tall, held up an exaggeratedly shaped iron-black straight sword with one hand, descending from above to slash at the Demoness of Black. Escape? Someone holding the Sword of Courage wouldn't consider this option. If they were to escape, it would be using the retreat as a feint for advancing by, setting a trap. The intense white-blue flames on the Sword of Courage instantly surged into intense black, like boiling pitch, carrying the violence and madness to destroy all things, spirit and flesh. Simultaneously, Lumion's naturally hanging left palm imperceptibly pressed towards the Demoness of Black from a distance. On his wrist, which was like a work of art, he wore a silver white and black bracelet that looked cheap. His crystal-clear light blue eyes took on a silver-black hue. Boom! The black flames, suppressing intensity and madness, exploded in mid-air. Fierce, shock waves carrying countless black fires surged towards the Demoness of Black, Clarice. This ageless Demoness didn't use petrification to respond. Her body rapidly thinned and shrank, flashing a faint light. She became a mirror. Crack. That mirror shattered in the explosion, its spirituality completely exhausted, in the black flames. The fire of destruction mixed in the terrifying explosion further engulfed the entire area behind the mirror, extinguishing all signs of life. But when the fire of destruction extinguished and the explosion's aftermath ended, the figure of the Demoness of Black outlined in one corner of the void, black area behind the mirror. She seemed able to control the timing of her return to reality after using mirror substitution, avoiding appearing in the fire while the fire of destruction was still burning. Suddenly, behind the Demoness of Black, a mirror hidden in the darkness appeared. It directly reflected Clarice's figure, and in the mirror was also Lumion, his clean face tinged with a dark hue from the remaining firelight. Mirror projection. As soon as this Lumion appeared, he immediately transformed into quiet, evil black flames, enveloping the Demoness of Black's figure in the mirror. Only at this moment did the Demoness of Black seem to sense the danger, actively using mirror substitution, but she was still a beat too slow. Her appearance in this corner, in front of this mirror with Lumion's mirror projection, wasn't coincidental, but a carefully designed outcome. Lumion's earlier apparent frontal attack with the Sword of Courage was actually focused on his left palm that wasn't holding the sword. He wore the Circle of Binding to elevate his ability to compelling fate to Sequence 4 level, and he had just consumed nearly a third of his spirituality to make the fate of where the Demoness of Black would appear after using mirror substitution, predetermined, making the corresponding tributary become part of the main stream. Thus the Demoness of Black actively walked into the trap, standing in front of the mirror with Lumion's mirror projection. At the same time, to prevent the Demoness of Black from detecting the danger in time, Lumion had on one hand applied anti-divination treatment to that mirror before launching the attack, and on the other hand, deliberately let the fire of destruction cover the entire area behind the mirror, making every corner look like there was no ambush. Even if there was, it would obviously be destroyed by the fire of destruction. But in reality, relying on his precision ability, he had covertly made some fire of destruction bypass the pre-placed mirror. Under these various schemes, the Demoness of Black failed to use mirror substitution before Lumion's mirror projection launched the Demoness's curse. The Demoness of Black's deep grey eyes, seemingly hiding rain and mist, suddenly widened and quiet, evil black flames burst forth from within her body. These black flames burned fiercely, quickly igniting the soul of the Demoness of Black Clarice, accompanied by a silent explosion. Curse plus cull, crack, crack. The figure of the Demoness of Black kept flashing, turning into mirror after mirror. Those mirrors successively lost their luster, becoming dim but unable to extinguish the black flames burning the Demoness of Black from the inside out. After a few seconds, the Demoness of Black, Clarice, too weak to use mirror substitution, saw Lumien's figure walk up to her. This beautiful girl wearing a black cloak, making her face appear even fairer, raised the huge straight sword burning with intense white-blue flames. That iron-black giant sword came down with a thunderous sound, chopping at the Demoness of Black's neck. Boom! This pitiable lady was torn to pieces, scattering around in the form of corpse, pieces carrying black flames. Franca's figure returned from another void dark tunnel, looking at the large number of corpse pieces on the ground, and said with a stunned expression, "Is it resolved just like that?" This was the Demoness of Black, a demoness titled by color. Previously, Franca had only hoped that Lumien could briefly suppress the Demoness of Black, not giving Clarice a chance to interfere with her action of escaping through the mirror world. If she successfully escaped, it would be much easier for Lumien, as a Sequence 4 demigod, to disengage from the battle afterwards. Of course, Franca would inevitably hope to find an opportunity to use the certain death effect of the inevitable gun to accomplish the feat of slaying a demigod. If that failed, she could still use sure hit plus impregnating bullet to give Lumien a chance to destroy the enemy. Lumien didn't put away the sword of courage, staring at the still burning corpse pieces, and said carefully, "She showed Sequence 3 level in some abilities, but overall seemed stiff and inexperienced. Not only did she not seem like an experienced demoness of Unaging, but she also seemed a bit weaker than a normal demoness of despair. She didn't even notice when I was placing mirrors while invisible." Before Lumien finished speaking, as the demoness's black flames finished burning, those corpse pieces began to fade, gradually dissolving, as if returning to formlessness. "Not the normal Demoness of Black?" Franca quickly made a judgment. "This also means we have no spoils." Lumien laughed, saying to Franca, who had already used up the last mirror traversal ability of the Ice Amulet, "Let's return to the real world first, and I'll come back later to check what's left in the end." Franca understood that Lumien was worried that the abnormal state of the Demoness of Black might lead to a corpse transformation or bring other accidents. If only he came to check, it would be much safer. Without being reckless, Franca pressed her hand behind the mirror, leaving this area and returning with Lumien to the living room of apartment 702. Everything here had turned to stone, and with the removal of the bottle of fiction, grayish-white powder fell like rain. Franca covered her mouth and nose, muttering, "This is severe pollution." She reached into the traveler's bag, intending to take out the remaining Verl door and leave it here as compensation for the damaged furniture. At this moment, Lumien suddenly had a premonition. His figure disappeared in an instant, melting into the shadows, hiding in the bedroom where Jenna had originally lived. The next second, Franca also sensed something with her spirituality, casting her gaze towards the glass window that had been protected by the bottle of fiction and had not yet petrified. The left part of the double-opening glass window suddenly darkened, quickly outlining a figure as if reflecting an image on water. That figure wore a black elegant cord dress, with black hair coiled up, wearing a hat with a dark veil hanging down. Her face was indescribably beautiful, her deep grey eyes bright but revealing undisguisable sorrow, her red lips slightly curved, her chin beautifully arched. Not only men but also women who saw her would instinctively feel pity. Demoness of Black. Demoness of Black Clarice. At this moment Franca was a bit stunned. Did the Demoness of Black get reanimated? No, even if it was a reanimation, it should have appeared on the full-length mirror, in the living room. If it isn't reanimation, who is this now and who was that earlier? As Franca's mind instantly tensed, the Demoness of Black on the glass window gently nodded and asked in a soft voice, "What exactly happened a few days ago that made you only return now?" This attitude, its very amiable Franca, who had initially thought of drawing her gun and attacking, suddenly felt confused. Chapter 896, Charm. Seeing that the Demoness of Black had no immediate intention to attack her, and didn't seem to be secretly releasing plague, Franca steadied herself and began reciting her pre-rehearsed words. That day, Lumion suddenly said that the Rose School of Thought had brought a very important item to Trier, which could potentially cause chaos and affect us, so we needed to quickly move to another safe house. This time, Franca pushed all the problems and abnormalities onto Lumion, saying she didn't know why this lover she met through the Iron and Blood Cross Order was hiding so many secrets. Despite not being very powerful, he seemed to have a very high status, to the extent that after a dazzling light suddenly burst in the sky, over Trier, it attracted the attack of 2 bestowed demigods. Franca truthfully recounted her role in the subsequent battle, only omitting Jenna's abilities and Anthony's revolver. Finally, she said, at the most critical moment, Lumion came back. He had actually become a Demoness of Despair and quickly killed Higton, then dealt with Voisin Sanson. And then? The Demoness of Black in the glass window asked. She left. Franca answered simply without further explanation. She originally felt that although her description was reasonably fabricated, as someone who wasn't a descendant of the Demoness family, with an origin that only seemed clear, having long shared a bed with someone carrying many secrets and special qualities, experiencing many things together, was inherently suspicious. Who could guarantee she hadn't developed some issues because of this? After the brief battle earlier, she had completely lost confidence in her ability to deceive the Demoness of Black, and was merely giving her a reason to pretend. Lumion Lee indeed has quite a few issues. Once exposed, he certainly wouldn't dare stay here anymore, the Demoness of Black said in a very calm tone. Then, she chuckled softly. The only pity is that you've lost the most valiant lover below demigod level. The few times I came to look, you were always enjoying yourself immensely. It was enviable. Franca was stunned for a moment, instinctively cursing in her heart. Damn it. When did she see that? Wasn't there a bottle of fiction? Thinking about the Demoness of Black seeing her in that state, her face nearly turned green. She carefully recalled and realized this couldn't really be blamed on Lumion. It was all her own doing after the first 2 or 3 times. She had gotten used to it, and found an entertaining point, which was to tease and charm Lumion until he became urgent, to the point where even the ascetic couldn't remind him to create the bottle of fiction. What is this called? It's called bringing a calamity upon oneself. I hope the Demoness of Black hadn't seen what I did later to digest the affliction potion. I hope Mr. Fool, please protect your devout believer from social death. Franca laughed dryly. Indeed, he was much more impressive than I had anticipated, but I don't want to mention him anymore. No, her. This bastard not only kept so many secrets from me, but also seduced my other lover, Jenna, cuckolding me. I've even digested half of the affliction potion because of this. She was laying the groundwork for her rapid digestion of the affliction potion. Of course, as said before, giving the Demoness of Black a reason to keep pretending. There was such a thing. The Demoness of Black's face, white to the point of slight transparency, revealed a slight smile as if she had long guessed that a Sequence 5 beyonder of the manly pathway like Lumion Lee, frequently in contact with Franca's female lover, would inevitably have a day when he couldn't resist. Yes? Franca dug up her true feelings from that time and gritted her teeth. He didn't cut off his thing? Or force-feed him a potion from the Demoness pathway? The Demoness of Black relaxed her expression, rarely making a joke. Well, his sequence is too high. You couldn't make him advance to become a Demoness of Despair. Among my lovers, if any male lover is destined to become a Demoness, I don't mind him sleeping with my female lovers, since he'll lose it sooner or later and become a female lover. If I hadn't originally planned for him to walk the Demoness pathway, I would have let him know what pain really is. You real Demonesses sure play a perverted game, Franca inwardly criticized before saying. I initially had thoughts of revenge, but later gave up. As an adult, I don't make choices. I take everything. At this point, Franca deliberately hesitated. Moreover, I sensed some issues at the time. He seemed to have a false high status, and torturing him would make my affliction potion digest rapidly, but before I could probe the real reason, everything exploded. The Demoness of Black nodded slightly, looking at Franca with an appreciative gaze for 2 seconds. No wonder you played that kind of game. It's very interesting, very suitable for a Demoness. Franca's toes were already constantly scratching the ground inside her boots. However, your endurance isn't too good, the Demoness of Black said in an instructive tone. Franca smiled sheepishly and said, I only made him endure, not myself. Endurance is also a form of pain. This would allow you to digest the potion from another aspect, the Demoness of Black said seriously, suppressing the smile on her face. That's true. Franca blinked her eyes. Why didn't I think of that at the time? Otherwise, I would have completely digested the affliction potion by now. I was too focused on having fun, but Beyonders can't think about acting. Every moment, right? One needs to learn, to relax, to learn to use pure entertainment to relieve mental pressure and accumulated tendencies towards losing control. Franca really didn't want to continue this embarrassing topic, so she took the initiative to say, but I'll be able to completely digest the affliction potion in, at most, 2 or 3 weeks. She had recently been recalling previously learned knowledge, purchasing general-purpose textbooks, and trying to create exam papers for Ludwig. She believed that just once would be enough to achieve her goal. This would only take a few days. The Demoness of Black didn't mention anything about subsequent advancement, which Franca didn't find strange. Her current self was highly suspicious, and if the Demoness of Black were to promise to provide the formula and ingredients for the Demoness of Despair, it would mean that the subsequent arrangements would inevitably involve very dangerous traps. What a situation this is. I know I'm lying. The Demoness of Black knows I'm lying. And I also know that the Demoness of Black knows I'm lying. Franca sighed inwardly, and according to the Demoness of Black's questions, she detailed Lumien's appearance and abilities after he became a Demoness of Despair. The Demoness of Black listened quietly, then suddenly walked out of the glass window into the grayish-white dominated living room. Seeing this, alarm bells immediately rang in Franca's heart. The current situation was clearly the result of petrification, an ability unique to high-ranking members of the Demoness pathway, yet the Demoness of Black hadn't asked a single question about what had happened. The Demoness of Black looked at Franca, her lips gently blossoming into a smile that seemed to cast a glow over the stone room. Franca found herself uncontrollably drawn in, completely unable to look away. The Demoness of Black extended her right hand and said in a gentle voice, You only have one lover left now, but you can become my lover. Franca suddenly felt that the Demoness of Black was filled with a sacred aura, making her want to protect and also ravish her. Then, a watery gleam appeared in the Demoness of Black's eyes, taking on a soft and sorrowful quality that made Franca want to merge with her out of pity. The Demoness of Black walked step by step towards Franca, her right hand still extended, like a queen waiting for her knight to kiss it. Franca was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong desire to conquer. In this way, the Demoness of Black continuously changed her aura, as if searching for the one that would most captivate Franca. Franca's breathing had already become belabored, and she instinctively blurted out, No need. This sentence was like a spell, instantly dispelling the current romantic atmosphere. The Demoness of Black returned to her original appearance, stopping just 2 steps away from Franca. Give me a reason. The Demoness of Black asked very calmly, showing no signs of disappointment or anger. Franca's cheeks had become flushed at some point, her body trembling slightly, as if that refusal had used up all her strength. Her mind raced, quickly finding a very good reason. Madame, you said that endurance is also a form of pain. I want to take the opportunity of losing a lover to practice abstinence for a while, to accelerate the complete digestion of the affliction potion. A faint smile reappeared on the Demoness of Black's face. Your willpower is stronger than I expected. Although I wasn't using my full charm on you just now, the fact that you could still refuse my proposal without me deliberately suppressing the charm shows that your willpower is among the best, among Sequence 5 Beyonders. Is that so? What was I thinking of that made me refuse such a great temptation? Franca recalled, her expression changing slightly. At that moment she had thought of Jenna, and also of Lumien. This both surprised and didn't surprise her. The lack of surprise referred to thinking of Jenna at the critical moment of being charmed, while the surprise was that she had also thought of Lumien. The Demoness of Black looked around and said, I'll wait for you to completely digest the affliction potion. During this time, I have a task for you. Make contact with the core members of the Emperor Party. You should have heard the voice saying, "Your Emperor has returned" that day. Those fantasists who worship Rosal and want to restore the Empire seem to have new ideas because of this. Perhaps we can use them to do something. The specific situation will be told to you by Nisea. She was originally a spy employed by the government, specifically monitoring the Emperor Party. She has just become a witch not long ago. This is her contact information. If you want to obtain the formula and ingredients for the Demoness of Despair from me, you need to make good contributions to the sect. Franca took the paper handed over by the Demoness of Black and sincerely responded, "Yes, Madame Clarice." The Demoness of Black didn't say anything more. Layers of dark spaces appeared in her eyes. Her figure then disappeared from the room. She hadn't mentioned a single word about the complete grayish-white state of the scene. Not long after, Lumion walked out of Jenna's bedroom, grabbed Franca's arm, and entered the full-length mirror in the living room. The corpse pieces of the Demoness of Black in the area behind the mirror had completely disappeared. Chapter 897, The Demoness of Black's Peculiarity. Lumion didn't rely entirely on his spirituality, but carefully searched the area behind the mirror, finding nothing. Could this have been the Demoness of Black's mirror person? Franca asked doubtfully. The Demoness of Black's mirror person shouldn't be this weak. Lumion shook his head. The two tried using magic mirror divination, but received no effective revelation. Should we try asking the one with the most accurate divination results? Franca suggested, barely concealing her fear and aversion. After pondering for a moment, Lumion said, "Let's wait until we've consulted Madame Magician and the others before considering that option." Perhaps Madame Magician could learn from the spirit world what exactly the dead Demoness of Black was. Franca sighed in relief, turning her gaze to the mirror exit, saying with lingering fear, "Just now, the Demoness of Black, completely ignoring the petrified state of the room, nearly scared me to death. Such a glaring anomaly was right in front of her eyes, yet she acts as if she were blind. She could have at least pretended to notice." Even though I knew the reason I gave wouldn't convince you, I still acted professionally until the end, didn't I? Lumion pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps she really didn't notice." "But you're even better at telling horror stories than I am," Franca shuddered. "It's possible that the death of this Demoness of Black will lead to a partial loss of sensory or spiritual perception in the real Demoness of Black, making her unable to perceive corresponding signs for a short time," Lumion speculated thoughtfully. Franca nodded pensively. "So you're saying the Demoness of Black you killed was a part of the real Demoness of Black, split off for unknown reasons? If we could master all the mystical knowledge related to the Demoness of Unaging, we should be able to find the answer to this question," Lumion affirmed. "Not necessarily," Franca refuted, her thoughts jumping as usual. "Maybe this isn't a characteristic of the Demoness of Unaging, but rather a peculiarity of the Demoness of Black herself. Didn't you say her position and role in the Demoness sect don't quite match her sequence?" "That's a possibility," Lumion agreed with Franca's statement. "Whether it's you or me and Jenna, if we want to go further on the Demoness pathway in the future, these secrets are something we must understand and master. This is also why we can't bypass the Demoness sect and must interact with them." "But I want to switch to Hunter in the future." "Well, Sequence 4 has to be Demoness of Despair, and maybe by Sequence 3 I can leave the Demoness sect. But the Demoness of Unaging sounds very appealing, eternally youthful, hard to kill, skilled at resurrection, basically both tenacious and long-lived, without aging switch pathways at Sequence 2. But becoming an angel is certainly very difficult. I only know of Madame Magician among the angels in the Major Arcana." Franca hesitated and struggled internally. She glanced at Lumion, suddenly grinning and saying, "I resisted the Demoness of Black's charm just now." Her eyebrows and eyes seemed to be saying, "Praise me quickly." Lumion glanced at her. "I remember when I first met you, you were mature, dashing, charming, and had determination. You were a reliable older sister. But now—" "No, a reliable older brother," Franca instinctively retorted. Everyone has different facets. Can you act the same way with strangers as you do with brothers you can entrust your life to? Can you handle daily trivial matters in the same style as sudden crises? That would be exhausting. She became smug again. That was a Sequence 3 Demoness of aging. Although she didn't directly use charm just based on her beauty, the innate allure of a high Sequence Demoness, and her constantly changing aura, not many men could refuse her. But I did it. Lumion walked towards the dark exit leading back to the living room, casually saying, "Being able to refuse is a good thing." Although becoming the Demoness of Black's lover would indeed allow you to enjoy the body of a high Sequence Demoness and the pleasure she brings, and gradually gain her true trust, it would also make you gradually become addicted, ultimately unable to extricate yourself, becoming twisted and corrupted, abandoning everything you originally valued. Right. Franca responded instinctively, then grabbed her ponytail and said, "That's not the point. Do you know why I was able to refuse the Demoness of Black's proposal? You thought of Jenna at that moment." Lumion pondered briefly. Franca nodded with satisfaction, speaking in a tone that suggested her bro understood her best. "That's right." Lumion didn't ask for details and continued forward, preparing to return to the real world. At this moment Franca, both struck by inspiration and suddenly impulsive, added, "I also thought of you." As soon as the words left her mouth, the Demoness of Affliction froze as if struck by lightning. Damn it, why did I say that out loud? Franca instantly wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. At the same time she quickly examined her previous state to determine if she had been manipulated or if it was truly a moment of impulse. Seeing Lumion stop in his tracks, his expression becoming somewhat complicated, Franca finally confirmed that it was her spirituality's inspiration that made her impulsive, making her try this. Just as Jenna had said before, Lumion needed to clearly know that he as a person was still valued, liked, and needed. Since I've already said it, I might as well continue. Franca looked at the dazed Lumion, deliberately using a stubborn tone. "I don't know why I thought of you at that moment either. I thought we only had a purely physical relationship. Maybe it's because you were watching from the guest room." This made Lumion instinctively scoff, as if wanting to refute. He didn't say similar words, instead asking in a slightly lower voice, "What did you think about me?" Damn it, you're really asking. Bro, who could say those things out loud? While Franca was inwardly cursing, she smiled and looked Lumion up and down. "I don't know why, but I feel like you become even more beautiful after coming into contact with the sealed artifact formed by Omabella's remains. You can even rival the Sequence 3 Demoness of Black now. Well, at least in one of her auras." Normally, beauty and prettiness couldn't be quantified and compared, but in the Demoness pathway they could. Higher sequences would have more feminine charm than lower sequences, and were generally more beautiful, unless the lower sequence Demoness was originally very attractive, or improved her appearance through other means, such as using the lie earring or coming into contact with the extreme corruption of beauty. Lumion satisfied both conditions. Without waiting for Lumion to respond, Franca deliberately sighed. "At that time, I should have recalled you, whose charm could rival the Demoness of Black, but strangely, I remembered the initial you who always liked to act tough, like a little brother. Maybe I didn't want to perform an improper act in front of a bro." After a few seconds, Lumion glanced at Franca. "Perhaps Jenna and I have also become your anchors." "Hey, don't say it so seriously and textbook-like," Franca grumbled, then asked, "The Demoness of Black asked me to contact the core members of the Emperor Party. Could there be any hidden risks?" "I thought she would make me deal with the special mirror world-related, she doesn't seem to have withdrawn those tasks from earlier investigations of the mirror people. The Emperor Party's new scheme might be related to the special mirror world," Lumion said in a flat tone. Franca looked puzzled. "How are these connected?" Lumion explained simply. "Have you forgotten who the leader of the Mirror People is?" "The Mirror Emperor Roselle, the Emperor Party, I understand now." Franca suddenly realized. She immediately looked Lumion up and down. "Why do I feel like you've become smarter?" "This is the result of blending the Demoness and Hunter pathways," Lumion said with a slight smirk. "Before, I used the conspirer's ability to gather clues, study details, and deduce conclusions. Now I first get some inspiration, come up with a few ideas, and then rely on Conspira to analyze possibilities. This saves a lot of time. Just now, when the Demoness of Black mentioned the Emperor Party believing in Emperor Roselle and wanting to restore the Empire, I naturally associated it with the Mirror of Roselle, and then connected the two. You're making me want to switch pathways. Franca muttered as she followed Lumion back to the still greyish-white apartment 702. She took out 300 Vel d'Or from the traveller's bag and placed them under a small stone. This was compensation for the landlord. After doing this, Franca looked back at the full-length mirror with a slight greyish tint and said in a disappointed tone, "The mirror traversal ability of the Ice Amulet has been used up, and the Demoness of Black didn't give me another one. You'll have a new one soon, although it can only be used about 5 or 6 times," Lumion said seemingly casually. "What?" Franca looked at her companion in confusion. "Where is the new charm coming from?" Lumion pointed at himself. "From me. Have you forgotten that I'm a Demoness of Despair and can make similar charms by praying to myself?" "Oh, right." Franca was a bit captivated by Lumion's tone and expression just now. Who could resist such a beautiful girl saying such things and making such gestures? As Lumion opened the door to leave, Franca suddenly realized, this guy's mood seems to have improved a bit. He can even occasionally answer my questions in a relatively light tone. He. Franca quickly caught up, her steps feeling light and airy. At night, in underground Trier, in a cavern of a certain quarry, Lumion and Ludwig watched as Anthony successfully summoned a human-headed bird demon in the name of Mr. Fool, but failed to gain its acknowledgement and successfully sign a contract. The human-headed bird demon, a creature from the spirit world, was part of the advancement ritual for Sequence 5 Dreamwalker of the Spectator Pathway. If you had summoned it through normal means, I could force it to sign a contract with you. Lumion casually remarked as he saw Anthony dissolve the wall of spirituality and walk out. But now it was summoned in the name of Mr. Fool, and both parties of the ritual were communicating in a peaceful state. Anthony agreed with a nod. But he will respond to normal summoning methods. I plan to pray to Mr. Fool again next month, hoping to receive the protection of his angel. This is another method provided by Madam Justice, but such prayers should preferably be made after some time has passed. Next month, huh? In a few more days, we should be entering Mr. Fool's dream. Having a dreamwalker would be much better. Lumion's eyes shifted slightly as he turned his head to look at Ludwig beside him and asked, "Are there any ingredients that can help Anthony stay lucid in the dream, even if it's just for a short time?" Chapter 898, Selecting Ingredients. Ludwig, dressed in children's formal wear, looked at the freshly cleaned altar and licked his lips somewhat regretfully, saying, "If we had caught that bird with a human head just now and stewed it together with a fat duck, we could have gained the ability to control our fear emotions in dreams, possibly gaining lucidity through fear." Additionally, the 7 or 8-year-old boy began counting on his fingers, one by one. The grey beast from Planet Darbilla, cooked by roasting, can prevent one from getting lost in most dreams for 7 days. The black dream tapir, a spirit world creature that feeds on joy, happiness, excitement, desire, and other emotions in human dreams. Using its residual dust to make a cocktail can prevent the drinker from being deceived by the beauty of dreams, sinking into them and refusing to wake up. At the same time, each time you drink that wine, you can clearly distinguish between reality and dreams for the next 10 days. The King of Nightmares, an angel-level creature that rules Planet 4 Snake in the Y-Star system. Eating its gallbladder directly can permanently gain the trait of dream lucidity. As Ludwig spoke, he grew hungrier and couldn't help but ask his now-female godfather for a few sandwich cookies to fill his stomach. After he finished listing the ingredients he could currently remember, Anthony pondered and said, "Perhaps I've encountered a black dream tapir before." Seeing Lumia look at him, Anthony carefully said, "I met a patient at the psychiatric clinic a while ago. He had been having nightmares for 3 consecutive weeks, was mentally drained, emotionally numb, and very pessimistic. I tried regular psychological treatment on him, and also attempted to solve the problem using beyonder abilities like hypnosis, but but these only prevented him from having nightmares for 2 or 3 days before reverting back to his original state. I couldn't figure out why it failed before, but now I suspect he might have been targeted by a black dream tapir. Psychiatric clinic? Lumion nodded while casually asking. Anthony briefly explained. To join the psychology alchemists, one needs to fully integrate into the circle of psychiatrists. I am now officially a practicing physician at a psychiatric clinic. Lumion made an affirmative sound and thoughtfully said, The higher the sequence of new members, the less likely they are to be trusted by those secret organizations. Sequences 9 to 7 are still okay, within the realm of wild beyonders that ordinary people have a chance to reach. Sequence 6 is barely acceptable, but Sequence 5 involves rituals. Very few purely wild beyonders can reach this level. Aren't you worried that becoming a dreamwalker now will affect your subsequent joining of the psychology alchemists? Lumion made an affirmative sound and thoughtfully said, The higher the sequence of new members, the less likely they are to be trusted by those secret organizations. Sequences 9 to 7 are still okay, within the realm of wild beyonders that ordinary people have a chance to reach. Sequence 6 is barely acceptable, but Sequence 5 involves rituals. Very few purely wild beyonders can reach this level. Aren't you worried that becoming a dreamwalker now will affect your subsequent joining of the psychology alchemists? Anthony smiled peacefully. I bought the Dreamwalker potion formula and corresponding ingredients in batches for a member of the Psychology Alchemists. Madam Justice mainly provided financial rewards. I see, Lumion turned to ask Ludwig. What level of power does a black dream tapir have approximately? The strong ones have weak godhood, while the weak ones are equivalent to Sequence 7, Ludwig said with an expectant look. Going to the spirit world to find harpies or black dream tapirs is not something we can accomplish, unless we ask Madam Magician or the Angel of the Holy Spirit who manages the spirit world on behalf of Mr. Fool for help, Lumion said to Anthony. Do you have a way for me to enter that patient's dream? I want to confirm if it's a black dream tapir and if there's a chance to capture it. I bought 2 dream entry charms from the psychology alchemists, and Madam Justice also gave me one. Anthony answered truthfully. Lumion smiled, pulling up his cloak to cover his face. Then let's visit that patient tonight. Anthony suppressed the disappointment of having that extremely beautiful face, hidden, nodded, and followed behind Lumion, who was holding Ludwig's hand, as they headed towards the surface. After walking several dozen meters, Ludwig turned his head to look at Lumion and said, Mother. He simply felt that since his godfather had become female, the address should be changed. Mother Lumion's heart skipped a beat, and his voice became stern. It's better you keep calling me godfather. Yes, godfather, Ludwig readily agreed. I've been having some bad premonitions lately. Bad premonitions? Lumion asked, as if pondering. About yourself or all of us? Ludwig answered quite honestly. About myself. Lumion nodded slightly and chuckled. I think I know what it is. It's not a big problem, just endure it, and it will pass. When the time comes, you'll have the opportunity to accumulate contributions to exchange for different parts of a demigod blessed's corpse. Ludwig's eyes immediately lit up, forgetting that his premonition was leaning towards bad. All right, godfather? In Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, on Rue du Chapeau Noir, inside an apartment, with drawn curtains, Nasea, nearly 1.7 meters tall, stood in front of a full-length mirror, gazing at her reflection. My face is fair and clean, my brown hair naturally wavy and hanging loose, my brown eyes deep yet clear, my lips red and moist, slightly parted to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. My figure is curvy, neither too tall nor too short, just right. What an enchanting young lady. Nasea gazed at herself in fascination, her right hand falling to her rosy lips, then slowly moving down towards her prominent chest. She hadn't expected that the beyonder power promised by that Demoness would be obtained in this way. When she was immersed in and proud of the various abilities brought by the assassin potion, committing numerous crimes, her fate was already sealed. She was forced to drink the witch potion, becoming a woman, which strongly conflicted with and opposed her male identity of over 20 years. Now she seemed to be split into 2 people, one angry, in pain, wanting to take revenge on those demonesses and this world, the other conquered by her. Charming beauty, flawless figure, and a happiness different from before, falling in love with her current self, even wanting to drink higher sequence potions to make herself more perfect and charming. Suddenly, following her spiritual intuition, Nicaea lowered her hand from her chest and abruptly turned around, looking towards an armchair near the window. There was someone there who hadn't been there before. The person had their arms resting on both armrests, body comfortably leaning against the chair back. A faintly visible ponytail of flaxen-colored long hair, brown eyebrows flying into the temples, bringing both heroic beauty and seeming to pierce into the hearts of all onlookers, while those seemingly clear and tranquil lake-colored eyes held depths, as if hiding many emotions and thoughts, making one want to use all their passion to explore. These features, along with a high and delicate nose, moist and rosy lips, smooth and slender neck, and the figure that made the lace flower shirt bulge, suddenly gave Nicaea an urge to submit and kiss the back of the other's hand. So beautiful. As beautiful as the few demonesses I've seen before, but with a different aura, a more attractive aura and facial details. Nicaea greedily looked at the beauty before her, surprisingly not questioning who the other was, nor making any defensive or attacking moves. Is this what a newly advanced witch is like? Franca, sitting in the armchair, silently shook her head. She had already sneaked into this room since Nicaea started admiring her mirror image, but Nicaea was so indulged in her own beauty that she completely failed to notice, even wanting to perform an intense act. Back then, when Franca drank the witch potion, she was also stunned by her own beauty, feeling it was the anima in her heart, the woman she had always dreamed of. Fortunately, her personality was very cheerful, and being a transmigrator who had already switched bodies once, she didn't reject her current female body, or consider it as another person. So she was only a bit narcissistic, not to the extent of truly falling in love with her female self. After getting busy with the Tarot Club's tasks and meeting Jenna and Lumion, Franca's issues in this aspect became increasingly faint. However, being so beautiful, how could she not admire herself? Although she was sitting and Nicaea was standing, Franca smiled with a condescending attitude. I don't know if the Demoness of Black has told you, but for a long time to come, you will be my subordinate. Madame Clarice mentioned it. You must be Madame Franca. Nicaea's gaze was still roaming over Franca's body, with an urge to tear off the other's clothes and beg for pleasure, but she looked at her own chest and felt a wave of sadness. She no longer had that ability now. Your vigilance is not high enough. If I were an enemy, you would have died several times already, Franca said, her red lips parting slightly. Mirror substitution is very important, but you can't rely on it completely. Nicaea was first startled, then broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Madame Franca. Franca showed a slight smile, making Nicaea's eyes light up. Give me the information on the core members of the Emperor Party. Nicaea nodded instinctively. Understood. She quickly walked towards the safe in the room. In the administrative district, on Rue Lviv, wearing cotton pajamas and sleep pants, Kuhl held a glass of red wine, sitting on the edge of the bed, reluctant to lie down and sleep for a long time. He knew it would be the beginning of another long torment and endless pain. Finally, he couldn't resist fatigue and sleepiness. After drinking that glass of red wine, he fell into a deep sleep. In the hazy dream, Kuhl was running, terrified to the point of near collapse, with a huge monster chasing him from behind. Ahead was a cliff, and he didn't have time to stop, falling directly off it. If it were a normal dream, Kuhl would definitely wake up at this moment due to the free fall or directly switch scenes, but he didn't now. He crashed to the ground, with a bang, seeing his body shattered into pieces everywhere in indescribable pain. He let out a shrill scream. At this moment a bear-like shadow walked out of the darkness and began to lick the brain matter that had splattered out of Kuhl, causing him to freeze, feeling even more pain and fear. Suddenly he saw the crimson moon rise in the sky, and a slender figure carrying a huge iron-black straight sword descended from the heavens. The figure's hood was flipped up, black long hair illuminated by the crimson moon, as if in a dream, seeming to pierce directly into the moon. Chapter 899, Hunting in Dreams. When Lumion saw the bear-like shadow, he immediately confirmed it was a black dream tapir based on his spiritual intuition. He instantly drew the sword of courage, and under the illumination of the crimson moon in the dream, jumped down from the cliff top, the hood attached to. His cloak flipped up, revealing black long hair, delicate features, and light blue yet deep eyes. Boom! Intense white-blue flames pinned the black bear-like shadow to the ground, blasting it into pieces. Those shadow fragments quickly scattered and recombined into the shape of a tapir in the distance. This wasn't a real dream. Most damage couldn't be reflected on the physical body, so it couldn't cause direct death, at most causing mental damage and turning one into a vegetable. The bear-like black dream tapir turned towards Lumion and let out a low growl. With this growl, the scenery around Lumion changed, transforming from the primitive forest at the bottom of the cliff to Cordu under blue skies and white clouds near green grasslands. Lumion returned to Old Tavern with a glass of absinthe floating with a dreamlike green color in front of him, surrounded by many Guillaumes and Pierres. They were telling crude jokes and slandering people from other villages. The familiar scent of alcohol pierced Lumion's nostrils. Outside the tavern window, Aurore's house was magically reflected, with a figure in a light blue dress, and thick golden hair sitting on the roof, hugging her knees and gazing at the sky. One of the black dream tapir's abilities was to use the happy, joyful, and pleasant emotions it had absorbed to trap its target in the most nostalgic and beautiful scene, making it difficult to break free. Seeing the female figure holding the iron-black giant sword freeze, the black dream tapir ran over on all fours. It wanted to devour this entire scene and all the positive emotions the other person generated from it. At this moment it felt something burning behind it and instinctively turned around. It saw another Lumion, with invisible flames of anger burning in his eyes and intense black flames covering his sword. The Lumion indulging in memories of Cordu quickly dissipated, leaving only a mirror. Lumion raised the sword of courage burning with the flames of destruction, cleaving the black dream tapir in two from top to bottom. The more he longed for the beautiful life in Cordu, knowing it could never return, the more agitated and pained he felt, with anger surging. In a slight explosion, black flames suppressing madness and violence clung to the two halves of the black dream tapir's shadow, continuously burning them, making them noticeably fainter. The black dream tapir's shadow rejoined dozens of meters away, but was much weaker than before. Lumion's flames of destruction seemed to have truly damaged the part of its consciousness that had penetrated this dream. Fear appeared in the eyes of this spirit world creature. It suddenly stood upright, its dark eyes tinged with blood red. It wanted to use the dream to transform into one of the target's most feared and terrifying forms, thereby intimidating the opponent and creating an opportunity for its consciousness to escape the dream and successfully return to the spirit world. In the blink of an eye, the black dream tapir's body swelled to an abnormal size, emanating an extremely insane, cruel, bloody, and violent aura. It also created nearly invisible flames. In the next second, the black dream tapir itself let out an extremely terrified and agonized scream. It was ignited by the invisible fire it had created, and its body was filled with the terrifying aura it had imitated, almost losing itself. Seeing this scene, even Lumion was stunned for a moment, then curved his lips into a smile and said softly, "It's not so easy to imitate an image that can make me fear and dread." "You think you can imitate the Blood Emperor?" Imitating a true god inevitably means suffering backlash. The black dream tapir was already rolling in agony in the dream, unable to extinguish the invisible flames burning it. It struggled extremely hard to detach from the dream. Lumion didn't stop it, but instead activated the black mark on his right shoulder and followed it to the spirit world. The dream's owner, Kewell, in the form of dismembered corpse pieces, saw the girl who descended like the crimson moon falling twice slash the bear-like shadow monster and set it completely ablaze. His heart gradually became less fearful and afraid. He stared blankly at that elegant and clean profile, at those slightly pursed light, red lips, at the bright and beautiful face so different from the giant sword she wielded, feeling as if he were dreaming. No, this really was a dream. Lumion chased to a certain place in the spirit world and saw the black dream. Tapir's true form already burning itself. Its agonized wails made the strange creatures around choose to stay away. Lumion watched quietly and flicked a black flame bound with agitation and intensity towards it, letting it fall onto the black dream tapir's body. In just a few seconds, the spirit world creature burned to ashes, turning into a tiny amount of dark black powder. Lumion reached out his palm and caught this powder. In the apartment Lumion had rented for Lugano and Ludwig in Quartier de l'Observatoire, the little boy dressed in children's formal wear with a small bow tie poured nearly 100 milliliters of Lanti-proof into a glass, then added the black dream tapir's powder, lemon juice, ice cubes, a type of killdew, and other ingredients. In the end, that full glass of strong liquor had a golden base with green and black, intertwining colors on top, looking quite beautiful. "Wow, that drink looked very tempting," Franca exclaimed with an expectant look. She sat very close to Lumion, while Jenna was on Lumion's other side. Ludwig suddenly picked up that glass of cocktail and hid it behind his back. He said very firmly, "There's only enough for 2 people to drink. You and Anthony drink it." Lumion made the decision directly. While Franca felt slightly disappointed, Ludwig beamed with joy. He took another glass and poured nearly half of the cocktail into it, handing it to Anthony. This cocktail is called the Color of Dreams. It takes effect 1 minute after drinking." After Anthony took the Color of Dreams, Ludwig began gulping down the portion in his hand. Franca deliberately said, "Isn't it not so good for someone so young to drink hard liquor? He should be properly educated." She had already prepared her test papers, just waiting for Anthony to finish, advancing to test Ludwig. As Ludwig inexplicably shuddered, Anthony adjusted his state and drank that glass of the Color of Dreams. It was both bitter and sweet, both strong and mild, both igniting the esophagus, mouth, and stomach, while bringing an intoxicating feeling. This was a dreamscape, while waiting for the Color of Dreams to take effect. Anthony began preparing the potion. Franca took the opportunity to say to Lumion and Jenna, "The leader of the Emperor Party is a man called Louis. He claims to have blood from the Gustav family and to be a descendant of Emperor Roselle. According to Nicaea's intelligence, some core members of the Emperor Party feel that on that day, after the Vortex incident, Louis Gustav became somewhat strange, more mysterious, and more majestic. He's secretly planning something, and only a very few of his confidants in the entire Emperor Party know what it is. Nicea has a strong desire to express herself and take revenge on society. She volunteered to make contact with one of Louis Gustav's confidants. I plan to ask W07's side to cooperate and create an opportunity for her." Louis was as common a name in Trier and Intis as Pierre, Guillaume, and others. Lumion nodded slightly, but before he could say anything, Anthony had finished, preparing the potion and drank the dark liquid speckled with greyish-white light. The taste of Dreamwalker was very similar to the Color of Dreams, both complex and chaotic, containing many elements. Lumion and the others stopped talking, focusing intently on Anthony to guard against any accidents. They saw their teammate's face sometimes covered with greyish-white scales, sometimes becoming bloodless, as if his soul had left his body, while his eyes were empty and lifeless, having lost self-awareness. After a while, Anthony's eyes first became dark, then lit up with light. "It succeeded," Anthony said, showing rare outward emotion. "That feeling of looking down on the world, on everyone's dreams, is truly addictive. I almost didn't want to wake up." After this exclamation, he composed himself and briefly described the abilities brought by the Dreamwalker potion. "I can directly see the appearance of the spirit world, see the sea of collective subconscious, and can guide the target step by step to reveal their inner secrets through changes in dreams. I could also gradually influence the target by modifying dreams, making them do things they wouldn't normally do. This is equivalent to a gentler, more hidden form of hypnosis that's less likely to be detected by higher-level targets, but it takes quite a long time to complete. Now I can directly enter dreams, hide in dreams, and jump from one dream to another, but the distance between 2 dreams can't exceed 500 meters. A form of teleportation whose use is limited by environment and distance." Lumion commented briefly. Anthony agreed with a nod. "It's called dream traversal, and for me the spirituality consumption is very small. Lumion smiled and stood up, saying, "Now, every member of our team is at sequence 5 or above." A few days later, Anthony was working normally at Green Tree Clinic. Near noon, a nurse brought in a patient. It was Kewell, the young man aspiring to enter politics, currently serving as a staff member in the National Convention. "Dr. Reed, I've been much better recently. I haven't had nightmares for several days," Kewell said happily to Anthony. He still trusted Anthony quite a bit. After all, this psychiatrist had indeed improved his condition before. "This is your own victory. You've passed through that stage." Anthony congratulated him without showing any abnormality. Kewell touched his golden sideburns and hesitated before saying, "My condition improved 4 days ago. That night, I was having a nightmare again, but in the dream, a young girl descended under the illumination of a huge red moon and saved me. She was the most beautiful and charismatic girl I've ever seen, but my memory of that dream is becoming increasingly blurry. Mr. Reed, can you find a way for me to remember her permanently, to not forget her, or let me draw her? Maybe there's a girl as beautiful as her in reality." Anthony looked at Kewell and said carefully, "I'm sorry, but I can't help you with this. Indulging in dreams will lead you to another extreme. As your psychiatrist, I can't push you towards an abyss. I must tell you, that's an illusion you can't reach." Kewell was silent for a while, then let out a sigh of extreme disappointment. "All right." Quartier de l'Observatoire, Rue de la Gauche. Alone in the apartment, Lumion stood by the window, pondering what he needed to do recently. The treasure vault of the Blue Avenger. But Mr. Hanged Man only agreed to let me explore once, go to Banksy Harbor, to find that potentially problematic place, use the corpse wax candle. Just as Lumion thought of this, he instinctively half-turned his body and saw Madame Magician appear with starlight. This Major Arcana card holder said with a smile, "Your award should be ready to collect today. I'll take you to a place." Chapter 900, History. Outside an abandoned ancient castle, Madame Magician waited with Lumion for a while, then following the guidance of spirituality, took a step and arrived at a place inside, stopping in front of a vermilion door. Knock, 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 knock. The Major Arcana card holder knocked 3 times in succession. After a few seconds, a relaxed voice came from inside. "Enter, please." With these words, the vermilion door slowly opened inward. Lumion immediately saw heavy curtains, with sunlight struggling to shine through the gaps, bringing golden light that revealed floating dust to parts of the room. On the other side, unaffected by sunlight, a black coffin was quietly placed instead of a common bed. Opposite the coffin, near the sunlight, the desk was piled with letters. At this moment, a man wearing loose pajamas was sitting in front of the desk, having just put down a fountain pen with a gold nib and black barrel, and folded a paper filled with words. The man stood up, walked towards the door, with his back to the sunlight. Lumion, having gained dark vision through the Demoness pathway, clearly saw the man's appearance, about 40 years old, average build, bronze skin, clean-shaven, black hair and brown eyes, soft features, with an indescribable sense of world weariness in his eyes, and a small black mole below his right ear that was only visible upon close inspection. "Good afternoon, Mr. Isaac." Madame Magician greeted the gentleman respectfully. Lumion also said similar words. They spoke in ancient Fasak. The middle-aged man called Isaac suddenly seemed dazed for a moment, as if instantly receiving a large amount of information from the spirit world and his own subconscious. He nodded and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you for your help, allowing me to wake up early and my soul to be healed to some extent." It was mainly this young friend who made the contribution. Madame Magician pointed to Lumion beside her. She then introduced to Lumion, "This is Mr. Isaac Eggers, the son of the Death from the 4th Epoch and former consul of the Balaam Empire." Son of Death, former Death consul of the Balaam Empire, Lumion suddenly recalled part of the content from the Fool's Church canon. The Angel of Death has followed our Lord for the longest period of time, and is the consul of the underworld. Could this be the Angel of Death beside Mr. Fool's divine throne? Lumion greeted him again. "A Demoness." Zeke glanced at Lumion and nodded slightly. "You have the aura of the source of the river Styx. The angel of death refers to the river connecting two worlds as the source of the river Styx. Lumion was stunned for a moment and said, "That's the seal of the underworld Taoist." Underworld Taoist? Azik muttered softly, as if he had never heard of this existence. Madam Magician smiled and changed the subject. "Mr. Azik, we came to visit you today, mainly to inquire about some matters." Azik looked at the corridor outside. "Let's take a walk around the castle, talk as we go. This is an important memory from a period of my life." "All right." Madam Magician made way. Lumion and she followed behind Mr. Azik, who was presumably the angel of death, through the corridor along the stairs, step by step upwards. Along the way, ancient wall lamps embedded in the walls lit up one after another, burning with a cold and pale white flame. Lumion saw oil paintings hanging on both sides of the corridor, some of Azik himself, but with more lively expressions, even smiling, and some of beautiful ladies with their hair tied up and children playing with wild deer. Azik's gaze slowly swept over these paintings, occasionally lingering. After quite a while, he asked Madam Magician and Lumion, "What do you want to ask?" Madam Magician, wearing a purplish magician's robe today, asked straightforwardly, "Mr. Azik, do you know why the primordial Demoness sought cooperation with your father, the death of the Fourth Epoch, after the War of the Four Emperors? Did you notice any problems with the primordial Demoness?" Hearing this question, Lumion was stunned for a moment, then realized, indeed, who better to ask than someone who personally experienced those events of the late Fourth Epoch. He is indeed an ancient angel who has lived for over 1,000 years. Madam Magician should be about the same, but my spiritual intuition tells me she's still quite young. Azik recalled for a few seconds and said, "There was a gap of over 100 years between the end of the War of the Four Emperors and the beginning of the Pale Disaster. The primordial Demoness's arrival was probably in the middle of this period. We don't know exactly what she discussed with my father. I only know that she declared to us her intention to avenge the Blood Emperor, to make all 7 gods of the northern continent perish, and to bring the Blood Emperor's deity corpse back to the surface from underground Tria. Is this true love? Despite it being 2 against 7, she wanted to avenge the Blood Emperor. No, if the primordial Demoness had achieved her goal then, it would have meant that the special mirror world would no longer be sealed, able to reveal all its problems. But the current Demoness sect doesn't seem to have such ideas, and even intends to nail the coffin lid more firmly, not letting those mirror people achieve their goals also. Was it really not the Emperor of the Underworld, that death who delivered the final blow to the Blood Emperor? The uniqueness of the Red Priest fell into the hands of death, and there's also something like the Samaritan women's spring under Tria. Lumion was filled with strong doubts, but didn't interrupt Mr. Azik's narration. Azik said, "Without a doubt, the primordial Demoness is the most charming woman in this world. Every living being who sees her will inevitably be fascinated by her, including me, my brothers and sisters, and even the undead in the underworld. Even our father was inevitably attracted to some degree. Even the undead are attracted to the primordial Demoness. This is already a charm at the level of concepts and authorities." Madam Magician sighed and asked, "Was your father, the death of the Fourth Epoch, bewitched by the primordial Demoness when he finally decided to forcibly accommodate the uniqueness of the Red Priest?" Lumion had gained some understanding of the connection between death and the uniqueness of the Red Priest when reading the 0-0 Unsealing information, but this was the first time he clearly encountered the essence of the matter. As thoughts raced through his mind, Azik shook his head slightly and said, "The primordial Demoness's instigation should be one of the reasons, but I don't think it was the main one, otherwise my father wouldn't have waited decades to do that." Madam Magician made a terse sound and repeated her previous question. "Did you notice anything unusual about the primordial Demoness?" Azik passed by an oil painting, lightly running his finger over it. "Every time I encountered the primordial Demoness, I would lose my senses. How could I possibly notice any problems with her? If there was anything unusual, it was that on a few occasions, her charm was a bit weaker than normal. That should have been her deliberately restraining her charm." As a Demoness, Lumion knew that a demoness naturally emanating charm and deliberately restraining charm would indeed present two different states, but after experiencing the false demoness of Black incident, he suspected there might be other possibilities. Madam Magician thought for a moment and changed the subject. Mr. Azik, do you know about the body of the Phoenix ancestor in the depths of the underworld? Azik turned his head to look at the two women. My father thought it would be a waste to just destroy the body of an ancient god like that. He believed it could serve a more important purpose, such as helping my father better and more completely control the underworld, or enabling him, as Death, to possess stronger power. Those in the Death domain will never reject powerful corpses that can be controlled by themselves. Before Madam Magician could ask further, Mr. Azik added, my father also mentioned that the body of the Phoenix ancestor, this ancient god, held some secrets. Secrets? Madam Magician asked curiously. Azik paced forward and said, he never told me the specifics, only that the story of the ancient sun god killing the Phoenix ancestor at the end of the Second Epoch was false. Well, more accurately, the process was correct, but the result was wrong. The Phoenix ancestor was only severely wounded by the ancient sun god, not dying on the spot. She escaped to the southern continent and went into hiding. Yes, if the Phoenix ancestor was truly killed by the ancient sun god, that divine corpse wouldn't likely have been obtained by Death and appeared in the underworld, unless it was his arrangements again. Madam Magician expressed agreement. As it continued, similarly, the giant King Ormir didn't perish on the spot either, supposedly escaping and managing to pass on his power to his eldest son, the later god of combat Badhel, before dying. Is there any connection to the Omabella matter? The two ancient gods who weren't killed on the spot by the ancient sun god seem to be related to Omabella. One's corpse is laying eggs, currently incubating Omabella, while the other is Omabella's husband. Lumion glanced at Madam Magician, and after obtaining her consent, asked, Mr. Azik, what is the relationship between the Phoenix ancestor and the goddess of harvest Omabella? Azik shook his head. I was born in the Fourth Epoch. All I know about the history of the Second Epoch is what my father occasionally mentioned. Saying this, he smiled at Lumion and said, Speaking of which, I should give you some reward. As he gently raised his right hand, a large number of white bones gushed out from the ground, forming a giant skeleton. The skeleton respectfully handed a shiny Loan gold pound to Mr. Azik. Azik took the gold coin and presented it to Lumion. Is this acceptable as a reward? Thank you, Lumion said sincerely, accepting the lucky coin that bore Mr. Fool's order.